Hello everyone from sunny Saudi Arabia. We are here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse outside of Riyadh. My name is Michael Ados and we'll be going through 10 races this afternoon, including a couple, in addition to a couple of special pony races as well. We look forward to when I'm joined here today by Tom Collins, who's an excellent tipster in multiple countries, able to handle the dirt horses, the turf horses, everything in between. And we're coming off of a nice day nice evening last night where we had some streaky performances, 7 races. 2 jockeys took 7 of the 12 races. Luis Morales got 3, Alex Moreno got 4.
Yeah, it was a really good day of action. We saw 2 great horses in Great Scott and Lagertha Rhyme as well to end the card. And Luis Morales has a phenomenal book of rides today as well, which includes Commissioner King, last year's Saudi Derby winner, who runs in race 8. Are you looking forward to Commissioner King today? I
am. I mean, I was lucky enough to be here for the Saudi Cup and the Saudi Derby win. It was such a battle. It was probably the most exciting battle all day. See them running down the stretch, him and having a meltdown.
For sure. There are 3 horses actually today, not just Commissioner King.
Okay,
I'm interested in looking at today, and we'll check them out right now. First is Merba Al Khaladia, who runs in the Arabian Horses Handicap at 5:30 p.m. local time. This 5-year-old has won 2 of his last 3 starts and should relish the step back up to 2,000 metres today. This is Commissioner King, the horse we were just talking about. He looks to remain undefeated this year when he runs in race 8 on today's card. Last season's Saudi Derby winner faces a good field, but Connections will be hoping that he gets the job done under Luis Morales. And finally, stick around for the finale as Tejtahom will bid for 3 in a row in the Ministry of Education Cup. He clocked a good time here 4 weeks ago and must take a lot of beating for Prince Saud bin Salman.
Definitely looking forward to those. Hopefully the last one named will have a better shadow roll, staying on his bridle at that point. But yes, a lot of great racing today. The horses are behind us for the very first of those. I'm really looking forward to this. We're going to welcome in Mark Francis, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for this very first race.
Thanks, chaps. Welcome to you all at home to Riyadh for meeting 74 here on the 8th of December. It is a Friday. It's a different sort of Friday. We have 10 races to bring you, 8 thoroughbred and 2 purebred Arabians. And of course, we're showing those 2 pony races a little bit later on. But we start with the valuable 0 to 75 handicap for the 3-year-olds and upwards. For race 2, we stick over the minimum trip for a 2-year-old maiden for local breds. Race 3 is a non-winners event of 3 over 7 furlongs before race 4, a non-winners of 4 contest for the older horses. A local bred fillies open is followed by our 2 Arabian races. The ponies and the younger generation take centre stage at 7 o'clock and 7:30, which gives us all a breather before 3 absolute belters to close proceedings tonight. A Jcsa award race over the mile featuring the 3-year-old Saudi King, Commissioner King. Final Destination will have another go at him here today, but throwing the likes of Path of Thunder and Finest Sound. Race 9 is a JCSA Cup race over 1.25 miles. Again, very high quality on show before the Ministry of Education Cup for the juveniles. Back over 7 furlongs to end the night. Any one of the 13 hopefuls holding a realistic chance. But we start here with a local bred horses handicap 0 to 75, and they're headed by number 1 Al Bashet, top weight here at 64.5 kilograms. Number 2's Mtas, off since March, winner here last December. Sayoud is the 3, Ricardo Ferreira beaten ahead last time by the top horse. 4 is Lamba Al Zolfi, the first of 6 fillies, 7th in the Asia Cup back at meeting 59. Ain Al Yaqeen is the 5 for Ali Al Momoni. 6 is a scratch, so onto the 7, Najma Al Shaib, or 6 lengths behind the winner at meeting 63, down in trip today. And 8 is Art Mohammed Al Shamari. 9 is Motamasek, the first of 4 greys here, Abdullah Al Rashed. Jasmine is the 10, was a real eye-catcher last time out. Again, is drawn 10, Abdullah Al Kridis. 11, Monat Al Bari, Naif Al Anazi, usually pretty reliable, and has the inside gate here. 12 is Sadahir Mohammed Saeed, behind some good horses of late. 13 is Kanajir Yasser Al Bakawi. 14 is Kayadar for Luis Morales, had that terrific day yesterday. 15, Defender Ahmed Al Azari. 16, Wasim Al Riyadh Mohammed Al Daham, possibly unexposed and the potential improver here. And 2 over the page, Ali Al Zolk, Alex Moreno. 18, Salaf Hamza Saad. So a field of 17 for our first race. We don't require the scratches 19, 20 and 21. We're now going to head down to the paddock to join Shamila.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good afternoon, everybody. Now, I could stand here and tell you that I'm most excited today to see our Saudi Derby winning legend, Commissioner King, but that would be a lie. I'm most looking forward to the 2 pony races we have on offer today, worth 25,000 Saudi riyals each, happening after race 8, so keep your eyes peeled for that one. My paddock selections for race number 1 to start us off the day has to be horse number 14, Qaeda, ridden by Louis Morales. Now, Louis Morales won the first race yesterday. He had a treble, so no doubt that he can do the same again today. Just looking really nice in the parade ring, and I was watching the horses getting saddled up in the pre-parade ring as well. I could not take my eye off this 4-year-old gelding colt, another horse that I have to mention is looking really well. That is not my paddock selection. Horse number 8, Art, first last time out, also looking really well. A question mark for me in this race was horse number 12. Just didn't look the happiest in his coat, walking around the pre-parade ring in the preliminaries. A little bit of a question mark for me. However, I am sticking with Qaeda.
All right. Thank you so much, Shamila. That was a nice little rundown of some of the horses that are looking well today. Glad to see her out there enjoying the nice weather before it probably chills off a little bit later. So we're going to run through a few of these. Obviously, this is a tough field for you to pull apart. These handicap not to 75. Wide open, it seems.
Yeah, it really is wide open. Plenty of horses separated just by a few pounds in the handicap system right now. There are a couple of unexposed types, the likes of number 16, Wassam Al Riyadh, only had the 7 outings. A couple of others who are yet to hit the 10-run mark. But, you know, the majority of those with more efforts to their name have actually got the stronger form. And it's an interesting heat. There's probably 3 or 4 that interest me.
And we'll go down the list here. I don't think we're going to get a runner by runner in the screen, but we'll go with Albacete, who is number 1. This one comes, one of the couple of in this race that's coming off of a victory.
Yeah, we see him right there in shot. He produced a late burst to win a 0-75 last week, so we know that he's capable of scoring in this grade. Actually, he's now rated 84, which is why he carries 64.5 kilograms today. Can he follow up is the question. It's a lot of weight on his back.
And we'll come back to that later. I'm really interested to hear your take on that. Number 2 is Mtaz, who has 3 victories to his career.
Last 4 runs have come in opens. This is a big step down, but at the same time, he's coming off a 9-month absence.
Number 3 is Saud, 1 victory from 21 runs.
He's 5 kilograms better off with Albacete from that race last week, so you'd expect that he can turn the form around.
Number 4 is Lama Al Zofi, 2 for 20 and was 7th last out.
Not been at his best so far this year, her best, sorry. She finished 7th last week.
Number 5 is Ain Al Akin, 1 for 22, but was 13th last out.
He's a 3-year-old, so open to improvement, but he has had 22 starts. He just didn't feature last time.
Number 7 is Najmat Al Shaib, is 1 for 9, comes off a couple nice efforts.
Most recent effort would give her a chance in here. She needs to show that she can back it up. You know, she's been a bit inconsistent in the past.
Number 8 is just Art. Nothing more, just Art, A-R-T, 1 victory, and it came last out.
Yeah, TIFE winner, this horse. Camilo Ospina rode that day. He's not on today, which is a bit of a negative for me.
Multimassic is number 9, 3 victories to his credit.
Finished 12th last week on the comeback again. He didn't feature in that race, so we need to take a big step forward.
Number 10, 3-year-old filly Jasmine, 1 victory from 20 runs.
4th last week. Quite a few of these ran just a few days ago. Was behind Albacete, but again, is much better off.
Let's take a quick look at a little bit of form here. There's Albacete in the shot right now, looking well going down the post. Last time was first on December 1st, and in second there we see Saud.
Yeah, this is the race that really is the main key to this event today. Albacete makes a big late run through horses. Saud dips to the inside and just look right back in the field. Blue silks, white shadow roll, noseband. Towards the inside, that's Jasmine. She gets a lot of trouble and she runs home into 4th. Eye-catching effort from her, but Albacete just gets the better of Saud in a driving finish. Albacete's gone up in the weights dramatically for this. Saud is 5 kilograms better off than Saud. I expect him to reverse the form, and I think Jasmine's got a good chance of reversing the form with Albacete as well.
Yeah, that is Saud in shot right there. Definitely a bit of a handful going down to post. He's making the outriders there do their earn their keep. In particular, one that really caught my eye in the parade ring is Wassam Al Riyadh, and looks quite well. And it's going to post right there. That's number 16.
Yes, we'll pick up the piece of form from her last time up. This was her seasonal reappearance as a 4-year-old, and she did it nicely. She was always in the right spot, as you can see when we pick up off the turn. She's just on the shoulder in 3rd or 4th, and she quickens up takingly on the outside. Now, this wasn't much of a race. The grey just in behind her is Anna Al Wafi, who was supposed to run last week, but was scratched, so wasn't able to. She's a horse who has been consistently in the places but finds it tough to win. So the winner didn't beat much, but she did it well, and now she steps up into handicap company.
It was nice with those yellow wraps to be able to see the difference between her turnover rate once she was asked. Really, really caught my eye going out to the parade ring. Let's carry on here. We have number 11, I believe we're on, Monana Al Bahri.
Yeah.
1 victory from 18 runs.
The type form is relatively strong. It's much better than her Riyadh reappearance, where she was just 12th. Naifal Anazi is on board today.
Number 12 is Sadahim. 2 victories from 19 starts, 5th last out.
Brings some winning form to the table, but the last effort was just a 5th place finish. I think there are stronger horses in this field.
13 is Kanajer, 3 victories to her credit, 19 starts.
6th last week in that race we saw with Saoud, Al Bashet and Jasmine.
Hayat Ha is number 14, 2 victories from 14 starts, 6 last out.
Consistent in defeat, but Luis Morales has better rides today than this one.
Defender is number 15, 2 victories from 13 runs.
He hasn't been in the best form recently.
The aforementioned Wassam Al Riyadh, do you think she has a good chance as well?
Definitely, the wide draw in stall 10 is the only slight hitch. We saw she got a good position last time. Can she do it again in this race?
I think so. Number 17, Aili Al Zouk, 1 for 12, 13th and 15th in his last two.
Yeah, it was poor recently. He represents a good team, Alex Moreno and Gaith Al Gaith, but that's the only positive here.
We have number 18, Salaf, 3 for 34.
He's past his best at this stage of his career.
All right. So we have an interesting field of runners, a lot of chances. I'm going to lean on number 16 in here. Hopefully, are you on the same one?
I'm not.
Oh, good. I was worried there for a second.
We have a great record when we team up. I don't know, I don't get it. But no, I'm glad that you chose this filly because I think there are 2 pieces of form in this race that are key. 1, her victory, and 2, the race that we saw with Al Bashet, Saoud, Jasmine et al. And you're covering her base, so I can then go to that race that we saw last week, and I'm going to be with Jasmine. I think this event today could set up for a bit of a closer. And if that's the case, Jasmine is the strongest finisher in the event. Now, there are plenty of forward-going types. The likes of Art, who we haven't seen for a while, will go forward. We saw that Saoud will be up with the pace. There are plenty of others in here that have speed. So I'm hoping there's a bit of a pace collapse. We have seen races early on the card go the way of forwardly placed horses, which is a bit of a concern. But I know for sure that Jasmine will be finishing off well. And I love her draw in stall 2 for that late finish. She should be able to go round on the rail, on the bend, and then really kick in the straight.
All right, we're going to bring in Mark Francis once again, who's going to take us through the running of the race and see who he likes in this spot.
Thank you, chaps. Yeah, none of these have won more than 3 races. It's a tight old handicap to open proceedings. All the runners rated between just £9 of each other. Of course, Al Bashet, as the guys have discussed, is the main talking point here. Has a lofty weight here. Beat 7 of these last Friday, as we saw in the VT, including Saoud, who was beaten just ahead and gets a nice pull at the weight. But I'll team up with Tom here with Jasmine. I thought she was a massive eye catcher. She hasn't recorded a win since her maiden success, but she does deserve one. And as we saw, didn't really get much luck in running last week, but flew home to finish 4th. Abdullah Al-Kridis in the saddle today, and she's well drawn in 2. She can take advantage of that inside gate. We've got about half a dozen left to load. Coming in now towards the inside is Motamasek. I think we've got 2 at the back, including Emtaz and Kayadar. Handicap to start. It's a 0-275. Al Bashet top weight here for a rating of 73. And at the other end, Salaf of a rating of 66. 17 runners. Who's playing up is Kayadar. You can see Emtaz, who's been off the track some time. Was a winner here 12 months ago. Drawn in 5 today, blue blinkers. See the jockey's eye shield as well. Is that a hint to where they're going to play Emtaz? It's Kayadar, though, who is playing up Luis Morales, who had a hat-trick here yesterday. Grey 4-year-old had a flashy ball. He's been behind some good horses of late. Was a winner back at meeting 58. But it's just proving a little bit reluctant here. So I think they're going to load Mtaz into 5. Perhaps give Kayadar one more chance. So Mtaz, who is now circling, Kayadar steps forward with the blindfold, realizes where he is, has settled 6 furlongs, meeting 74 underway, racing away then for our opening contest over 1,200 metres. It was a pretty level break. Sadahem, one of the slowest out, so too was Najmat Al-Shay, but towards the inside, up with the pace so far is Kanajer. Towards the inside, running rail, we have the green cap there of Mtaz, who got away smartly, and deeper out in the course is Wasim Al-Riyadh. Also Kayadar, who took time to go into the stalls, is 4 wide as they go round the turn. Just behind the pace then, Motama Sek, the grey horse, is back in 5th position. The slow starting Najmat Al-Shaib has made up a few places to now sit pretty handy, and then comes the Orange Silks of Sayoud, probably about 15 lengths first to last as they've gone past halfway, and 4 horses vying for the lead here. Towards the inside, the green cap of Mtaz has challengers deeper out of the course in the shape of Kanajir, who now hits the front. So too Wasim Al-Riyadh with every chance, and down the centre is Kayadar. Looking to stay on from out of the pack is Al-Bashet, but deep inside the last furlong they go. A 1 or 2 trying to cut through the pack to make a move. Lamza Al-Zolfi is one of those, and so too is Kayadar. Lamza Al-Zolfi, though, has hit the front from absolutely nowhere, and deep inside the last 50, Lamza Al-Zolfi has gone on to win. Close for 2nd and 3rd, involving Kayadar, also Kanajir involved, and Al-Bashet, who stayed on pretty nicely. Lama Al-Zolfi in a bunch finish was 7th in the Asia Cup back at meeting 59, headed the fillies here under Ali Al-Matib, and has won for the 3rd time in a time of 1:13.74. Just looked for the gap, didn't she? She got it deep into the closing stages and burst through. Lama Al-Zolfi has won. Kanajir has got 2nd, 2.5 lengths back. Kayadar was 3rd in a bunch finished, but Lama Al-Zolfi has poured it out of the fire in the closing stages. Kanajir just heading Kayadar, as you can see, for 2nd, Kayadar 3rd. Wasim Al-Riyadh always pretty prominent in 4th, and Motama Sek, who was always up with the pace, back in 5th. Lama Al-Zolfi wins our opening handicap.
Very nice performance there from Lama Al Zalfi. It seemed that the speed held, and that made this performance even that much more impressive, that she was able to split and finish.
Yeah, she just surged through the leaders in the closing stages. Speed definitely held because the second and the third were always up with the pace. And yeah, Lama Al Zalfi has taken a big step forward from those 3 runs at Riyadh so far to burst through and win this handicap. You know, it was a good ride from Ali Al-Matib as well, finding that split, because there wasn't much of an opening there, but he forced his way through, and this filly really responded.
Yeah, sometimes, I've seen it before, sometimes horses do not prefer to go around. They prefer to go between horses. It's a very rare thing, but this filly seems to be one of those. I'm not sure where, coming out of the last run, where that came from. I mean, if you look back at last week, did you see any sign of that? On the horizon?
No. She ran in the same race as Albuquerque, Saud, Jasmine, Kanaja. Kanaja finished 1 place ahead of her, and she's reversed the form. So those 2 came to the fore, but they were 6th and 7th in that race last week. The Albuquerque won, and Saud was 2nd, and Jasmine was 4th. So, you know, they've readily reversed the form. I feel like this is a type of contest.
She is coming between, finding her way through.
Yeah.
There's just enough room for her. The gap is closing just slightly, but
she really responds.
Yeah,
This is the type of race that, again, if you would run it in 20 minutes' time, you get a different result. Like we saw last week, it was a completely different outcome.
Is this a change in style for her from last time, other than having a finish?
Not really. she was in the similar kind of spot last week, and she just didn't produce this late run. So maybe it was the fact that she was coming through horses that changed things.
Yeah. I always enjoy, this is a dumb aesthetic thing, but I always enjoy seeing the fillies and mares, especially the older ones, when they cross the wire, because their ears are noticeably larger than the male horses. They look like satellite dishes tuning in. But yes, she keeps her head a little bit high. She kind of is a quintessential sprint closer.
Yeah,
think about it.
She's got a very quick cadence as well. It's not a long stride, but it's a quick stride.
And very, very minimal reach, but she has a fantastic cadence there. Yeah, gets it done nicely. Al-Matib was in the right spot at the right time and was bold enough to take the risk and go through.
Yeah, very nice ride. The second and third both ran their races as well. Kayadar was 4 wide on the turn, just outside your selection. Wassim Al Riyadh, he ran fair, and
probably a little close.
Yeah, maybe.
That was my worry. I mean, I think breaking well probably might have, there she is. She's in 3rd right now in these yellow silks. She kind of broke a little bit too keen, I think. Maybe she couldn't drop in and really save a little ground and have a finish, or she might not be that good.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree at the same time, because the runner-up and the third are either side flanking her at this stage. So Wassim Al Riyadh is, as you say, in the yellow and greeny kind of silks in 3rd place. The runner-up is in 2nd, Kanaja, in the blue silks, and the 3rd place finisher is Kayada, the grey on 4 wide on the turn. So those 2 have both finished in the first 3, which to me suggests Wassim Al Riyadh had no excuses. The winner right now is in 7th.
She's got the little star on her back right there.
Just about to
splitting her first set of horses.
Yeah, exactly. And then she sees this gap. If I was the rider there, I would go wide, just because you guaranteed the run, but Ali's obviously very brave.
He almost got smacked with the whip there from another rider.
He's fortunate that the filly he was riding had a lot of energy left, basically, to burst through.
It kind of goes back to the point I made earlier. She seems to be one that enjoys kind of getting involved. They're a pack horse that kind of loves to go through.
Yeah, for sure. She burst through, to be fair, and rewarded the bravery in the saddle. It was a good performance in the end.
Yeah, I was very impressed. And it's good to see, especially when we see a lot of speed carry in these earlier races. The track is freshly harrowed and very tight. See a horse come from midfield and prove them wrong.
Exactly. So. To be fair, though, the 2 other horses we were really talking about were further back, and they made very little inroads. Albuquerque being one, the winner last week, he finishes there in around 6th place in the red.
The weight is the issue?
Yes, probably. And Jasmine's right there, horse number 10. She was way too far back.
She made a bit of a run,
she did.
A little exciting run that just couldn't quite get there.
So hard to make up 10 to 15 lengths on this kind of trip at this kind of time of day as well.
I always equate it to soft ground in the UK.
Yeah.
They just cannot make up. They cannot turn over as quickly as they would prefer.
No.
And when they do, it's just that they either love the surface or they're in outstanding form and fitness.
Yeah.
Because this track it's not, I would say not as deep as TAFE, but definitely a trying course as well.
For sure. You need to be able to stay the trip. I don't know when Jasmine's going to be able to get a second win to her name. We just see the start. It was mainly a clean start for the majority of this field.
Perhaps when she has more than a week?
Maybe, but the thing with her, look, she breaks well. She's right there with the blue and yellow check sleeves. She broke nicely. The jockey has to go back because she doesn't have any speed. And yes, you can rely upon a pace collapse, but it just doesn't happen in these races. I mean, they went quite hard up front. There was 4 across the track vying for the front, yet 2 of those 4 finished in the first 3 places, and the pace just didn't really collapse in the way she needed.
I was really hoping my selection here in the yellow and white would make a nice run home like she did last time. It just didn't quite pan out, but that's okay. Another one that was on a week rest.
Yeah.
Now that's very common here, obviously, and the safer track allows that to happen more often. But still, like, she was in a key spot. I don't have a lot of hope for her next time.
No, similar kind of race. She'll probably find it a little tough. She was good in that maiden, but it just wasn't a very good race in hindsight. I mean, Annie Al-Wafi, who was second, it's a long-standing maiden, so that kind of proved it. She was in a good spot. What she does have is tactical speed, so she probably will find a race that she can win, but she'll need plenty to go right.
74 for the winner coming in, only a pound below the best here.
Yeah.
Where do you go from that? Do you think gets a few?
Yeah, it gets 3 or 4 at least, maybe even a little bit more for that win, because she was decisive in the victory.
She officially has to step up in rank.
Yeah, 65 to 80 handicap maybe, if there's one scheduled in a couple of weeks' time. If not, they might look for something else. I don't know what it would be, maybe an open race or whatnot, but she would struggle up in grade.
All right. Well, we're going to keep moving along ourselves here. We have a 1,200 meter Saudi bred 2-year-old maiden coming up. And we're going to go over to Mark, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for this one.
Thanks, guys. Yes, the next race, again, over 6 furlongs. They're headed by number 1, Abu Al-Bashayar, who was a respectable 6th first time out, beaten by King Rise, who was beaten subsequently, Victor Gutierrez. 2 is Yanwi, the first of 4 straight debutants, Mohammed Suleiman, and 3, Dagger Alalaya for Jimmy Carrion. Farmer is the first of 6 fillies, Selman Al-Rashid, and 5 is Amar Al-Aziz, Yasser Al-Bakawi. Fa'at is used to finishing in 3rd place, has done so twice this year, is the 6th, Ricardo Ferreira. 7 is a scratch, so onto 8, Merba Alays, who has twice found 1 too good in a row, Alex Moreno, and 9, Salute Macho. On that graphic says Hamza Sad. It is a late change. It's Wigberto Ramos. 10 is Til Afad, Ahmed Al-Sharar. 11 is Perlit Abdullah Al-Farouz. And 12 is Stormwing, another first-time starter here, Abdelaziz Al-Faradi. 13 is Nakila Mohammed Al-Daham. Simon, simple Simon, Mohammed Al-Hubayo is the 14. Al-Sakri is 15 for Jose Rodriguez. 16, Zayar for Tariq Al-Mansour. 17 is Kissam for Fahed Al-Faradi. 18 is Sanabik for Luis Morales. And one of the reserves gets in. That's Racine, who makes his racecourse debut for Jimmy Jerkin. So 18 runners then for our second race. And once again, it's over 6 furlongs.
Very exciting 1,200 meter race here for Saudi breds, 2-year-old maidens. Wide open affair, lots of sort of untested sorts that are going to have to, a lot of first time starters as well.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky, this one, to decipher. Horse number 1 is Abu Al-Bashayar, finished 6th in the maiden 3 months ago.
So the son of Dramedy, looking quite well. Number 2 is Yanwi, first time starter by Scipion.
Bred to 1 further, I believe, maybe a mile plus.
Dagger Alalea is a first-time starter as well by Closing Bell.
Playing up and will not enter the paddock as we're talking right now, which is not a good sign. Closing Bell finished 4th in the 2015 Belmont Derby. Maybe turf could be ideal.
Closing Bell was a tappet and very much full of himself as well. Pharma is also a first-time starter by Chief Lone Eagle. We see plenty of those.
We do indeed. I presume this filly will need the run.
Number 5 is Amar Al-Aziz, a first-time starter by Top Music, looking well.
Connections aren't known for winning with first-timers. Will be interesting to see how he goes.
Number 6 is Fa'ad, has had 2/3 to his credit in his 2 starts.
Promise in both outings as well. Long break though since meeting 20 when he last ran.
Number 8 there is Merba Alayez, is 0 for 5, comes off a pair of second place finishes.
The filly to beat in this race, rated 71. She was a clear-cut second last time out and due a victory.
Number 9 is Salute Macho, 0 for 4, comes off a 10th place finish.
Not shown enough so far, but as Mark said, Wigberto Ramos rides.
Number 10 is Til Al-Fad, 0 for 5 thus far, comes off a 9th, but was 3rd 2 races back.
Looks pretty limited from what we've seen so far. Maybe handicapped to the best ploy next year.
Number 11 is Perlite, 0 for 3, 7th last out.
Could run a place in this race, has been slowly improving.
Number 12 is Stormwing, who's a first-time starter by Abel Rib.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Abel Rip, but the Dam's middle distance prospect, so maybe further.
Number 13 is Nakila. We know a lot about First Defense, this sire, doing well.
Yes, Nakila showed up on debut as well. I repeated that run would make her a player, but last time up she was a little disappointing.
Looks quite well in the parade ring. Number 14 is Simon, just Simon, 0 for 2, 5, fifth last out.
The Thai form is just not strong for this colt. You never know, Riyadh may suit a bit better, but it's going to have to improve.
And being by Suave, it screams distance with this one. Number 15 is Al Sakri, 0 for 1 and was 10th last out. Will be in shot in just a second.
Didn't show much on the debut either. We see him right now, finishing 10th. That was meeting 21, a long time ago, 4 or 5 months.
All right, he will have to overcome having a 10th place finish and a little bit of a break there. Number 16 is Jcsa, comes out of a 8th place finish, was second 2 back, 4 starts so far.
Another horse that's probably waiting for handicaps next year. Has finished in mid-division in a fair few runs. She's shown some promise, but just not good enough to win a maiden.
Number 17 is going to be Kassam, 0 for 4 thus far, was second 2 races back. Looks well.
Yes, finished 8th last time as well, when I actually thought this colt was going to run a big race. I believe I selected him last week. That came over 1600, so they're dropping right down in trip.
18 right there is Sanabik, is 0 for 5, comes off a 5th place finish.
Ran in that same race that Kissam finished 8th, again over 1600. Has speed. Lou Morales will have to do well to get across from 18.
And lastly, number 19 draws in, that's Racine, first time starter for Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah, I always assume that Jimmy's going to get his horses, primed after their
Needs
first
the run
start.
by the look of it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Not today.
Good looking horse. We're going to go to Shamila. She's in the parade ring. Shamila, who looks good out there?
Thanks very much, Michael. I've been casting my eye over these horses, and most of them are looking really, really well. Horse that I've decided to side with is horse coming up behind me here now, horse number 6, Fat, and he is far from that at all. He's not carrying too much condition whatsoever. He looks like a bull, though. Third last time out, and the time before that, for trainer Sami Al-Harabi. Ricardo Ferreira is riding him this time. A 2-year-old colt by Cat Dreams, just looking really well here in the parade ring, has some earplugs in just to keep him a little bit calmer. Another horse that I also really like is a filly, and that is horse number 8, Merba Alaz, the highest rated horse in the race. However, not my paddock selection. I will be sticking with horse number 6. If you want a debutante selection as well, I'm siding with horse number 19, Razine, for Jimmy Jerkins, debutante first time out, looking really well. A little bit on his toes in the parade ring, but nothing out of the ordinary. Not getting too hot behind the saddle, and horse number 12 is my paddock negative, carrying a little bit too much condition for my liking. However, I will be sticking with my guns with horse number 6, Fat.
All right. I thought she called me fat. I was very offended for a moment there. That's okay. Thank you, Shamila. Actually, I agree. I thought that Fat looked really well. I thought the two that really caught my eye in the parade ring from my side would be number 6, Fat, and number 13, Nakila.
Interesting. 2 horses who have shown some promise so far. The best of both of their runs was on debut, and they took a slight backward step. Nakila much more than Fart did last time. They both have chances.
It looks like a few of these first-time starters, any of them kind of either collect your attention on whether connections or jockey assignments, or it's something that would lead you to believe that they have a little talent?
Not overly, I have to say. Jimmy Jerkins horse,
0.
Jimmy Jerkins horse the most, but not for today as a future prospect. It's actually interesting. We're just looking over our shoulder, and Jimmy's watching this race in the paddock, which I've never seen him do.
He was over Shamila's shoulder when she mentioned this horse. So.
That's probably why she mentioned him. I think this colt's probably going to be better in longer term. Maybe not a 6 furlong horse right now, but when you draw in as a reserve and you get the opportunity to run in a race like this, that's eminently winnable. For an owner in Prince Faisal bin Khalid, you cannot write off Racine.
And in the end, a lot of them have to go through number 8, Merba Alaz. Comes off of a pair of second-place finishes. You get Moreno in the saddle. Has the ability here to improve, obviously. Yeah,
this is the filly to beat. This is who I'm going to select in the race as well. I don't like the first timers. The horses like Fart and Nakila, the horses you mentioned, have shown promise, but just not enough of late. So Merba Alaz is the real form setter. She was good last time up. Hopefully we'll see footage of that clip where she ran last time in the next couple of moments. But she was a clear-cut second that day. She ran home strongly over the distance. I think Alex Moreno is going to be able to get a really nice spot on her as well, because with the 7 being out in Sonic, she's only got 6 horses inside, and 4 of those are first-time starters, so she's going to outbreak them likely.
This 3 is cracking me up. This Dago Alalia.
He does not want to run.
He is just full of himself. He is full of beans, as you guys say. Does not shock me at all. Closing bell was tough to handle. And I believe he was a tap it, and anything that descends from tap it, you run the risk that they're going to be like him. And tap it was extremely tough. He's a puppy dog now. When you go and visit him in his older age now as a stallion, but he is when he was running, he definitely let you know it. It all comes from what they call in the States the fiery pulpit line. Anything that descends from pulpit is going to be tough to handle usually. But yes, hopefully we could see a little bit of form here in just a moment of Merba Alayez. I think this horse is going to be the one to beat. I'm going to try to beat it with Fa'at. It's the first time Shamil and I have landed on the same horse. And here is Merba Alayez finishing second on November 3rd.
Yeah, look, she's always in a good position. She tries to make a run off the turn. Her jockey is very adamant to get her to switch leads, and she obliges. The winner this day is a sharp type from the white stable, made all the running, just kicked clear and stayed on powerfully. But just watch how Merba Alayez continues to try and match this leader. Yes, she proves to be no match. She gets beaten by 4 lengths at the wire, but she's miles clear of the rest of the field. This is the piece of form that makes her the horse to beat in this race. If she repeats that, she's got to be the one to win.
And you were landing absolutely on her.
Yeah, I think she's the horse to beat. Alex was amazing yesterday with 4 wins, so it's positive, right?
See a look here. We have Fa'at, who's going to be my selection, comes out of a third on July 21st. Has had a bit of a break since.
Yeah, it's just one pace for me. Now this is a deeper track, and you know Fa'at may prefer the Riyadh surface to what we saw in Taif, but just very one pace. Got a big knee action up front. This winner's okay for Nasser Fawaz, but not a. It was bin Al Ajwaid, I think.
So you're saying our selection is terrible?
Not terrible, but needs to improve. Needs to improve.
I think it would be interesting to see what happens between the two. There, of course, is the, I guess would be a sentimental favorite here. Merba Alayez, the 1-2 beat. I'm going to try to be with Fa'at. The horse is just looking extremely well. I'm basing it solely on being the best looking horse in the parade ring. I will say that Jimmy's draw-in, Racine, number 19, did look excellent going down the post and very professional for a horse making its first start.
Yeah, but there's another first timer that's drawn relatively low in this race. And there might be a lot of scrimmaging or slow breaks inside, so that will obviously help the wide drawn horses, which include one of your selections in Nikila, not your main selection, but one of them. But it will also help the likes of Merba Alayez and Fa'at get into a nice early position, because they're drawn in 6 and 8 respectively, and with all those first time starters towards the inside, I'm expecting Merba Alayez to actually bounce out and grab the rail.
So I'm going to go 6, 13, 8 in here, just for my 2 paddock selections on top, and then throw your obvious, as always, selection into third. And for you?
I'll go 8, definitely to win. 13 and 17 for second and third.
All right. Well, we are going to go up to Mark Francis, who's going to take us through this race and see who he likes as well.
Thank you, team. Yeah, we could see in the back of shot a few moments ago, Dagger Alalaya, who continues to play up. He's going to win the award for the worst behaved horse in Saudi Arabia at the moment. This, of course, should be his racecourse debut. He's already got the cheek pieces on, so I think was always going to prove a handful. And also Simon was bouncing around in the paddock as well. He's had a couple of starts. I'm going to go with Fa'at here. We saw the VT there, so I'm joining Michael. Ricardo Ferreira riding. Has been off the track some time, but there's only £2 difference between Fa'at and Tom's selection Merba Alayez, that I just feel Fa'at shouldn't be discounted here. So the runners are loading. We're about halfway through, maybe beyond that. We're out of handicap company, of course, so saddlecloths matching their starting stall. They're just working now whether they can get Dagger Alalaya to go into the stalls. He's just not having any of it. It's got the attention of multiple stalls handlers. I think once the race is won or lost, Dagger Alalaya, let's look back at where he finishes. See if there's any ability. Jimmy Carrion got a sore back to get that one to the start. Waiting patiently, though, is Abu Al-Bashaya. Again, another one, I think, that can improve from his respective debut. 6th first time out. Might be one of those that have not made any of our short lists, but should keep an eye on. Last one to come in is for Art. We should be ready. Stand by. 18 runners. 6 furlongs again. And they're off. Racing away. Looks as though Kisham from the extreme left of picture was one of the slowest away, and so too was the white sleeves of Amar Al-Aziz. But as it is expected, Merba Alays has already hit the front, and chased through to challenge is Racine with the red blinkers. Further out the racecourse is Nikila in a similar coloured jacket. Also up with the pace then is Simon, who was playing up in the paddock. Back towards the inside rail is Abu Al-Bashaya, and also prominent is Fa'at. So as they level off down the side of the course and have gone through halfway, it's Merba Alays and Alex Moreno who have got a narrow advantage to Racine in second position. Pushed up into third now is Nikila, as Fahad is pushed along for the first time. One that's making eye-catching progress is Til Afad under Ahmed Al-Sharar, as they've got a furlong and a half left to go, and Merba Alays is the one to catch. Nikila is the challenger down the grandstand side. Between that pair is Til Afad. Fahad hasn't got anything more to offer. As they go inside the last 50, it's Merba Alays racing up towards the line, is clinging on here to the late challenge of Nikila, but Merba Alays just about has done enough. Merba Alays wins. Nikila in second, and Tilafard back in third. Pretty straightforward for Merba Alays. Alex Moreno again in the winners enclosure after a 4-timer yesterday. Tom Collins can go and walk in that enclosure as well. A winning selection from him in a time of 1:14.88. He might have the forecast as well, because as we'll see, Nikila may have just got up for second ahead of Tilafard back in third. The winning distance is a length. That was growing shorter all the way to the line, but Merba Alays always had enough in hand. Nikila second, Tilafard third, and Jcsa, who didn't get a mention, ran on to finish fourth. Merba Alays gets the deserved victory in race number 2.
Alex, well done, Alex. Tell me about the race, Alex.
Well, thank you. Well done to the trainer, the team. She was good filly. She was finished second. Then she was in a good shape, so she did well today. Thank you, buddy.
As always, a man of many words, Alex Moreno. He had a fantastic day yesterday with his 4-timer, already off the mark on the second race with another winner. And well done to our analyst, Tom Collins, for choosing that filly in this race. Highest rated filly in the race, 71, a 2-year-old by September Fortis out of Adorably Dangerous. Fantastic name for a mare. And I'm just intrigued as to what Alex has to say about that race. He rides these fillies so well. He knows how to talk to them. He knows how to win. And that's just the end of it. He's just casually thrown all of his equipment on the floor. But will be really good, and really good winner for the trainer as well. Now, congratulations, Alex. 4 winners yesterday, already 1 today. What do you have to say about that race?
Well, I'm just so happy, you know. I'm doing well this week. So I hope I can keep in that performance. Doing well today.
And would you say you were on the best horse in that race?
Well, I was thinking, yes, because she was finished second, fourth. Today she was impressive. She doing well.
And she handles the distance perfectly.
Yeah. After the break, I saw her, she was good, so just let her run.
And what did the trainer say to you before the race? Any specific instructions for her?
He said try to be close to the pace. If no matter God, you can make the pace. So that's what I do. You know.
Do you think you're going to get another 4-timer today?
I hope so. I hope it can be 5th.
Good luck, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamila. That was always insightful to hear what Alex has to say. He's obviously riding out of his skin right now.
Yeah, he's had a great day yesterday and started on the right note today. I like his poise in the saddle. You can just see there, leaning a little bit to the left, making sure the horse doesn't drift out in the straight. Switched the whip, but it made no difference. This Merbaralaise was picking up and responding to every urging that Alex Moreno was offering. And I was saying to you when we were off air just then, I don't see jockeys rolling up their sleeves like that very often.
Yeah, it's usually, I don't even know if it might be against the rules, to be honest, because it is the colors they are representing. But here we have a start. We have a few slow starts indeed. We have down on the inside, that looks like Amr Al-Aziz was a slow starter, and as well as, what was that?
Horse number 12, Storm Wing, was a little slowly away. So was Kissam, horse number 17 as well. But at this point, Merbaralaise has already hit the front, showing great speed up the inside, and Alex is dictating matters. What was interesting to me was that Jimmy Jerkin's horse, the first time starting reserve, Racine, showed the same kind of early speed to get up there. There's promise in this performance.
Yeah, very much so, and drew in the middle of the pack in 7 there, and was able to dictate a little bit of the pace here, probably a little bit too forward. I don't know. I don't love the ride on the horse, but I feel like this is one to look forward to, especially with the change in rider.
Yeah, for sure. Most of the pace held up. Like the winner
causing some issues on the way back.
Yes, the winner was always in front, and the second, who we can see in second right now, and the third, who is in third right now, were always in the top 4 throughout the race. So the speeds held up. The only one that went a little bit backwards was Jimmy's runner, Racine, but I don't think he fell through the pack. We can't see from this camera shot, but I think he finished in the top 5 or 6.
He took Fa'ad a little bit back there because he tightened up the inside. So I'll take a little bit of solace in the fact that he could have run a little bit better.
Yeah, potentially. It was also the first run since meeting 20 for that horse. So,
and he's already been sort of eased at this point. After he was in tight, they let him go. Yeah, but Jimmy should be happy with this one indeed, and hopefully. It was nice to get a Jimmy horse early in the day running. That way we can get more people involved in YouTube. And we hope to hear your thoughts on his runners as well as everyone else's in the hot streak that Moreno is on right now.
Absolutely. Racine, Jimmy's runner, eventually finished 6th. So, albeit he doesn't say that he's got any sprinters in his yard, any out-and-out sprinters, this horse looks a bit of a sprinter to me. He showed lots of early speed, faded back in the pack. Yes, he's probably a longer-term project, but the way he ran that race, to me, suggests like he'll be sticking over this 1200 next time.
Yeah, and the best part about it is he didn't pack it in completely.
Exactly, yeah, for sure. I think maybe a rider upgrade's in the offing as well.
Yeah, and I don't think it was probably the plan to ride it this way, and I think moving forward we're going to see a good horse. But speaking of not really a straightforward ride, I think that Moreno should get a lot of credit for Merbaralaise because this horse looked a handful a bit going down to the post. Wasn't exactly the most straightforward coming back. He had some opinions about she had some opinions about what she wanted to go on, and he kept her straight as an arrow coming home.
Yeah, Moreno kind of followed my exact brief. I don't know whether he's tuned in, he's got an earpiece or what.
Yes, he does.
I was saying that there are a lot of horses drawn inside that have never run before, therefore he can get straight across to the rail and dominate. And that's exactly what he did. And to be fair to this filly, she's running to a consistent level virtually every time she turns out on the track. Meeting 20, meeting 25, meeting 44, meeting 59, and again today at meeting 74. She's produced very similar efforts. Today she was able to break through, and she has enough talent and enough tactical speed to make an impact in higher level races, whether that be a horses who have won 0-1, so non-winners of 2, or whether it be a lower grade, local bred open race, because those races don't often turn out to be super hot. So she would have a chance in a race of that nature.
And it was nice to see Nikila run well. Obviously a paddock pick of mine. And obviously a form pick for you to finish second. And congratulations on getting the exacta there, 8:13.
Yeah, she ran very well. She bounced back to her debut kind of effort. We have seen this a lot, haven't we? With horses that have shown promise first up, they can disappoint.
Yeah.
Especially when they're quickly turned out like this one was. And she's gone back to her best. She's well capable of winning a race too.
This also goes back to your long-standing theory that the 2-year-old fillies are faster right now than the 2-year-old colts here and geldings here in the country, and they finished 1-2.
Yeah, it's I still don't know why, but it tends to be a trend right now that the fillies are quicker in these races where they're able to take on the boys. As I say, not all of them are quicker than the boys, but by any means. But in races like this, never write off the fillies.
Yeah, that was impressive, and obviously. Breaks through third, basically after 2 straight runner-up efforts. I wonder what they're going to do with her next. Now that she is a winner, is there a condition like a 1-3 that she can run in?
She could run in that. I would suggest more non-winners of 2. Horses in 1-0-1 would be the right spot. I don't know what the rest of the program book looks like for this year. She's a 2-year-old and she's had plenty of starts. So
Get over these rolled up sleeves.
yeah, it's something I've never seen before, that's for sure.
He just enjoys a good breeze, you know?
He does. He really does. He's got the white gloves like Gerard Mosse as well. Yeah, he's a character, Mr. Moreno.
I love it. Keep it up, Alex. Well, upcoming, we have a 1,400 meter 3-year-old, not winners of 1 to 2 races. Let's go to Mark for the field.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I need to roll my sleeves up here in the commentary box to try and find a winner as we go into race number 3. We're up to 7 furlongs, and they're headed by number 1, December, who is a grey for Luis Morales. The first of 2 for the owner. Tabakar is the other, one of 3 last time out winners. So Thurb Altiap rides the 3. In between that pair, the 2, Tabashir Abdullah Al Farouz, was well beaten in a hot race last time out. 4 is Bluff Abdullah Al Lawfig, who won at Chelmsford in January. 5 is Tahiyati for Noeth Al Mudiani. 6, Courageous Knight, rated 95 for Victor Gutierrez, formerly trained by Godolphin. The Kati is 7, Fahid Al Faradi, and 8, Azizan for Mohamed Al Ajimi. 9 is Smoky Quartz for Egberto Ramos, was last in the Type Cup in September, but has plenty of class. 10 is Martha's Miracle. Abdullah Al-Kridis has been off for 9 months. 11 is Tawaj for Fawas Wanas, who has been impressive of late, winning at meeting 37. 12 is Bojink in the cheek pieces. Abdulaziz Al-Masa, right at the foot of the ratings. 13 is Mahalik, certainly a pace angle for Tariq Al-Mansour. 14 is Dashing Topper, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. Only win was back in February. Tandu for the filly, Iyad Al-Tarizi was second in a Jcsa Sprint Cup race back at meeting 42. 16 is Jcsa, old rival of Mahalik, also a pace angle here for Naif Al-Anazi. 17 Akfiq Alex Moreno. 18 Alula Mohamed Al-Habib. 19 Masaya Mohamed Al-Dahan, running a lot of good races recently. And 20 is Miyagi Camilo Ospina. I think it's Camilo's first ride of the night. So a full field of 20 now. It's a good race, this, plenty of chances, and I'm off to narrow my shortlist.
Be a tough one to pull apart, but we get 20 runners, no outs at this point, so it's very straightforward from that perspective. Not straightforward from the fact that you're going to have to find a winner.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. We've got lots of ex-UK based horses in here. We've got some local breds as well, and some horses with US kind of pedigrees, so it's a good mix. Find it difficult. I'm kind of leaning towards one, but we'll get to that in the runner by runner.
Yeah, it's just we're going to start off with December, appropriately a grey. It's 2 for 12 thus far.
The last win came in a 0-85 apprentice race back at meeting 20. It's been a long time since then, 4 runs, and this gelding's been performing relatively well, but without troubling the judge.
Looking well, there is Tabashir, number 2, as Sharp as Teka, 3-year-old, 1 for 4.
Finished second in a non-winners of 2 on the penultimate outing. This is tougher.
Tawaka is number 3. He's 1 for 11, comes off a victory by Golden Sense. Very good sire.
Maiden winner, last time up at meeting 49, should do well in handicaps rather than this grade.
Bit of a break coming in as well. Number 4 there is Bluff. Is 1 for 2 thus far, comes off a 12th place finish.
As Mark said, this horse won a Chelmsford novice, was with Robert Cowell. Not shown much since moving to Saudi Arabia.
Tahiyati is number 5 in shot there. 1 for 6 thus far, a couple of bad runs coming out of.
Yep, needs to improve a great deal on what we've seen this year.
Number 6 is Courageous Knight. one victory thus far. Comes out of a 17th last time.
Formerly with Charlie Appleby and Godolphin, they let this horse go pretty early in his development, and last time up he didn't show anything. So I don't think he's capable right now of running to that mark of 95.
Facati is 2 for 21 thus far. Comes off a 5th and a 3rd.
Better runs, both of those efforts, than what we saw in Taif. This track seems to suit. Again, she needs to take a little step forward, but she is a two-time winner.
Jcsa is 1 for 2 thus far, comes off a victory.
Rated just 53. That win last time was okay, but the UK form prior to the two Saudi runs is pretty bleak.
I'm sorry, Smoky Courts is number 9, who was right there carrying the black of Prince Sultan bin Michel, 2 for 8 thus far.
18th in the Taif Cup, a race that's worked out very nicely.
Number 10 is Martha's Miracle, 1 for 9 thus far.
First run in 9 months, finished 14th in an Open last time.
You just saw number 11 there, who's 1 for 2 thus far. This is Tawaj.
Won a 1600-metre maiden last time up, dropping down in distance.
Bojink is number 12, 1 for 4 thus far, comes off a 7th place finish.
Not good enough, only rated 49.
Number 13 right there is Mahalink, is 2 for 16, comes off a 2nd and a win.
I like this horse. I think he's got a great chance. He was chinned in an Open last month.
Number 14 right there is Dashing Topper, 1 for 8, 9th last time.
Just not good enough on what we've seen lately. Long layoff as well from meeting 40.
Tandoof is in shot right there, number 15. 2 wins from 7 runs, been pretty consistent.
Fair type form, that's for sure. It's been banging on the door, but this is the first run for 3 months.
Picked this one last time. This is Jcsa, 3-year-old by Muharar, comes off an 8th place finish last week.
Mid-division that day, ran okay, not as good as on the prior start meeting 66.
There she is, and there he is in shot right there. Looking okay, actually looking pretty well in the flesh and very fit, much fitter than last week. We have Afkeek is number 17, who will be in shot right there. Afkeek is 2 for 8 and was 2nd last time.
Probably the horse to beat in this race. Was a good 2nd last time, coming off the layoff. First run in Riyadh. That came in similar grade over this distance. Alex Moreno's just ridden a winner. Lots to like about him.
Number 18 is Alula, 1 for 6 and was 6th last time.
2nd in a cup race at 2. Came back, probably needed the run last time up. Whether he needs to go get this run under his belt as well, I'm not sure. I think there are better horses in here.
Another sort of unexposed one from Jimmy Jerkins. That one is Messiah's number 19. It's 2 for 9 thus far. Comes off a pair of 3rd place finishes.
Most recently, it came in an Open company, won 3rd. Earlier in the season was also 8th in the Taif Derby. You can't write this one off.
And number 20, Miyagi, will hope to wax on a victory. 1 for 8 is 11th last time.
Camilo needs to be at his absolute best on board this horse. I think you said the exact same pun last week.
I did, and nobody paid attention, and it was fantastic. You're welcome. We'll go to Shamila right now. Shamila, who looks good out there?
As Taylor Swift once said, I go back to December all the time. However, not in this race, not this time. I will be siding with horse number 11, Tawaj, in this race. First last time out in meeting 37. So he's had a good break and he looks like an absolute bull. As most of these Abdulaziz Khalid horses do. He's ridden by Fawaz Wanas, who's back off a ban. So great to see him back in the saddle. I wish I really liked December, but out of the 2 horses for the same trainer, I will say that horse number 3 is looking better. A couple of negatives for this race. Horse number 7, Thikati, you can tell he's by Two-Step Salsa because he's getting a little bit spicy in the parade ring. And another filly as well, horse number 9, Smoky Quartz, is a little bit on her toes as well. So those are my 2 negatives, but I will be sticking with horse number 11, Tawaj. Hopefully Fawaz Wanas can get his 50th winner.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. She goes with number 11, Tawaj, the 2nd son of Golden Sense in this spot, or offspring of Golden Sense. The other one, Tawaka, is a filly. Now, Golden Sense is known for these, a lot of speed usually, and they're able to usually extend it to a mile. So the 7 furlongs, this 1,400 meters, might hit this one right on the nose.
Yeah, potentially. He won over 1,600 in his maiden last time up. I thought he was strong at the finish that day. Maybe this trip will be perfect for him. He's unexposed over the distance. He's mainly tried the mile. So he's an interesting runner in this race. I'm not completely against him, but I think there are more obvious winners in the field than him.
As far as from a looking standpoint, the one that actually jumped off, I don't love his form on the page, but Tabashir is the one that I thought looked the best in the parade ring, number 2. Looked just very fit and ready to go. Any chances at all there, or should I just put my chips elsewhere?
Well, he finished 2nd on his penultimate outing. It wasn't a bad effort, as we're just picking up a piece of form right now. This is Afkeek. just switching out from in behind runners, makes a late move in this race into second place. It was a good effort. The horse just in behind in the red silks with the red cap, I believe, is a horse called Groom, who runs tomorrow or later today, either or. And I think, just double checking, that winner was Rebellious Stage last week.
Yeah, and
so the winner's good.
Yeah, this is behind a top class horse and obviously has earned its right into being the one to beat. And shot there is number 13, Mahalik, who's 2 for 16 thus far. Comes off a second place finish, and that was on November 23rd.
Yeah, I like this horse. This is going to be my selection in the race. I think Akfiq, the horse we've just seen, is the most likely winner, but I like this performance from Mahalik. The rider was super confident turning for home. He just couldn't get the job done. He was wound up in the early stages to get the position, and then that kind of took its toll in the final 100 metres. He virtually stops in the closing stages, which is not a good sign. But, you know, I think this horse has
They're
enough.
all closing in on this horse. Does that worry you at all here?
It does. I'm hoping that Tariq Al-Mansour, who we saw to great effect last week and the week before, is a little bit more conservative in the saddle. You don't need to go and get a huge early advantage on this one today.
Tandouf is number 15 you see there. Comes off a second place finish, and that was on September 9th.
Back at Taif this day, being on the speed was a huge advantage in Taif virtually every single day of the meet, and Tandouf wasn't on the speed. So you can mark up the performance there. You can see he took a lot of kickback in this race. The jockey did on the outside and the filly as well. But she runs home in the straight. She's pretty strong in the closing stages, as you can see here. She's the only horse to make up considerable ground from the back of the pack. She doesn't quite get the job done, but she would have done in maybe 4 more strides.
And what distance was this?
This was over the same trip.
Okay, so just, you know, over the 7 furlongs, the 1,400 meters. Be interesting to see whether or not that one moves forward at all, because that was very impressive. You don't see a lot of horses closing like that on that surface.
No, she's by Noble Mission, who's
lots of stamina.
Yeah, she's got lots of stamina. So this is probably her bare minimum kind of distance. And
there she is right there, looking extremely well.
The only thing that worries me with her is it's her first run for 3 months. I know horses can come off relatively short, but you know, also relatively long absences like that and win, but I prefer the race fit types, which is why I'm siding with Mahalik. Only ran at meeting 67. So a couple of weeks ago, perfect little layoff for this colt, and hoping that he's going to get out towards the front, but not go too hard in the early stages to save some energy for the latter part of the race. The most likely winner, though, is Akfiq under Alex Moreno.
Any chance at all for the ex-Appleby, Courageous Knight?
I'm not convinced by this horse. I don't know why they'd have got rid of him so early if they thought that he had more potential. He was rated 95 in the UK, so you know, it wasn't like he was a back number there. He performed to a good level for Appleby, and they decided to get rid of him and send him over here. And his first run in Saudi Arabia, when he finished 17th, was not overly promising. I think he's got a lot to prove now. Look, he's shown he's got ability to win a race like this, but that ability wasn't for this trainer.
Yeah, that was a different set of circumstances. Definitely was once considered well. Anytime they get rid of him early is usually never a good sign.
No.
Because he only likes to keep listed and above horses basically in the yard.
Yeah.
So definitely a race hard to pull apart. I'm going to stick with Tabashir, give him a shot on the paddock pick there. Shamila's got her selection as well. You stay with Mahalik.
Yes.
We're going to go to Mark Francis, see who he likes, and let him call the race.
A great theory for this race. Mahalik, pace setter. Jcsa, pace setter. They're both going to set it up for Tandouf, who we saw in the footage there. Flying home, yes, has had a bit of a break, Tandouf, but second in a Jcsa Sprint Cup race. I was going to highlight that Tandouf was in front of Jasmine, hoping that Jasmine, of course, had won the first, but that form took a bit of a knock. Be another day for Jasmine, I'm sure. Tandouf for me, Iyad Al Tarizi, stall 15. The pace is all around her. Mahalik in 13, Jcsa in 16, Akfiq in 17. But Alex Moreno has only twice been out of the top 2. Struggle for form in the summer. Bounced back with a decent second last week. In comes Courageous Knight, rated 95. Bojing in the luminous yellow or green. Of course, Al Wadani colours are on show here with December and Tawakar. Tawakar has the white cap. Just waiting to see December, who is drawn in 1. Can't see at the moment. Zizan into 8. Mohamed Alajimi on his maiden last week. This is 53. He has a little bit to find here. Thakati, a filly, Fahed Al Faradi. Tabashir comes in. And December has the red cap on the inside for Luis Morales. Also out of line is Alula and Smoky Quartz into 9. So 3 left to come forward for our third race here, and non-winners of 3 for fillies and colts. 90,000 Saudi Riyal. So we're up a furlong here to 1,400 metres. December into 1. Smoky Quartz into 9. Build a set. And they're off. Weren't waiting about, were they, as they jump away over 7 furlongs. Chased at the back of the field is Tawaj, who was slowly away from stall number 11, but looking to make up ground now deep on the course. But up with the pace, Tawakar, white cap towards the inside, got away smartly. So too did Thakati, and as expected, Mahalik is problem as well. So Mahalik in the green colours, third to the left, probably has the overall advantage. Towards the inside is Tawakar, and between that pair is Thakati. Just back towards the inside rail is the grey horse, red cap of December, pushed along for a few strides. Tabashir just nicking that one's place. Further out in the racecourse, Jcsa is looking to get handy. So too is Alula, and so too as well Masayar, who is about 7 wide on the turn as they've gone past halfway then. And up ahead, Thakati has the call to Mahalik, who is poised to pounce in second. Pushed along for the first time in third position is Tawaj now, who moves up sides, and then comes Alula as they go inside the last furlong and a half, and hitting the front now, deeper down the outside is Akfiq. Akfiq is taken over from Mahalik. Alula is the eye catcher, moving into third, but racing into the closing stages, and Akfiq is going to return to the winners' enclosure here. A high rating, has only twice been at the top 2. He's going to finish first today, all right. Akfiq the winner. Mahalik in second, Alula in third. Close for fourth between Thakati and the never near a courageous knight. Akfiq, who moved up around the turn. Gaithal Gaith and Alex Moreno combine. Alex with the double. No sleeves rolled up here. Pushed out down the centre of the course. Has got home smartly. Took over the lead from Mahalik. Took dead aim down the centre. And the jockey did the rest. Guided this one to the line in a time of 1:25.68. Akfiq wins. Last time a winner back at meeting 9. And here we are in December, and Akfiq is back in front. Mahalik has run well in second for Tom Collins, 4 lengths back in second. Alula was in third for Jimmy Jerkins, and it was close for fourth, wasn't it? Thakati has just edged that battle over Courageous Knight, who in a couple more strides may have got fourth. But Akfiq is the winner of race number 3.
Good race, Alex.
Thank you very much, Alan. Well done to the stable sire, Gaita Gay, Michelle, all the team. Actually, he's a beautiful horse. He's a nice one. And today he was just perfect. He's doing well today. And congratulations to everyone. Thank you, buddy.
A very quick double there for Alex Marino in the third race of the day. Akfiq jumps out of stall 17, absolutely no bother to him. The beautiful 3-year-old colt by Macho Uno out of Little Miss Richie. Now, Alex keeps his cards close to his chest. We know this already. But are we expecting him to have another 4-timer today? I really well am, because he has so many good rides today. He's been riding so confidently lately, and I really wouldn't be surprised if he even had a 5-timer today. I'm going to go ahead and say that. But kind of surprised that Akfiq didn't stand out to me in the parade ring or in the preliminary stages, because walking around the winner's circle here, he looks absolutely stunning, and fantastic run as well from Mahalik to come in second. But I mean, this weekend is all about Alex Marino. He's just brilliant jockey. And we love to see him ride winners. We love to see him in the winners' enclosure. And when he does open up to us, he gives us a great insight as to how he rode the horses, what decisions he was making, quick thinking, because jockeys tend to have to make decisions really quickly as they jump out of the stalls, where they position themselves. And Alex is always just super cool and confident in his rides, and he doesn't give too much away. I'm sure that he does get nervous at times. However, he has all that confidence in his horses, and it really shines through. Just weighing in here now, he's decided not to dump all of his equipment on the floor this time, which is great to see. So hopefully he can give us a little more insight into that race. Congratulations, Alex. Quick double.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're going to have to stop winning. I'm going to run out of questions to ask you.
What I can say, I just ride a good horse. He's on best performance today. And he's a beautiful horse. He's a nice one.
And you rode him last time out when he came second. He jumped out of stall 1 back then. Do you think the stall was the problem maybe?
I don't think so. I think he wasn't ready like today. So that's why he finished second. I think if he was like that today, he might fight the race last week.
So you definitely feel that he was fitter today?
Yeah, today he was 100%. And you know how he do it.
And do you think he could stay at this distance? What does Gaith Al-Gaith think about him?
Well, I think he can go above 1,500. But depend on the trainer, you know.
Brilliant. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. And Moreno's now won 6 races in 2 days.
Yep.
He could stop now and already had a big weekend.
He's flying. I can't remember what the tally was last week for Camilo, but it was around 6 or 7. So Moreno's really producing a show this week so far. And yeah, it was another perfect ride, wasn't it? Always in the right spot. He leans very much to his left on all of his horses in the home straight. It just, seems to work the trick. And this race kind of went exactly how I panned it out, just the first 2 were in the wrong order.
But yeah, you just didn't have the winner, did you?
No, well, it was the obvious one.
No.
I tried to look against the obvious one, and yeah.
I don't think that's usually the case, is it? No, I'm kidding. Busting you a little bit, but yes, the source was impressive, and you obviously had the 1-2 and the 2-1.
Yeah.
But Akfiq has been. We look at the running of the race, was in the right spot the entire way around.
Exactly, 4 wide Akfiq right now, white silks, yellow saddlecloth you can just see in behind, but Alex is kind of getting the perfect toe in. My selection, Mahalik, at this point is already going forward.
He's eased his way down without taking any energy out of the horse, which is perfect for this run. He's riding him like like the favorite that he is.
Yeah, exactly. He knew he was on the best horse. This colt finished behind Rebellious Stage last time up, and that was just last week, and we were very high on Rebellious Stage coming into Saudi Arabia from the US. Just about to see Mahalik take the front in the green silks. Tariq Al Mansour is about to ask him for a little bit of effort, and he responds, manages to go by the leader, but right on his shoulder is Akfiq, strong stayer. And we saw the footage of Mahalik on his previous start, and he was weak at the end, so it was writing on the wall at this point.
Once again, as you mentioned, Rebellious Stage being touted again through this form.
Yeah.
This horse has always been, if the receipts are any indication, this horse has always been well intended. $200,000 he cost as a 2-year-old at OBS, breezing up. Chad Schumer, who buys a lot of horses for, Kentucky-based Chad Schumer buys a lot of horses for Saudi interests, bought this one, and he usually has a good strike rate with him. And this one finally breaks through. and shows the kind of form that he was needed. Obviously, third run, he's 3 for 9 at this point. Does he have the ability to step up into, proper cup races coming off a 95?
For sure. Maybe open races would be the better option rather than cup races, because we've already seen when he runs into a cup horse like Rebellious Stage, he runs well, but he's no match. I loved how he quickened, by the way, there. We just saw the great shot with the camera on the car, and it was from the other side of the track. But you just got to see when Alex asked for any kind of effort, this horse really quickened up immediately and responded, and I like to see that. This was just his second run in Riyadh. 2 good performances so far, finishing second behind Rebellious Stage, as I say.
He's got some quirks, it seems. Even when he was tapped a little bit, he kind of veered a little bit.
He does, but he still responds. He knows what he's doing at the same time as being a little bit quirky.
Yeah, and he comes from he's by Macha Uno, who was a juvenile Breeders' Cup juvenile winner. Was very, but it was a rare commodity, in that he kept his form through 2, 3, 4, and 5. Proper horse. Became a really nice stallion for Adina Springs. So makes him a grandson of the great Holy Bull. Now this is a interesting horse moving forward. He's going to have to take on much better horses. Hopefully he doesn't run into Rebellious Stage anytime soon.
Yes.
He'll probably get stuffed properly at that point. Big run again from another Jimmy Jerkins runner. Who, finishing third this time. And another runner, this one might even be more impressive than the last race. Alula came up and just ran really well down the straight and seemed to be involved from mid-pack onward.
Yeah, he was second in a cup race at 2, but you never know whether a horse is going to improve from 2 to 3. And actually the reappearance run wasn't up to scratch, but we have said this before, Jimmy Jerkins' horses generally improve a great deal from their first to second start, and it was good to see Alula take a step forward. This was yet another race where wide draws dominated. The winner broke from 17, second was from 13, and Alula came from 18.
Moreno seems to be just so good at getting them to ease their way down, and sort of, I think that comes down to the break, doesn't it? Where they have to basically get out into the forward position and ease their way down to where they should be, and he just does it probably better than anybody I've seen at this point.
Yeah, he's great from the gates. He's also well capable of winning from any kind of position. So although we have seen him on the front or near the front, he can win from anywhere.
Well, we have a 1,800-meter 4-year-old and up Saudi-bred winners of 1 to 3 races coming up in just a second, and we're going to go to Mark Francis for the runners and riders.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, a mile and a furlong, 1,800 metres for a non-winners of 4 event. For the older horses, they're headed by number 1, Yahweh Abdullah Al Farouz. 2 is Anar for Iyad Al Tarizi. And 3, Min Al Shakareen for Alex Moreno, looking for the hat-trick. Eddie Castro rides the 4. Estaher, who is one of 4 greys in this lineup. 5 is Al Qadran for Camilo Ospina. And 6, Al Bastro, another grey, Fawas Wanas, as Shamila mentioned earlier, back from suspension. Modaher is the 7 with Berto Ramos. And 8 is Hathaf for Abdullah Al Rashed. 9 is Roman Al Hamar for Luis Morales. 10, Alek Al Abtar. 11 is a scratch, so 1 to 12, Barak Al Anaya for Fahed Al Faradi. 13, Al Monta Esh for Mohammed Suleiman. 14, Abu Sheikar Tariq Al Mansour. Layun Dinar is the only filly in this lineup for Abdulaziz Al Massa. Mashrud is 16, Naif Al Anazi. 17, Al Mashlouf Mohammed Al Sharima. And a few over the page, 18, Muradid for Naif Al Farouz. 19, well, real mouthful this one, La Ayunak Yanawaf for Mohammed Al Daham. 20 is Batua with the cheek pieces. And Zajran also gets a run, gets stall number 11 in the absence of horse 11. So 20 runners over the Saudi Cup distance here for race number 4. Gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mark. We'll need you to repronounce number 19 a few times over for us, if you can, next time. Looking forward to it. I hope that horse is in front for at least the first 3 or 4 furlongs, so we get a few calls of it. But yes, the horses are looking well as they come into the parade ring and parade around behind us at this point. Some catching the eye. The 4 looks quite well. That Esh Taher, who's a 2 for 11 sort. We'll get to that one in just a moment when we go through the runner by runner. A few other ones in there. Anybody kind of on paper kind of jumping off the page for you?
I don't think there is a clear standout in here, I have to say. I'm going to be taking a shot at a horse who's maybe not obvious, but is rated quite highly in 83. The joint highest rated horse, second highest rated horse in the race. The highest rated horse is ridden by Alex Moreno again. So whether we see a hat trick for Moreno will be, we'll be able to see in about 20 minutes or so. That is Min Alasha Kareen, horse number 3. Rated 84 in this race. Alex had success in these silks, the Al Mandil silks yesterday when he rode Lagertha Rhyme and Reem Al Riyadh. So maybe he will have further success today.
Another one also catching the eye for me is number 17, but that might just be the goat, to be honest. That's Al Mashlouf, who is 2 for 20. We're going to go through the runner by runner here in just a second. We're actually starting with a 7-year-old son of Graham Hall. That is number 1, Yarwi, 3 wins, rated 81 coming in, so obviously must be respected.
Yes, he finished 16th in an open last time. Horse number 1, Yarwi, just see there in the top of shot on the right-hand side. This is the easiest task this colt has faced in 3 years, but he hasn't run for 3 years, so that's probably why.
Well done, yes. I mean, we've seen some horses recently come back from long layoffs and do quite well. Do you think, what do you attribute that to? Is it certain yards are better at it, or? Yeah,
I think so. Certain trainers try to get these horses back and running something towards their best on the return to action. Others, Jimmy Jerkins being one, would look to see some promise and then getting them really tuned up on the second or third start. So, it's different depending on whoever the trainer is.
So it's interesting here. The behind us, you cannot quite see it in the shot right now, but number 1, Yarwi, we mentioned before. He's definitely taking it all in, literally, as we move around. There he is. He keeps stopping every few stops. You'll see us in the background. He's looking very well for a horse that hasn't run in a while.
Yes, he is. Hopefully he can produce something like his best on a comeback. He's a 7-year-old, and as I say, the layoff is a concern for today.
Anar is number 2, rated 58, 1 win from 18 starts.
Hasn't featured in 3 runs this year.
Min Al-Shakarin is 2 for 20 and 14th last time, a win, 2 back.
Highest rated horse in the race, Alex Moreno rides. That win came in a 0 to 75, finished 14th in this grade last time. That's a bit of a concern.
One I kind of like right now is Eshtaher, looks very well right now. Son of Macho. We saw 1 win yesterday.
I personally think he's going to come on for the run, judging by his looks there, but he's got talent.
Number 5 is Al Khadram, 1 for 28. It gets Ospina in the saddle.
Took 25 attempts to win, then won at meeting 40. Gets Camilo, as you say, handicaps the way forward, not this race.
See number 6 in just a second there, it'll be Albastro. It's 2 for 22 by the sprinter Milo Conveyance.
10 months off the track. What I saw last year from the replays, I think this horse wants further.
Number 7 is Moldhair, who's 3 for 30, capping it at 10% right now. It's about your rate?
Yeah, slightly better than that. We're looking at 33. This horse is regressing rapidly.
There he is right there. Number 8 coming in. He's 1 for 9. This is a son of Dubai destination named Hathaf.
Had a year off the track. Horse number 8, Hathaf. Again, that would be a major worry. We're about to see whether he looks fit or not.
He might need the run.
Very long back towards
yeah,
as well.
he's long back, short legs. Oh, he's starting to perk up a little bit. Love to see that as soon as the jockey gets on. Number 9 there in the red stable colors is Ramam Al-Hamar, 2 for 16, 10th last time for Saad and Morales.
Out and out stayer, this horse. Wants every bit of 2,400 metres, so the 1,800 probably not ideal.
So it looks like a workout for him to get him ready for the longer races.
Exactly.
Al-Iraq Al-Abtar is 1 for 21, comes off a couple of double digits efforts.
Just not good enough to play a part. 1 from 21, as you say, rated 53.
There he is right there, looking like he's going to need the run as well. On his toes a bit, but he's definitely not. We're going to go to Shamila right now, who is in the parade ring and has got a nice little up-close and personal view of these horses.
Well, it's ahead of the 4th race of the evening, and the sun is starting to dip, which means it's going to get cold very soon. So the jacket is going to have to come out really quickly as well. My paddock selection in this race is horse number 4, Ishtaher. Has a pretty consistent season, 6th last time out in meeting 19, so has had a pretty long break now that it's meeting 74, but 3rd before that and 2nd before that. Eddie Castro takes the reins this time for Prince Faisal bin Khalid, and they've been having a really good season so far. This horse looks fit and primed, ready to go for this race, so I really wouldn't be surprised if this horse is in the winner's enclosure in a few minutes' time. However, I also wouldn't be surprised if Alex Moreno was in the winner's enclosure in a few minutes' time as well, since he's on one of the top-rated colts in this race, horse number 3. I really couldn't make a play for this horse as a parade ring selection. He just really didn't look as good as horse number 4. I also really like the look of horse number 14 as well. Not great last time out, came 13th. So I have to stick with my guns. I have to stick with Eddie Castro, and he did have a winner yesterday as well, so hopefully he can keep the ball rolling with that one.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. She goes with number 4, Jcsa, who was one that I thought looked well in the parade ring. I also thought the 17 looked pretty well as well. There is number 13 in shot there. That's Almontaesh, who's 1 for 23. We'll come back to the 12 when we have a chance. Almontaesh was 10th last time.
2 runs this year just haven't been as good as he's shown in the past, but he's only rated 53.
There's that 14, Jcsa, is 3 for 12, 13th last time, a winner 2 back.
This is my selection in the race. I would like to see him look a touch better, but he won back in meeting 60 on his return to action. Last time up, I thought he ran perfectly fine despite finishing 13th.
Number 15 there is Lea Yundina, is 3 for 32, 5th last time.
Third up off the layoff is an angle I like.
Number 16 there is Masroud, 1 for 20, 13th last time.
Naif Alanazi will need to be at his best to get across from this draw.
Al Mashlouf keeps on catching my eye, just might need the run, but it's a nice big strong thing, 2 for 20.
He's a place player if he can negotiate the wide gate.
We're moving on right now, number 18 there is Moraded, 1 for 11, 11th in his last 2. 11 seems to be the key.
Exactly, yet to make the top 10 this season.
Lao Yunak Yanawaf is 1 for 20. Take that, Mark. 1 for 20 was 16th last time.
Far from prolific and expected to come on.
Number 20 is Batua, who is 3 for 36, 18th last time.
Not talented enough to win this race and is drawn wide.
And with these festive colors, that is Zajran, 1 for 13, 5th last time.
Should improve for that comeback. It wasn't terrible either, but this horse is rated 62, facing better opposition.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough race to pull apart, but you are sticking strongly with Abu Sheikha. 3 for 12, winner 2 back. And I can see why. It doesn't look that bad. I wouldn't criticize it too much on the in the prelims here. We see Zajran going to post there, looking like he's taking an afternoon nap. Very, very, very relaxed. If you like that sort of thing, it's not a bad thing to see second off the layoff. No. And as far as, so you've already established who you like on top here. I'm going to decide in just a moment. If something catches my eye, but I'm leaning toward the 17, probably has no chance whatsoever. But is at least by the same stallion, Corto is yours.
Yes,
so we'll take
sure.
that.
Yeah, that's a little
the only link we have.
Look, this race is wide open. This would be my least confident selection all day, I think. You can make a case for probably 8, 9, maybe even 10 of these in the 20-runner field. And you'd have solid reason for doing so. You can only scratch a line through about 4 of them. Abu Sheikha, I am taking a bit of a guess at, because last time did seem to bounce a touch when 13th. I'm happy to put a line through it because this horse has been consistent and prolific in the past with a strike rate of around 25% in his career so far, 3 from 12. That win back at meeting 60 was promising, and we have seen these horses who can win off layoffs, long layoffs at that, come back and not run as well next time. So maybe there was a sound excuse for Abu Sheikha. Again, though, I am taking a shot on this one. I think the most likely winner in the race is horse number 3, Min Al Shakareen for Alex Moreno. But that horse, like Shamila said in the prelims, didn't look as good as I would have liked. So I'm happy to pick an outsider in this race.
You wouldn't be a shock to see Moreno win again. He is with the highest rated horse in the race. We are having fun pulling this apart, and it's been pretty difficult to do so. One of the most competitive races on the day. Anybody who's on YouTube right now, definitely weigh in and tell us who you like there into the chat. And we look forward to seeing some of our regulars on there. I haven't seen Jose Martinez yet, but I'm sure it's a matter of time.
Yeah, it's early morning still for Jose this time of day. He normally clocks in around now, to be fair. So hopefully you guys are all watching and enjoying the race. And as you say, let us know who you like in this race, because it's one of the trickiest puzzles all week.
So we're gonna go top 3 here, since it definitely is a race that's difficult to pull apart. I'm gonna go number 17 on top here. That's Al Mashlouf. I'm gonna put your 14 there in second, and I'll probably put the 4, who's going to be Jcsa in third. And for you?
Just finding a winner would be nice in this kind of race, but I'll go 14 to win, which is Abu Sheikha. The other 2 I think will play a part is Min Al Shakareen, horse number 3, and maybe Camilo Ospina's ride, horse number 5, Al Kadram. As I say, this horse took 25 attempts to win. But sometimes these long-standing maidens, once they get a win under their belt, they can really improve.
All right, so it's a wide open race. We've covered a lot of these horses. We'll go to Mark Francis now, see who he likes. I'm sure he has a few ideas.
Oh, it's a tough old race, this one, Michael, isn't it? I think you could pick 5 or 6 and still not have the winner. Before the paddock assessment from Shamila, I did like the chances of Esteher. I think can improve on his 3 efforts so far. Has had a bit of a break. Eddie Castro in the plate today. Carries the first colours of the red stable. Speaking of colours, Eddie Castro has a red cap. Luis Morales, same ownership, has the white cap on Roman Al-Kamar. And also Camilo Ospina in the colours of the Abdelli Sons. The red, white and green body, black sleeves and black cap for Camilo. Whilst Nave Alanazi on Masroud 16 has the white cap. As the runners are circling down at the start. It is a really, really tough puzzle as they're just working on Barak Al-Anaya for Fahed Al-Faredi. He's been seen plenty at the racecourse this year. Finished 8th back at meeting 68. It's a lot of mixed ratings in here. It's I'd say easy to find those that should make the frame because they're running at this grade. It's a non-winners of 4. They've all won a race. They all know how to win. Zajran, who was a reserve, gets in here to stall 11. There's the first colours for Eddie Castro. Estahar, the grey, as the black blinkers on. This really is a wide open race here. Best of luck with your selections. Let us know in the comment section on YouTube if you're looking forward to Commissioner King and the rest in our final 3 races. 3 absolute belters to come here on this Jcsa English broadcast. Live on YouTube, myself, Michael, Tom and Shamila, bringing you the coverage here in the Saudi capital. Halfway through loading. Using almost all of the back straight here. A mile and a furlong. So there'll be a good 4 furlong dash or so before they reach their first and only turn. Got 5 out of line here, including Al Kadram, Roman Al Hamar, also Min Al Shakareen. Alex Moreno looking for the hat-trick here. Moroni at race number 4. Had a great day yesterday, didn't he? It's looking like the same again today. Alec Al-Abtar with the red socks coming into 10. And Roman Al-Hamar, second colours of the red stable for Luis Morales. Hat-trick yesterday, no joy so far today. He's got the use of pretty much every stalls handler possible. But he is kicking back, and the blindfold now goes on. So we're just waiting for the 9 here. Roman Al-Hamar, 2 wins from 16 starts. Been out of form lately. And after a few pats, our friend in the white top is nearly in. 1 or 2 kicks and waves, and the whole field are in. Stand by. 9 furlongs, 1,800 metres, flags up. And they're off. Decent line then over the 9 furlong start. One of the first to show was Al Bastro in the centre of the grey horse. Just tacking across is the orange colours of Abo Sheikar, the grey, to sit handy with Min Al Shakareen. So Min Al Shakareen and hat-trick seeking Alex Moreno shows the way by about half a length to the orange jacket of Abo Sheikar as the runners join up with the round course. Towards the inside, extreme right of shot, Yahweh is also prominent, and so too is the red headgear of Al Kadram. Deeper out on the racecourse then we have the maroon colours of Moda here for Wigberto Ramos, as company on the outside with Alec Al-Abtar. The widest runner on the racecourse at the moment is the blue colours of Muradid. It's just being tracked through there by La Oyunak Yan Nawaf. Definitely had to get that one in. At the back of the field, the white cap Roman Al-Hamar is one of the last still going, and so too is the blue sleeves of Batua. as they've completed their first 400 meters and they go down the side of the course. And it's Min Al Shakareen in the green colors, tracked by Abo Sheikar, who probably just noses ahead now. Red Cap of Estahar has made ground to sit in third position, and back towards the inside rail is Al Bastro, who's chased along for the first time. The same can be said for the maroon colors then for Wigberto Ramos on Modihar, and then comes Muradid as Abo Sheikar has hit the front. Abo Sheikar, Tariq Al Mansour now clear away by about 4 lengths, chased by Estahar, who's moving into second, and then comes Modahar in third and Muradid in fourth. But Abo Sheikar is pulling further and further clear here for Tariq Al Mansour in the orange colours, is motoring clear, extending all the way up towards the line, and Abo Sheikar will win this easily, pushed out, does it comfortably. Abo Sheikar, an easy winner. Second position was Estahar, close for third, involving Modihar and also the running on Barak Alanayar, who was certainly an eye-catcher from out of the pack. One horse race here, Abo Sheikar, another winner for Tom. Great horse, got across from stall 14, had that challenge with Mil Al Shakareen, fought that battle off, rounding the turn, and kept on finding for pressure. Wins at a time of 1:53.30. It's not the worst time in the world over 9 furlongs, but the winning distance, 10 lengths, will speak volumes over Estahar in second, who's run a decent race for my selection in second. Very tight for third, possibly just Barak Alanayar. Yes, has been confirmed. Barak Alanayar third ahead of Modihar, and the judges needed to split 5th, 6th and 7th. But Abo Sheikar probably already in the winner's enclosure, crossing the line for the rest. Abo Sheikar, the winner of race number 4.
Big congrats to Tom here. He gets off that a bit of a schneid, a bit. Schneid comment earlier, he does not hit a 10%, I swear. He's more of a 15 at least.
We're 2 out of 4 today. We're 50. We're 50 today.
No, a very nice shot there, Jcsa. It was not the most obvious horse, but one on form that you really had to do your homework, and you did that. Well done. This horse not only won, crushed them.
Yeah, won by 10 lengths. I wasn't anticipating that, even though I liked the horse. I would have taken a nose victory. But, this horse was miles the best. And Tariq Al Mansour continues to defy what we expect from him.
Yeah.
He doesn't get the best rides, but he rides a lot of winners.
And he rode this one with a lot of confidence throughout, had it handy, had it basically on the pace or near it the entire time, and took the race to them. And it was just a very professional, very mature ride for a young, was he 16?
Yeah, 16 years old. He's the up-and-coming talent in Saudi Arabia right now.
And he's very much ahead of him right here. I don't know if he needs a few of those cracks, but he'll learn along the way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's still inexperienced, and this horse was 10 lengths clear. He could have eased down a touch, maybe looked at the screen, and he looks behind after the line. That's no good. The thing is with him,
he didn't realize he won by 10 lengths.
Yeah, well, the thing is though, he looked around. We'll see on the replay. He looked around on the turn just before this actually, and knew that he was clear. So unless he thought he heard a closer, then there was no real need for the extra persuaders close to home. But saying that, this horse has been very impressive. Was always up with the speed alongside Min Al Shakarin, who was the horse to beat on figures. Put that one to bed at the top of the straight, and from there on ran home powerfully. As I said, the reason for selecting this horse was that he's proven he's prolific in the past. He won on his comeback, and we've seen horses bounce. Very much bounced last time, and he's bounced right back today.
Jcsa was maybe the one he heard behind him making a bit of a rally. Ran well to be into second, and hats off to Shamila for paddock picking that one.
Yeah, it was a good selection. As I said in the paddock, I was against you and Shamila in that regard. You both thought he looked nice. I thought he would probably come on for the run. No matter what the situation was, he ran very well, and he's a horse that has the potential to win in this company next time.
Yeah, very nice run, but just not nearly in the same league as the victor here. Ooh, what do you do with this horse now? It comes in at 80. He's got a third win from 21 starts. He's very consistent through his last few.
Yeah, 0 to 90 maybe next time.
Sorry, third from 13, fourth from 13 starts.
Yeah, race at 83. I doubt it. Well, he might go up more than £7. You'd hope not. So he could run in 0 to 90. If he goes above 90, then it's going to be tricky. He's going to have to find open races that he can run in. The good thing about him is that he has tactical speed. We've seen here. He broke well, instantly found that stride, and managed to sit on the shoulder of the horse to beat, Min Al Shakarin. So no matter what race he runs in, providing he doesn't go too high up into cup races and he sticks to this kind of trip, he should be able to sit on or near the speed. And from there, he's always going to prove dangerous because he has pace at both ends of his races.
Very similar run and race that we saw yesterday with Great Scott, where he just was too good for the field, took the race to them, controlled the race from the bend home, and won for fun.
Exactly that. And the runner-up right now is in third. So again, the pace is held up in this race. Yes, Min Al Shakarin, the horse on the inside in the green, doesn't finish the race off very well at all. But the winner and the second were both always up with the speed. That horse, Min Al Shakarin, I know is rated 84 and represents leading connections, but I had a huge worry coming into today because I watched last time up in very similar company and finished 14th. I just don't think the horse is capable of running to a mark of 84 at the moment.
Yeah, maybe just the conditions just don't suit. Maybe needs some kind of cutback.
Look how backwards he goes through the pack in the green.
And we never know what's going on, whether there's an issue with breathing or bleeding or anything that's getting in the way. So obviously was no match for the winner, but definitely shouldn't have backed up so quickly.
No, he went backwards dramatically. His last victory came in 0 to 75 and the handicapper punished him for it. I think he might have to drop all the way down to run in that kind of company again to win.
Yeah, well done. 2 connections here. Really just a one-sided win, and hats off to a young rider on the rise. He's just Tariq Al Mansour is just very, very, very good. Just keeps catching my eyes. It's my third week here, and he might be the next star.
For sure, I wouldn't be against that by any means. Look, he's probably looking up to Adel Al-Faredi, Naif Al-Anazi, the local jockeys, but he has every bit as much talent at this stage as the majority of this colony, and he's only going to get better.
We're going to stick at the 1,800 meters, the 9 furlongs, and go to Saudi-bred 2-year-old fillies open, almost like an allowance race back in the States. We're going to go to Mark Francis for the runners and riders for the 5th.
Yeah, Phillies Open, just shy of 100,000 Saudi Riyal. Same trip, 1,800 metres. They're headed by number 1, Mostata for Camilo Ospina. Motanamia, Victor Gutierrez is the 2, and the strong girl is the 3, Youssef Al-Hassin. 4 is Mohammed Suleiman riding Tahatum. 1 start so far. Astashrat is Abdullah Al-Farouz's ride. Nujabah for Mohammed Al-Daham is the 6. Anze, the 7 for Luis Morales. And 8 is Anze. 9 is Siata for Yasser Al-Bakawi. 10, Johanna, but Naif Al-Anazi has the blinkers on. Hamran Nut Iyad Al-Tarizi is the 11. Doa Al-Thakrin for Eddie Castro is the 12. And 13, Nasma Al-Masar for Abdullah Al-Kharidas. Kafira is the 14, Fawas Wanas. 15, Doro Field for Alex Moreno. 16, Moscow for Tariq Al-Mansour, looking for that double. Wash Al-Karashiat is the 17 for Farhed Al-Faradi. And Al-Hadeya is the 18. A couple over the page. Hadabar is the 19. Abdullah Al-Orfi. 20 is May Arij for Jose Rodriguez. That's a late jockey change. No Hamza Sad here today. And Tazim gets a run for Ricardo Ferreira. Inherit stall number 7 in the absence of Shakra Misk. Full field of 20, 9 furlongs, 1,800 metres.
Thank you so much, Mark. We are looking forward to what's going to be another tough race to pull apart. This one, interesting, with the 2-year-olds having to go the 9 furlongs to 1,800 meters. Not many 2-year-olds get a chance to do that, especially on the dirt.
Not many 2-year-olds want to go this distance either. So I think there are a few in here who are being put in tough spots.
Mm-hmm. And then anybody sort of jump off the page immediately that just must be respected on here, whether it's connections, whether it's pedigree, anything?
Both of the white stable horses, they're the 2 horses to beat. They are horse number 1, Mastata, and horse number 5, Astabshrat. Also, don't write off horse number 19, Hadaba, who we saw win back at meeting 69 a couple of weeks ago in our first week of this stint. At the track, and was pretty impressive in that maiden race. So they're the 3. I think you can easily cut it down to those. Look, there might be an improver that is yet to show the same level of form as those 3, but right now I find it difficult to isolate those. It would be between those 3 the most likely winner.
Yeah, it seems that the white stables have I wouldn't say a stranglehold, but I would say like a firm grasp of the leading contenders here, especially when they have a 2-year-old filly there who's already rated 76 from 2 starts and has done very little wrong. And Mostata, we'll see her in just a moment when we start the rundown of these horses. Ospina is due, don't you think?
Yeah.
It seems it's been a bit since he's had a win.
Quiet day yesterday. He was barely featured in any of the finishes. He rode notation for 3rd in the feature event, but that filly never looked like winning. Other than that, he didn't really have a chance yesterday. So you don't see that often for the leading rider. I imagine he might bounce back.
Yeah, I think he'll be. I'm not going to cry any rivers for him at this point. He's well ahead in the standings, which we'll see later. But it seems that White Stables is also due for another big win. Last week they had, how many was it, 4 or 5 winners on the weekend?
Yeah.
And they're all classy sorts that we look forward to seeing moving forward. Yeah, get a little bit of a head start on Mostata here. We should be seeing her in just a second. That's the jockeys I see are going up on a couple of the horses. Mostata, as we mentioned, comes off a 2nd place finish, is rated 76, a premium tap, so the 9 furlongs shouldn't be much of an issue.
No, this trip will be perfect, I think, for this filly. She won over 1,400 in her maiden, and then she finished 2nd in a 1,400 metre open, but the way that she finished in each of those races highly suggested to me that she wants more distance.
Yeah, she looks excellent right now. It's just sort of taking it on all in. Bit of a little pretty mature for her age at this point. Motanamia is number 2, is 0 for 6 thus far, 6 last time.
This is a tough spot for this filly. She was 6th and creditable 6th last time, but she's only rated 58. There are a lot better horses in here.
Number 3 is the Strong Girl. And actually you see number 4 right there in shot there. That is Tahatam. Tahatam, we'll come back to that one. Tahatam is 0 for 1, was 11th first out.
It was an average race as well, so we need to take a big jump.
Number 5, Astashrat, we mentioned earlier, 1 win from 5 starts.
The horse to beat on figures, rated 82, finished 3rd in a 0-2 over 1,400. Again, the trip will probably suit, but just not as much as Mostata.
Number 3 earlier we mentioned, while we don't have Rose Green, that was the Strong Girl. Any chance? 0 for 1, 10th last out?
No, long break since the run back at meeting 4 in a very weak maiden.
We'll come back to number 6, Najuba, but there's number 8 in spot there, is Anza A. She's 1 for 4, was winner 2 back.
Finished behind Astabshrat last time, and I find it hard to suggest she's going to reverse that form.
Seder is number 9, is 0 for 2, was 9th last time.
Just 2 pretty dismal runs in maidens. Stepping up to an open seems very optimistic.
Number 10 is Johanna, 0 for 6, 6th in her last.
Some promise early in the season in Taif, but based on her last couple of runs, she can't win this race.
Hamranut is number 11, Dance with Ravens, out of 0 for 6 out of an 18th place finish.
Similar situation applies with this one, albeit this filly hasn't shown anything at all.
Dua'a Alpha Crean is 1 for 9, comes out of an 8th place effort.
Gone backwards since that victory. I think it was on the debut as well. Had lots of outings this year. We know how good this filly is, and it's not good enough to win.
Numbers 13 is Nazmat Al Sma'az, 0 for 8, 6th last time, 3rd 2 back.
Yeah, 2 places in the last 4 runs. At least this horse is running relatively close to the leaders. Could stay on for another place, but shouldn't be able to win.
We're going to go to Shamila real quick and see who she likes. She got an up-close and personal view in the parade ring.
I'm trackside before the 5th race of the evening, an open fillies contest for 2-year-olds. I really liked Astabshrat in the fifth horse, Astabshrat, for Abdullah Al Fairuz. 3rd her last 3 starts, and out of both of the white stable horses, I really liked her more than Camilo Espina's ride, horse number 1. So I will be sticking to her. And you know, Abdullah Al Fairuz is a great jockey as well, so the jockey booking does not put me off whatsoever. A horse that I also really liked the look of was horse number 8, Anzay, rated 78, so she should go well for Louis Morales as well. There is a cold front rolling in, and it could be Moscow, horse number 16. First last time out, and Tariq Al Mansour is the booking again. He won the last race, and he's just doing fantastic this season, as we said in the studio. I mean, he's bringing in the winners every single weekend, and he's our next star, definitely. So I would love to see Moscow back in the winners' enclosure again this week. However, I will be sticking with horse number 5, Astabshrat.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. So she sticks with a Astabshrat. We were sure she was going to go for most of the time.
Yeah.
She loves her premium taps, but that's okay. She proved us wrong again. And keep on doing it, because she has a good strike rate this weekend. She's doing quite well. To me, I'm still up in the air, but I feel like there's a few horses in there we're going to have to look at. And speaking of Mostata, let's take a quick look at a little bit of form, finishing 2nd on November 23rd.
Yeah, prior to this, she won a maiden in gutsy fashion, and this stage finishes 2nd. But just watch how she ends this race. At this point, you're thinking, well, the winner's going, beyond recall. Maybe Mostata's going to get swamped by the horses around her, but I like how she puts her head down. She really knuckles down in the closing stages, and she draws clear of the horses in 3rd, 4th, 5th, etc. On this basis, I would suggest that she just didn't have the speed to go with a far faster horse who eventually won the race, and definitely wants further. She gets that today.
Yeah, she's going to be very, very tough to beat. Number 19 there in shot is Hadaba, who was a winner on November 25th.
Yeah, I selected this horse on this day. It wasn't a very good race by any means, and she was the clear standout, rated 77 coming into the race on the back of 3 runner-up finishes. She arguably didn't win as well as I thought she would, and the horse who eventually finishes 2nd, who's on the inside in the white stable Silks, came out and ran last week again, and disappointed in that race, making the form not look as strong as I was anticipating. So albeit Hadaba's got the win to her name now, albeit she's super consistent and she's rated 77, I think she could be vulnerable from a win perspective.
I find it hard, as I don't like to pick a lot of the standard yards that win a lot of the race, I find it hard to look past Mostata on how she looks. She looks fantastic.
I agree.
And I think she'll just be really tough. So I'm going to be a little chalky, as much as it hurts my soul to do so. But I think Mostata looks the best, just simply. And I'm gonna stick with her. I think drawing that inside is going to be advantageous, going the distance of ground here for the first time. And 9 furlongs is tough for these young horses. They have to not only show a little bit of that 7 furlong miler speed, but they have to be able to finish through those final 400 meters.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said there.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Mostata is my selection as well. We're teaming up.
Oh no!
No, it's been good. It's been good. Keep the faith. This filly is the best in the race, in my opinion. Camilo chooses her over Astabshrat, and yeah, I respect Astabshrat, I respect Hadaba, but I just think there's more upside to Mostata, and providing she breaks well from the inside, which I presume she will with Camilo on board, she's going to be the horse to beat. Hopefully she can add to the winners today. Looks like we've had a a few comments from the regulars.
Jose is back. He says, good for Jcsa. Good day, gentlemen. Oh, good to see you back on there, Jose. Good morning, and back in the States. And Mitch Friedman as well says he's always pulling for Jimmy Jerkins. And yes, we are always happy when Jimmy wins. He's always a great interview, and he's always good to see him doing well with those red stable colors. He has a couple more later on in the card.
A good day for Jimmy Jerkins fans, because he's had runners basically filtered throughout the whole card. He had a couple earlier on, he's got a couple later as well. So stick around and make sure you watch all of those contests.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I think he's got maybe even a shot to upset the apple cart in the feature later. You never know. He's got finest sound. But we're going to go up to Mark Francis, who's going to take us through this running of see these talented 2-year-old fillies go 1,800 meters.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I agree with what both of you have said here. My selection is the one Mostert, up in trip today, as we saw in the VT. Was just caught out for pace, really, on the turn as that clip started, and was behind Al Wakabi, who we see later. Here's Hamranut going forward. And a good point from Michael as well. You don't get many 9-furlong races for 2-year-olds. I mean, I think there's a mile 3 race at Kempton in the UK for juveniles. But it's a very rare type of race, this. Local bred fillies open for juveniles over a trip that's beyond a mile. So one or two of these might be caught out here. We shall see. So we've got about 5 or 6 at a line here. I've seen Camilo Ospina at the green cap, the first colours of the white stable. Presumably then, Abdullah Al Farouz has a red cap, but I haven't seen him yet. It's as though there he was in the background on Astab Shrat, who has the white blinkers anyway. The strong girl is proving just that before going into stall 3, as in the background Astab Shrat goes in. Red cap for that one. Strong girl next. We have a white stable 1-2. In comes Camilo. Mostert safely loaded. We're ready. Just waiting for Tahatum actually to go into 4. Not sure if she was in and then got reversed out, but they're reversing her in now. So Tahatum is the last one out of line. Currently facing the wrong way. Straightens up now. Mohammed Suleiman on start so far for Tahatum, has the cheek pieces on. She is proving a bit of a handful here. I think she's aware of where she is. Doesn't like the fact that there's 6 or 7 stalls handlers forcing her in. So the blindfold comes off. Will they go without? Bags are still down. Looks as though they're going to try Tahatum again. As soon as they get to the stalls, she says no and kicks out again. Don't know how many more chances she's going to get here. Tahatum has been taken away. Flags up and they're off. A reminder, they've gone without the 4, Tahatum, who refused to go into the starting stalls in the first furlong. One of the first to show was Moscow in the blue headgear and cap, has challenged for the lead in the shape of Jahana, and also up with the pace in the centre is Nujabar, and Nujabar probably just has the overall lead. Towards the inside, the 2 white stable runners, the red cap of Astubshat, and just in behind that is Mostert, are also handy. The red and yellow silks are of the strong girl as they go through their first 300 metres. And in the centre, Nujabar Mohammed Al-Daham has the overall lead. Towards the inside is Abstab Shrat, and further out is Nasmat Al-Massar to sit third. Just in behind the front trio is Jahana in 4th place, and then comes Kafira, who's handy. Just being pushed along for a few strides is Mostert, not really travelling that kindly for Camilo Ospina. Looking towards the back of the pack, Wash Al-Karashiat is one of the last, and so too is Tazim, as the front runners are already heading down the side of the course. And it's Nujabar's red cap, who probably noses ahead to, in second place, Nasmat Al-Masar for Abdullah Al-Kridis. 2 lengths to the good over Kafira. Hadabar's made a bit of progress now moving into fourth, overtaking Mostatar. To her credit, is sticking onto the task. And then down the wide outside comes May Arij as the leaders head inside the last 400, but they're starting to tie up a little. Nujabar towards the far side, towards the near side, Nasmat Al-Masar, but here comes Hadabar now staying on powerfully down the centre of the course, and Hadabar now takes over inside the last 200 metres. Hadabar now picks up by about 2 to 3 lengths. Abdullah Lorfi guides Hadabar to back-to-back successes. Hadabar, an easy winner. Hadabar wins. Second place was tight, but may just go the way of Nasmat Al-Masar, who ran on again. Moscow was third and close for the minors, which the judge will need to separate. Hadabar, but wasn't the strongest of form, as we mentioned, from her maiden success back at meeting 69, but after a hat-trick of runners-up spots, seems to be in the form of her life now. 2 wins on the bounce, and she picked up on that strong pace set by Nujabar and to Nasmat Al-Masar, who, to her credit, I think has just got a place in the money. 1:56.83 is the winning time. It's pretty slow. Moscow has got second, so Nasmat Al-Masar settles for third. Was only really one of the only pace setters to make the three. Mostatar was always under pressure back in fourth, and Doa Al-Fakrin picked up to finish in fifth. Hadabar, the winner of race number 5. She's in great form.
So Hadabar backs up that form from her victory a couple weeks ago in nice style.
Yeah, she does it very nicely today under Abdullah Al-Alfi. Look, I liked her 2 weeks ago, as I said in the preview, but the form of the race wasn't strong. It just so happens that she's running a contest today where they've gone super hard. There was no other closer, apart from the horse who eventually finished second from miles back in the pack. And all the horses up with the speed quite clearly weren't able to get home, whereas she stayed the trip very well.
She's just going to discount all the effort she just put in. And
you've got to mark down horses. That's a job of analysts. I can't be like, oh, this horse was great, this horse was great. You know, she's won by default in this race. I'm not taking anything away from her necessarily, but her rivals either weren't able to go with the early speed and therefore burned the candle at both ends, like Mostata. I think Abstabstrat showed nothing after early speed, faded at halfway, and the other pace horses just didn't really have much of a chance of clinging on. She was the only horse that managed to stay the trip that was relatively near the speed.
very well behaved there, surrounded by people, which is not always the case with a 2-year-old filly. Nice to see that nice calm nature she has. Probably what kept her nice and relaxed while they were going so quickly up front. As we said, we did not really expect them to sort of haul so well up on the front. I mean, we looked at the spread out aspect of the field. That's the first thing you notice. The second thing is on the outside. I forget, it was pressing the pace on the outside. It was really forcing the issue.
Moscow, I think, was the horse. Who eventually finished third and actually ran pretty well. But she was going way too hard. They were all going hard up front. I think Hadaba was in around 5th or 6th in the early stages. Yeah, had to take a little bit of the flack for going as hard to get the position, but at the same time wasn't completely burning all the energy in the early stages. Look just back on the rail, red cap, white blinkers. That's a Stabstrat, the highest rated horse in the race, who set the pace and was
Something
done.
must be amiss to back up that quickly.
Maybe, or just they were, I mean, yeah, it can't be 100%, but...
I mean, when they go that quickly, he was very much involved in the pace, and sometimes it is a breathing issue when they back up that quickly.
Exactly.
It was probably taking the wind right out of him to go, out of her to go that quickly up front. So, not the best performance by the White Stables, but I thought that Mosata ran fairly well, just a grinding along 4th.
Yeah, always off the bridle, just never comfortable, Camilo, at any point in the race. She couldn't go the early speed. You can just see her in the green cap on the inside. At this point, she looks very leggy and that she's going backwards, but she just continues grinding and grinding at the one pace and eventually gets 4th. Hadaba in the green silks on the outside, about to take the lead and win this race. Then you get right on the outside, the horse that flashed home, Nazmat Al Massar, for just a terrible position, but managed to pass all the beaten rivals. And the 3rd place finisher was Moscow. If I'm marking up any horse in the race, it's that one, because she was pressing the speed. She was coming off the back of a win, and she's not been beaten too far in 3rd.
Yeah, not bad at all. Let's see if any sob stories coming out of the gate. Actually, everybody seemed to break fairly well. Not too bad.
Yeah, horse number 2, Mota Namiya, just took a little bump, but that was after the clean break. You can just see how spread out this field is already. We haven't even met the main track yet, and there's, what, 20 lengths, 15 lengths between first and last?
Yeah, this is not really ideal, especially when you're going 7 furlongs, 1,400. Yeah. But going 9 furlongs, as we mentioned before, it is a tough distance to get through if you're going to be sprinting that entire way. So hats off, as you said.
And there's a big gap already between the first 7 and the rest of the field, which shows that not only are they going hard, but they're going ridiculously hard, that half the field can't actually keep up with the leaders at this point.
I see the winner back there in that second gap. She's on the 5 path, it seems.
Yeah.
She's traveling really well. I think that I would imagine her jockey at this point is thinking, well, I've got him.
Yeah, well, Abdullah Al-Alfi must have known they were going way too quick. At this point, you're already seeing a Stabstrat and Mostata, the 2 white stable horses on the inside, backpedal. A Stabstrat dramatically so, right against the fence. Mostata is about level with Hadaba, the eventual winner around now. Hadaba moving into 5th in the green silks.
Yeah, the winner now looks like he's passing along really nicely. I had a moment there about a furlong back where she had to maintain herself, probably had to push the button, maintain position, probably had to push the button a little early. And that might have actually been one of the reasons she won by as far as she did.
Yeah, I think so. These pace setters were going up and down on the same spot in the closing stages, but she had to maintain that position because she could have been squeezed out by horse number 20, Maya Rij, who was also going for that same spot. Abdullah Al-Alfi on the winner wasn't letting that jockey do that. So he had to go for a little soon, but she's quite clearly a very strong stayer at this distance. I think her maiden win actually came over 2,000, which would make a lot of sense.
And it seems that, what we saw here, I thought, was a horse that has figured out that she does like winning. There was the worry about being a bit of a bridesmaid, finishing second 3 races in a row. She comes back, she proves that she, again, considerably weaker, that she can finish well, she can put them to bed. She does it again here. What I noticed that was interesting is that during the running of the race, with that great sort of drone cam that we have, we can see that whenever he asked her to move and get into position or hold position or sort of fight for position, she was more than there for him.
Yeah, exactly that. She always responded at key moments in the race, and it was a weird race, not a race we see very often here in Riyadh. Speed normally holds up. They don't normally go that hard either over this kind of trip, and I think a fair few of the jockeys on the horses who are expected to do well will come in and basically tell their connections that we've gone way too hard, and that's the excuse.
She's going to be a really fun horse to have, though, because it seems that she doesn't run a bad race. She always tries hard. She needs that setup that she got today, but for me that she's just going to be an excellent for the owner to actually have fun with from now on. Obviously, she's no world beater, but she's honest, and those types are just always going to pay the bills.
Yeah, and she runs to a mark of 77 or around it every single time, and she'll be interesting in handicaps, I'm sure. Now that she's got 2 wins to her name, it's going to be difficult to find her a good spot at the end of this 2-year-old campaign. They're probably going to have to go to an open race, and there she probably will struggle, but a better open race, I mean, than this one. But next year, when she can run in handicaps, if she's around the 80 mark, then she's got every chance of winning a fair few.
Yeah, just an honest young filly, and still got room to grow. She's the slightest thing, not the biggest thing in the world. You can see how big the jockey looks on top of her. So it'll be fun to work with her and see whether or not she can keep it going. Yeah, so that moves us on to this sort of almost the second half of this. Actually, this is the second half of this card, technically.
Yeah.
We're discounting the pony races we have later. We have 10 standard races.
Shamila won't be happy that you're discounting those.
No, I say that they are valid and delightful. We look forward to those. But yeah, we're moving into purebred Arabians coming up in a few minutes, and I know this is your favorite. At least they're not maidens, which is exciting.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. We have a 75 to 90 handicap, followed by a 0 to 75. So this is the better of the two. The second race is pretty tough. That's race number 7 I'm talking about there. And
you said that back at TAFE, the Al Khalidiyas were ruling the roost here.
Yeah.
They've been a little more spotty here, but we had a nice victory yesterday. Do you think they're back on?
The Al Khalidiyas are seemingly getting back into form as Shamila's with the winning trainer of the last race.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm joined by our winning trainer, Faisal Al-Dehani. Congratulations, sir. You must be very impressed with your filly.
Thank you. Thank you.
And tell me a little bit about what you thought about the race.
The race today is the horse is a good race, but this new race for 1,800. But inshallah, after the race, he go for the Cup King Al Malik Abdulaziz, inshallah.
And she's going to stay at 1,800 meters now for the rest of the season?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Last years is good, no problem.
Yeah. But because you said last year, she's running 1,600. She's doing very well. And what do you think about the jockey, Abdullah Al-Awfi?
Abdullah is telling me the horse is good. Maybe it's 1,800, 2,000, no problem. The horse is maybe strong, inshallah. Inshallah.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shamila, for that one. That was, just getting an idea of where this filly's going. She's going to step up to tougher competition, apparently.
Yeah, cup race. I didn't quite catch the name of that, so I'll have to go back and watch the footage of that interview again. But it looks like they're going up to a cup race, which is optimistic. But with a filly in good form, why wouldn't you tilt at windmills?
Let's move forward. We're going to a 2,000-meter purebred Arabian handicap. We're going to go to Mark Francis, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, the first of our 2 Arabian contests. This a handicap for horses rated from 75 up to 90. And the top 2 are just that. Romani, rated 90 for Mohammed Al-Shamari. 2 is Al-Suwaida for Mohammed Al-Nassar. Sab Al-Khalidiyah for Abdullah Al-Lawfi, looking for a double. And Naif Al-Anazi rides Merba Al-Khalidiyah with the blinkers. Mountaseer is the 5 Ali Al-Mimoni. 6 is Fertile de Crote, orange jacket, Ricardo Ferreira. Very similar colours for Alex Moreno, still looking for that hat-trick on Monta Al-Amal. And 8 is Preciosa Al-Ashai. For Luis Morales has drawn the inside gate as well. Asiwan for Sultan Al-Mamoni is the 9. Jcsa, another grey for Wigberto Ramos. 11, Nayar Akbar for Abdella Al-Hussein. Spinoza makes Saudi debut here for Norweth Al-Mudiani. 13, Misha Al-Kateya for Rahid Al-Faroz. Shibal Shamek is a maiden, Thurb Al-Timyat. Orja Al-Khalidiyah is the 15 for Turkey Alofi. And 16 for Prince Aimer for double-seeking Tariq Al-Mansour. The winners of 44 races combined head to post for our first Arabian contest.
All right, thank you so much, Mark. We're going to go through these in just a moment, but it's a chance for you to continue your recent hot streak with the Arabians. You've been knocking them off left and right.
Hopefully we can find the winner here. It's a difficult race. It's a really tricky race.
Rahmani is the first one there. He's 4 for 20. This is a 6-year-old horse who had a 14th place finish last time.
That came in a listed race and it was just 2 weeks ago. It gets big grade relief today, dropping down into 75 to 90.
Al Suwaida has 4 victories, 2 local runs though.
4-time Polish winner, 6th in an open last week.
Saad Al Khaladia, first of the Khaladias, 3 for 9 thus far, comes out of a runner-up effort.
Beaten in this grade twice before, finished second in 1200 metre contest latest. This step up in distance not sure to suit.
Merba Al Khaladia is quite the stout sort there. Is 2 for 5 thus far, comes off a victory.
Produced a late burst to win over 1600 last week. I think this trip is much more suitable.
Number 5 is Montassir, 5 for 9, 8th last time.
Wins have come in France and Qatar. Won a 65 to 85 over 2000 back at meeting 50.
Fertil the Croat is 4 for 13, 7th last time.
Won a 0 to 80 over 1400 metres at meeting 59. The best form has generally been short of this trip.
Number 7 is Montor Alamal, 2 for 18, 9th last time.
Not been at his best so far this year, but could easily bounce back on the 3rd appearance.
Gets Moreno in the saddle. Preciosa Alashai is 1 for 4, 1 race 2 back.
Finished 4th behind Merba Al Khaladia last time. That win in the maiden, it was a very weak race.
Aswan, French bred, 4 for 27, 10th last time.
First run at Riyadh this year, the type form's not strong.
Number 10 is Jcsa, 4 for 11, and comes off a pair of thirds.
Capable of going close, despite the fact this horse may look like the second string full connections on jockey bookings.
Number 11 is Nair Athba, 3 for 29, comes off of a victory.
Season best effort last time up, when very strong late in the day. This trip should hit this horse perfectly.
A little bit of a short rest there as well. Number 12 is Spinoza, the first-time local starter.
Yeah, and don't know what to expect from this horse. Couldn't find any previous form.
Yeah, looks well. We'll say it looks like it has a nice coat to it. Number 13 is Michel Khatayeb, 2 for 16, 8th last time.
Another horse that finished behind Merba Al Khaladia last time and looks difficult to reverse that form.
Shibble Shamik is 0 for 12 and was 7th last time.
Needs to produce plenty more than on the return.
Looks very, very animated there. Ajwa Al Khaladia was the 3rd of the Khaladias here, and none of them are grey, by the way. 1 for 4, 19th last time.
Yeah, this filly's been used as a pacemaker recently. Interested to see if she adopts the same tactics.
And number 16 is Prince Amr, 9-year-old grey horse, 5 for 26.
Big old horse as well, really big horse.
Big boy.
Yeah, no show on the comeback. He's won 5 of his outings before, but I don't think he's the same horse nowadays.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. The one that kind of looks fantastic to me is the 15 here. This Ajwa Al Khaladia looks very, very nice. Of the 3, he probably is the best looking of the Khaladias. We'll go, if Shamila's ready, we can go over and see what she thinks of these as we move forward. And we have an up close and personal view.
Michael, I stay ready, so I don't have to get ready at all. My pick for this first Arabian race of the evening is horse number 8, Preciosa Alashai, ridden by Louis Morales, 4th last time out, and a winner on debut this season on meeting 58. And out of both of the horses for Khalaf Rabah Al-Shamari that I like, trying not to get run over here in the parade ring. Both of the horses, I really liked Louis Morales' horse better. And I tried to stay away from the Al Khaladia horses at this race because I do actually think that horse number 4, Merba Al Khaladia, will be our winner tonight. But hopefully, fingers crossed for Louis Morales and my paddock selection. 2 horses that are on my naughty list are horse number 15, Oja Al Khaladia, for acting up in the parade ring, getting a little bit on his toes, on her toes, and horse number 16, Prince Amar, who is carrying a little bit more condition than I would like to see. However, I will be sticking with Louis Morales in this race.
Thanks to the always ready Shamila Hanley. And I'm not opposed to the naughty list. You can ask my parents from Christmases of past. So I'm going to stick with that 15 on the outside, Ajwa Al Khaladia. She had nice things to say about not picking Merba Al Khaladia, but you're still leaning toward that direction yourself.
I am. Before I talk about the horse, what a lovely view that is,
Yes,
by the way.
it is.
Perfect view of the track and the night sky. Well, soon to be night sky here in Riyadh.
We call it magic hour right now, where everything looks perfect.
Exactly that. Back to Merba Al Khalidiyah. Yeah, I think he's the horse to beat. He's drawn nicely in stall 3. Obviously, this being a handicap, the horses aren't drawn in the saddle cloth number, so you have to pay more attention to the draw. Merba Al Khalidiyah produced a huge late burst to win over 1600 last time, and we'll see that in a couple of moments. And on that evidence, I believe that this step up in trip to the 2000 will see this horse in much better light. And actually, his maiden victory came over the distance too, so it's not just educated guesses. He's already proven that he stays the trip. Mutlab bin Mishrif, currently second in the trainer title. He hasn't had too many winners in Riyadh, as you've said. The Al Khalidiyah stable horses haven't been as prolific here as they were in Taif, but they had a winner yesterday, they had a winner last week. So that's a big tick in the box for their current form. And Naif Al-Anazi doesn't have too many rides for the stable, but he has had a few winning ones. So the fact that he's on board is again another positive. I just think Merba Al Khalidiyah has the most upside of any horse in this race. And albeit it is a wide open contest, not much separates the majority of these on handicap marks. He has to be the most likely winner and my selection.
Yeah, hopefully it's a Khalidiyah, but hopefully it's mine instead, which is going to be number 15, Alja on the outside. Any chance for me?
No.
Just comes out of a too bad of a performance.
Just use as a pacemaker. I don't like horses that are used as speed horses to set it up for stablemates.
I mean, I'm only basing it on how the horse looks. I thought the horse looked better than the other 2 Khalidiyahs, and I just went for it.
That's absolutely fair. You know, on that basis alone, I can't fault it. But on form, Alja Khalidiyah has a lot to do. And you know, I selected her when she made her debut back at meeting 28 in Taif. And she was very disappointing. Then I went against her at meeting 31 and she won. Then I selected her at meeting 41 and she was poor.
So here's Merba Al Khalidiyah winning on November 24th.
And we get to see why I think the 2000 is absolutely perfect for this horse. Pick it up and it's a real scrap. He looks under pressure and you don't know whether he's going to go on with it. But just he engages overdrive in the closing stages. And I know he's hanging slightly to his left, but he seems to be going 2 to everything else is 1. Okay, the horse up the inside is also finishing well, but that's Umran, a horse that's not running in this race, so you can discount him with future form. And he seems to stop a touch until Umran comes alongside. Now, I remember being here in that race, and after the line, he went again. So he's a horse that kind of waits, but still has plenty more to give, and I like the extra distance for him.
You see right there, a little bit hot, and definitely giving a look around is Sab Al Khalidiyah. Sab Al Khalidiyah was second on October 27th in this race.
This was over 1,200 metres, so a completely different contest. It's beaten by the other Al Khalidiyah, if my memory serves me correctly, though I may be
Coming
wrong.
between horses there.
Yeah, I think so. I was here for this as well, back at meeting 56.
On the wrong lead, seems to be labouring a bit.
Yeah, precisely. Getting tired over the 1,200.
No, switch leads finally, actually gets a little bit of effort there. Probably saves him the second spot, eh?
But you're moving up to 2,000 today. Like, it's a huge distance difference. And I know these Arabians can be versatile, but looks a speed type to me.
Theory time. Is it possible that Saab is the pacemaker?
It is.
And not Alja?
It is very much possible. However, I think they might both be in here to be pace setters. And what we saw is there was a race.
Like a relay race.
Maybe,
One takes over.
There was a race, I think it was last week. I might be wrong, but again, I'm dipping into the memory bank here, where there was 3 Al Khalidiyahs, and they had one that goes rapidly hard from the start, and one that took over at halfway, and then their main selection, I think, finished second in the race. But they do like these kind of team tactics. I believe there could be team tactics in here with both of these horses.
I guess it depends on how much they think of Merba Al Khalidiyah, where they think this horse can really improve upon that 88 rating we mentioned yesterday. They don't have a lot of these horses in the center. Usually it's the unexposed sorts and the cup horses. So it's nice to see. It's nice to see sort of a chance. This could be a chance to see a horse that could be something come out of this race, and hopefully, here's your selection. You deserve another victory today, I think. I would like to get one at least on my paddock selections.
You'll get one.
I try not to base it on anything but the just how they look and how they're carrying good flesh, and we'll see. Kind of sometimes I'll weigh in whether or not if they have no chance at all.
Yeah.
And they're coming out of dual 17th place finishes. I'm probably not going to lean toward that horse. But this one looks like, 3 starts back, won a race, comes out of a couple tough runs. Not impossible for this 4-year-old filly.
No, it's not impossible. But
Post 8 is good too.
yeah, that's definitely a positive. I wouldn't want to be right out wide in an Arabian race for sure. A big field as well. Like, these horses cannot muster enough early speed to completely spread eagle the field in the early stages, and if they do, then they're usually way out in front and burning too much energy. So if you're drawn wide, you're likely to be stuck wide. We should mention a couple of others, given we focused on the Alcaladias. Maybe horse number 6, Fertil de Croat, won a 0-80. 2 starts back, has winning form recently. Is stepping up in trip, but we know this colt has relative ability for this race. Montesia as well, horse 5, won a 65-85, 2 starts back over the 2000. So he's yet another one in this race that we know is capable of going a little bit close. And Preciosa Alashai, who is the selection for Shamila, horse number 8. Drawn well, this filly, but she was behind Merba Al-Khaladir last time. We saw the footage. There wasn't enough in that race to suggest the form will be turned around. There were other horses in there too that are running here. I know they're going in, so I'll be very quick. Montesia, Fertil de Croat, Montha Alamal, Preciosa Alashai, Jcsa, they were all behind Merba Al-Khaladir.
Yeah.
And I just don't see that form being reversed.
All right, we're going to split the Caladias and we're going to head up to Mark and see what he thinks about this race as they go in.
Thanks, chaps. Yeah, Merba Al-Khaladir for me, Naif Al-Anazi, drawn in 3. So better at the gates than Saab Al-Khaladir. Orja Al-Khaladir is an 8, so I've got an Al-Khaladir in every spot. But I think Merba Al-Khaladir holds the best form. But there are plenty of chances here. Here is the red cap of Merba Al-Khaladir. Saab Al-Khaladir has the first colours, black cap, and the yellow cap for Turkey Alofi on Orja Al-Khaladir. In comes Jcsa. Of course, we're in handicap territory here. Arabian horse is rated 75-90. Sioza Al-Ashai for Luis Morales goes into stall number 1. Filly number 8. Next to be loaded is Prince Aimer into 7. Double seeking Tariq Al-Mansour. And the field are loaded at the 2,000 metre mark. And they're off. Jumping away with the full length of the back straight in front of them. A mile and a quarter here. One of the first to get going was Jcsa through the centre. Also up with the pace early on the first colours of the Al-Khaladir stables. Saab Al-Khaladir handy. So too is Spinoza, one of the first-time starters. And towards the inside, the first colours, the mint green jackets of Preciosa Al-Ashai. So as they settle down, it's Saab Al-Khaladir, Abdullah Al-Orfi, who probably has a length and a half advantage on Spinoza in second. Back towards the inside running well, Ali Al-Mimoni, blue colours on Mountasir is in third. Then comes Romani, virtually the white horse, now in fourth position. Has company on the outside with Al Suwaida, so they're probably 4 or 5 across the track. Just tucking in behind runners there is Monta Alamal with the grey sleeves towards the inside. The back markers now include Prince Aimer, who's being pushed along, and so too the red colours of Asuwan, who's probably only about 8 lengths off the leader, as Abdullah Al-Orfi is just glancing in behind aboard Saab Al-Khaladir as they completed their run down the far side of the course and begin to turn left-handed. Saab Al-Khaladir in front still. Mountasir moving into second. Romani just squeezed out a little bit, now into third position. White cap of Jcsa is 4 wide, being tracked through by Al Suwaida. The orange colours of Fertil de Croat gets a first mention, probably no better than 5th position. And then comes Preciosa Al-Ashai. 1 or 2 moving through the pack include Nea Athbar, and also down the wide outside is Prince Aimer, who's been off the bit for a while, as Romani now begins to loom upsides this leader. Romani goes on from Saab Al-Khaladir in second. It's a grey 1, 2, 3 at the moment as Jcsa moves into second. Then comes the orange colours of Fertil de Croat, and then picking up from the back of the pack is also the blue colours of Nea Athbar moving into 4, but Romani is the one to catch deep inside the last half furlong. Now Athbar is sticking on though towards the far side, and here it comes towards the near side. Jcsa, it's a go as they race up towards the line. Nea Athbar Jcsa between that pair as well, but it's Nea outside who has got home in front. Romani just couldn't get to the line. Tight for second with Jcsa, but Nea Akbar, Abdallah Al Hussein gets career victory number 4 on this 7-year-old who caught the eye round the turn, stayed under pressure, and even the cameraman has to shake over towards the far side as Nea Akbar wins. Great result for the team here, up in trip in a time of 2:19.98, back-to-back wins, 2 in the space of a week. A big smiling Abdallah Al Hussein has beaten Jcsa just into second. Romani has run well and with much credit in third, and then came Fertile de Croat. 1.5 lengths is the winning distance for Nea Akbar, who has won our opening Arabian handicap of the night.
Exciting finish there from Nea Akbar. Comes up the inside, ruins everybody's party, especially all the greys that were up front. And some sad stories in there from your horse, Marba Al Khalidia.
Yeah, real sad story. When we see the full race replay, we'll see in the early stages that Marba Al Khalidia was super unlucky. And actually, I think he ran home into 5th or 6th at the end, but he wasn't beaten far and would have been a lot closer had he had a clear trip. Naif Al Anazi, I don't imagine is the happiest guy right now.
It happens a lot of times in these races, lots of horses going at it, and especially down that long straight on the backstretch. Yeah, tough day for him. Do you think he comes back in similar company and can get it done?
Yes, and the form figures will suggest that he didn't run very well, but he actually ran exceptionally well to finish as close as he did. Back to this winner, how many Athbar horses that aren't representing Athbar Racing Stable win?
It's true, but I'm sure that they're not trying to keep horses rated around 80 in their yard as long as possible. So yeah, this horse is a nice little advertisement for them. And especially if you want to buy off of them eventually.
Yeah, exactly that. This horse actually ran just last week when we were here. He beat an Athbar horse who was ridden by Moreno. So not only was it just salting the wounds that day, but he's come back and backed it up in this kind of contest. I did say before he's strong in the late stages over this trip, and he proved it. Ducked to the inside and really finished off his race nicely.
As you see right now, I see a steel wall of grey horses and one chestnut moving on, moving quickly. Actually, two technically, if you think about it. Your horse that finished sixth, Merba in the background. But the chestnut dives to the inside and gets it done really well. It was evident in the last furlong that he was going to be either go really close or be a clear winner.
Yeah, he finished the race well. He stays 2,000 nicely. He was in a good spot. And actually got a pretty good ride throughout this whole race by Abdullah Al Hussein.
From the start, we got a bit of a, these horses came out of the gate fairly well. A couple natural slow starts. Nobody gets boxed around quite yet, but quite yet is key.
Merba Al Khaldir, 3 off the rail, black V, red cap. So right now he's broke nicely. Naif's about to find himself in what he believes is the perfect position at this point, just in behind the first flight of leaders. And this is kind of where Naif wants to be, I assume. And then suddenly the horse in front of him is just slowing up a touch. Naif's having to put the brake pedal on, switches to the inside, and then he's going to get very tight for him about now. Gets squeezed from both horses, then has to bump along, then gets squeezed again. And he's just getting shuffled back the whole time. And with Arabian horses, you just can't overcome things like this. He's now out of his ground. He wants to be where the horse in front is, the grey horse in front. But Naif is now back in the second of 2/3 in this race. And
meanwhile, the winner is almost near the back and has been slowly picking off horses one by one. Is about to break free from the last pack of horses.
Yeah, at this point, Naif Al-Nazi trying to follow through the eventual winner. He moves out. I'm just in behind him now, red cap, black V, but the horse has already kind of lost his momentum and desire to race because he's taken bumps, and we've seen that they can, with these horses, they can throw the toys out the pram. And I feel like Merba Al Khaldir did just that. At this stage, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's tough for him right now because not only is he having to corner, he's going around, he's taking all the dirt of all the horses in front of him and could not be comfortable at all. You can see that Naif has to stick out at that point to remind him that there's still a race to be run.
Exactly, and he's going to follow through horses in front of him who are moving forward, but even here, he's trying to go past his stablemate, and there's no gap, so he has to force the gap, and he stays on quite well.
He makes the stablemate check just a little bit there. Hopefully that wasn't a clip, I cannot tell. But yeah, he finishes fairly well here, but the race has already been run.
Yes, exactly. Had to use up way too much energy, way too early. And
couldn't quite finish with the winner as well.
No, the winner was very good and stayed the trip better than Merba Al Khaldir did. There's no doubt about that.
Smart move by Al Hussein to shift to the rail, out of the kickback, and find a straight line to Radpong.
All 3 of the pacemakers were not pacemakers, front runners were going right-handed, so why wouldn't you duck to the inside? It was the perfect kind of trip. Jcsa ran very well in second, Huberto Ramos, back with a good performance. This horse was third up off the layoff and had shown stuff so far this season. He's shown plenty of promise and encouragement, so his second place finish was no surprise, and third place home was Romani, who was up with the speed throughout. Big bounce back after running an enlisted race, but this was a much easier contest for Romani, who's in the striped silks, the big white horse up front. So there was a good case to be made that he was going to be a player today with the big class drop. One horse that we should touch upon was Saab Al Khaldir, who was used as the bunny in this race.
Yeah.
You were right.
Rabbit.
The rabbit. You were right by saying that could be a possibility. Just right against the fence.
And basically just packed it in quite early.
Use the speed. I think that's what we're going to put that one down as.
We're going to go to Shamila right now, who is in the parade ring.
I'm in the winner's enclosure with our winning trainer and owner, Mohammed Al-Hazami, of the 6th race. Congratulations, Mohammed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah.
Now, tell me what you thought about the race. This is a very good horse you have on your hands.
Alhamdulillah, the horse is of a very good bloodstock. I was worried a little bit in the beginning. The race was of a slow pace. Usually this horse prefers fast-paced races, specifically for the long distance, because he's more of a late runner. The pace was not very quick in the beginning. I was worried a little bit, but once they took the corner, it seems they increased the pace a little bit, which gave him a good opportunity. This race, of course, is a little bit more difficult than last week, but alhamdulillah, eventually he won.
And tell me what your plans are for him for the rest of the season. Are you going to keep him at this long distance?
He does prefer long distances, so most probably we're going to maintain a mile and 2 furlongs or a mile and a furlong, something like that. I don't think we're going to take him for any short distance races. Depends on how he progress. Maybe we take him for maybe Al Khaldiya Cup next month, inshallah, and we see where we go.
And he was up against some tough horses in this race, and it was no problem to him whatsoever.
Still, I think, of course, it's a handicap race, so ways still do play a role here. But nonetheless, he's progressing, he's doing well, he's in a very good condition from a health perspective. Last week, he ran, of course, and won, alhamdulillah. After the race, he was eating very well. His condition was even better than before the race, so we thought maybe we take him for another race this week.
And tell me a little bit about the jockey as well. He's riding really well this season, Abdullah Al Hussein.
Yeah, they took well together. So we opted to continue with Abdullah. He's doing a very good job, so thanks to him as well. Yeah, and there's a good chemistry between them. So most probably we're going to continue with Abdullah, inshallah.
And how many horses do you have in training? I'm sure this is the first time we've had you on the English channel, so tell me a little bit about your stables.
I do own multiple horses, and now I think in the field maybe 6 horses. I used to run my horses in France, Saudi Arabia as well. I used to train before. I stopped for a while, and I just came this season. Mostly I'm an owner, so I just train my horses. Yeah, I used to do endurance before. I've been doing flat race for I think maybe 8 years now, something like this. Yeah, that's about it.
And of course, we have 2 pony races today. What are you looking forward to the pony races and seeing these kids that could potentially be jockeys in the future?
Of course, these are the future jockeys. I wish they could participate. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a good pony this year for my son. But hopefully, inshallah, next year. I think it's very nice. It's very encouraging for the young lads. And yeah, as you said, these are the future jockeys. So wish them all the luck, inshallah. Hopefully, everyone is safe in this race and all ends well.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamila. That was actually really good. I enjoyed that interview. He gave us some insight into the future, the past form and the future of this horse, Nair Athba, a little bit of his background, and we are also looking forward to the pony races moving forward. But hats off, Nair Athba. Once again, a horse who just won a week ago or 2 weeks ago is coming back and bouncing back and winning 2 in a row. So recent form is definitely playing along well.
Exactly. He was actually squeezed out at the start. I didn't see that on the overhead. We're watching it. A bit of a delay in the studio, but you can just see there. Squeezed out at the start and was racing in the back stages. So he would have been a pretty unlucky loser had he not got the job done, but he did. So maybe you can mark him up even more than we are already.
Yeah, see the rabbit we mentioned earlier, but hats off to the winner. We'd love to see these horses come back and repeat the form that looked so well a couple weeks ago. This one, only a week ago, had performed incredibly. So, yeah, moving on to what's going to be second half of this card. It's going to be arguably more exciting.
Definitely more exciting. Definitely, no doubt about that. We've got some good races.
We got the features and then the other features.
Yeah, precisely. We've got the 2 pony races for those of you who enjoy that. But we've also got the very talented contest later on, Jcsa award featuring Commissioner King. We've also got Jcsa Cup featuring lots of ex-Europeans in there and the Ministry of Education Cup. So lots to come. All the best racing is in the second part of the card today.
All right, and this is it's good to see like new trainers that kind of transferred their form over from the endurance ranks, and you see that all the time in the Middle East. A lot of these endurance trainers will come over and do quite well on the flat, and we're going to look at some of we have the new trainers, we have the old trainers, and a lot of the established people that are doing quite well in the standings. We'll start with the jockeys. Espina, as we mentioned earlier, is doing quite well with 86 points. Alpha Rady in second with 53. Luis Morales is going on quite the tear. He's 43. Moreno himself is on the up at 42, soon to be actually a little bit higher than that, 44
yeah.
now. And Nafal Anazi down with 35 to round out the top 5. Move to the trainers. Mahmoud is in first right now. Mutlak there. Got a little bit unlucky in the last race. It's 39 in second. Abeda, 32 in third. Al Musa is 26, tied with Al Mandil.
Yeah, Al Mandil had a couple of winners yesterday, so he's managed to leapfrog Beden Al Sabai and Gaith Al Gaith.
We're always going to see lots of turnover in those. And obviously White Stables is doing quite well.
We're still looking for the 100th.
Yeah, it's that century mark. It's a matter of time. They're making us wait for it today, and it's not impossible to get it before the end of the card today. Red Stables, Prince Faisal bin Khalid at 38. Al Khalidia, the Arabians at 29. Prince Sultan bin Michal is at 22, and those black silks, and Sheikhat Al Mahmoud is now at 21. And those at the bottom, I think, is the most interesting race, the bottom three.
Exactly. The White Stable are obviously going to win this. Prince Faisal is likely to finish second with his amazing string, especially with Jimmy Jerkins.
They have both you have quantity and quality in that yard.
Yeah,
so.
Precisely. And then it really is a scrap for third, fourth, fifth, and further down. So that's what's interesting right now, not the top two spots.
Yeah, we're looking forward to moving forward to, it's going to be a 2,000 meter purebred Arabian handicap here, 0 to 75 rated. Let's go to Mark Francis, who's going to take us through these horses.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, just about got my breath back from our last Arabian race. And oh, yes, we have the second leg of our Arabian horse handicap. This is 0 to 75, as Michael says. So top-rated 75, Melk heads the parade. Victor Gutierrez, matched by the same rating of horses 2, 3, and 4. Tayon for Nave Al-Anazi is the 2, and probably my favourite Arabian in the country. Gasham Sham Al Jazra is the 3 for Tariq Al Mansour. The 4, Rahal Al Wakbar for Abdullah Al Sayedi, has the widest gate of all in 20. Number 5, Bab Norwed Al Mudiani. 6 is Shamik Gudar for Ahmed Al Sharar, and the grey filly Adara Abdullah Al Hussein, the 7. The bottom one on that list, Murshid Isa for Ali Al Matib. It seems a long time ago since he won our first race. Jcsa Al Khaladir for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Janobi Al Khaladir for Wigberto Ramos is the 10. 11 Sediq for Iyad Al Tarizi. Moga is another filly for Ali Al Memoni. A Gap Al Khaladir Abdullah Al Orfi. It's the 13. 14, Tay Al-Mashna for Mohammed Al-Habib. Samadir Afbar, Camilo Ospina looking for that winner tonight. Mubashir Al-Khaladir, another Al-Khaladir, the 16, Norweth Al-Farouz. 17, Jazim Afbar for Mohammed Al-Daham. 18, Sheikh Al-Khaladir for Mohammed Al-Habail. 19, Bahar Zakir for Abdullah Al-Kridis. 20 is a non-runner, Baghdad Gudar, which means Lazazar Mohammed Al-Shamari gets in and inherits stall number 12. So a full field of 20 for the second leg of our Arabian horse handicap, this being a 0 to 75.
And Tom is so excited for these. I know that you're salivating at the mouth to get your eyes on these horses and see who's going to look the best. And at least on paper, who's jumping off for you?
None of them a perfect answer. It's difficult. It really is tough, this race. I mean, look, the horse number 13, Agap Al-Khaldir, is probably the most likely winner in the race, but it's only rated 68. The reason I say that is because of connections, the fact that this colt has won 4 times in his life. He's a little bit more prolific than the vast majority of these, but yeah, this is tough.
They're not making it easy for you, that's for sure. And a lot of these horses being separated by just a few pounds is not ideal either. Yeah, we'll have to look at who's looking well, and see Naif Al-Anazi, proud of himself going down there. He's needs a little bit of more luck this time in the running.
And the thing is, this race and the previous race, but this race more so, is so reliant on luck during the run, because these Arabian horses, we've already seen, if you have one little moment where you get shut off or you aren't able to get the position, that can be race over. You cannot save yourself from those spots. So you need the perfect luck through the race to win. Not only is it difficult to find the right horse on paper, but then you need everything to go right in the race itself.
We'll do a rundown of these horses. Look like the jockeys are already getting on board. Number 1 is Melk, 10-year-old by Moon Jesus, 3 for 7, locally 11th last time.
The last Saudi Arabian victory came over 1,400 metres. That was 14 months ago. Last time up was a little bit disappointing. Needs to show a little bit more.
Taon is number 2, is 0 for 1, locally 13th last time.
0 for 1 in general as well. Hasn't run prior to that race, back at meeting 8. So it was a long time since he finished 13th.
Gasham Sham Al Jasser is 2 for 23, was 12th last time.
Didn't show much last Friday. We'll need to show a lot more again today.
Rahal Al Wathba is 1 for 2, locally 13th last time.
Wide draw, 13th on the reappearance. That was just last week, so the quick turnaround.
Bap is 2 for 7 and was 9th last time.
2 Qatar wins for this French bred. Better efforts over staying trips, so this 2000 should be okay.
Number 6 is Shamik Gura, who's 2 for 28, was 6th last time.
Finds winning tough generally. I will be looking elsewhere.
Jcsa is number 7, 4 for 5, and was four wins from 5 runs locally, and 7th last time. Those 4 wins are obviously beforehand at a different country.
Exactly. 3 of them came in Poland. I think the other one was Qatar. But this horse is yet to show the same level of form in Saudi Arabia.
We'll take a quick gander over to Shamila. Shamila, who do you like in there?
Well, it's our second Arabian race of the night before we go to race number 8, which I'm so excited for. But let's focus on the horses in here. And my paddock selection is horse number 11, Sadiq, Qatari bred. 3 wins to his name, ridden by Eid Al-Turisi. And he just looks really, really well in the parade ring. 8 years old, but don't let that put you off. As we've said to you many times in the past, these Arabians tend to peak later on in their careers, as opposed to thoroughbreds who do really well when they're 2 to 3 years old. So yeah, 8 years old shouldn't be a problem for me. Second last time out, and the jockey booking is really good for him as well. A horse that also caught my eye is horse number 3, Gashamsham Al Jazra, rated 75, ridden by Tariq Al Mansour, our star apprentice jockey, only 16 years old. But I will be sticking with Sadiq. As you said, has done really well for himself in Qatar. And that's all from me. No paddock negatives for this race. If I was being really picky, I would probably say horse number 20, only just because he looks absolutely uninterested. He looks like he wishes he could be anywhere else right now. So probably won't make the running for this race because it's quite competitive. But I am staying away from the Al Khaladia horses in this race, and I'm sticking with horse number 11.
Thank you so much, Shamila. She is sticking away from the Khaladias, but you are not.
No, I'm not. Agab Al-Khaladia, I think, is the most likely winner of this race. I was toying with putting up Sadiq, which is Shamila's selection, but I'll stick with, well, let's talk about Sadiq while we're talking about him right now. Here he is last time up, finishing second. It was a fine effort. He came over 1,600 metres, stepping up today to the 2,000. You know, it was a similar kind of race to this in terms of quality, so a repeat of this effort would see him close if he stays the trip as well. He's just very, very one-paced.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to sort of turn over how he should, and doesn't change leads either, which obviously isn't as big in the pre-bred Arabians, but definitely helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And also he didn't make that much ground in the closing stages, which is a bit of a concern. We can see Mubasher Al-Khaladia in shot right now. This horse is a 10-year-old, only had the 1 start this year, and that came at meeting 71 just last week when finishing 4th. We pick it up right now, and he's right against the fence. Not where you want to be, arguably, in the home straight here, just not close to the lead either. He does put in a bit of a run in the closing stages, the final 200 metres, but he's no match for the first 2. And actually, who's this horse in the blue on the outside? It was the winner of the previous race. It was the Athbar horse, and beating the Athbar horse, the race I was talking about last week. So the form has been given a boost.
Because I had the Athbar horse that got beaten in second, I believe, that day. Yes. This is my string of seconds. And there is the 11 right there, looking extremely well. There's Sadiq, we mentioned earlier. Yes, he's Shamila thinks he looks the best, and it wouldn't be a shock at all to see him run extremely well. I think that I thought looking well and drawn well is Umbab. I'm just not sure, and I'll lean on you for this, being the expert. I'm not sure whether or not he is up to par.
No, I mean, I'm happy to take expert when it comes to thoroughbred. I'm not an expert on Arabian races. Umbab definitely has a chance. Rated 73, so it's at the top of the weights. But
I will expect a full overture of the Hanson song if the horse does win from you.
I can provide that. There is more likelihood that I can provide that to a good level than find the winner of this race. Yeah, I imagine Umbab will be close. If he gets a good draw in stall 2, the trip should be absolutely fine. As I say, I'm going to stick with Agab Al-Khaladia. I just think, look, I don't love this horse. He's a 9-year-old. He's rated just 68. However, he's at least been a touch prolific in his career with 4 wins. 3 starts back at Taif. He won a contest over 2,000 metres. That was a 55 to 75, so this is kind of similar. You know, it's a 0 to 75, but the cut-off here is basically 62, the bottom weight, where it's actually 58 with the reserve getting in. So it's a very similar race. The fact he stayed the 2,000 at Taif suggests the 2,000 here will be no problem. Represents Abdullah Al-Alfi, already had a winner, Al-Khaladia Stables, Mullah bin Mishrif, etc. So there's lots of reasons to like Agab Al-Khaladia. The second most likely winner is Sadiq, who's the selection for Shamila, and that's kind of my analysis.
A few that we didn't touch on. Jasm Athba, another Athba out of the Athba colors. Any chance there? Rated 67, comes out of has 2 victories at least to his credit.
Yeah, this one hasn't shown as much as the Athba who won the last race. 3 runs this year, just not close. Hasn't managed to break through into the top 9.
The elder statesman is 11-year-old Sheikh Akhaladeh, who's a chestnut who didn't look that badly for 11-year-old warming up there, and looks to be one of the ones that could be a part of the pace.
Has only run once in the last 25 months. That has to be an issue for me. He's drawn inside as well, so we'll need to show speed.
Yeah, and Lazaza, drawn the 12, number 21 in number, has 1 win from 22.
Another horse coming off a long break, and I think this was the one that Shamila said wasn't looking very interested going down to
Wanted
start.
to be anywhere else.
Yeah, that's not exactly positive, is it?
That's okay. And the other Akhaladiyas in here that are obviously not carrying the typical white and black. You have Jcsa and Janobi, 1 and 2 victories between them, so 3 between them. One is a little more experienced in Janobi with 34 starts, and Jcsa has just the 12, and it is a winner.
Yeah, Jcsa Al-Khalidiyah seems to be going backwards in what we've seen this year, finishing 10th, 15th and 17th on 3 quick fire runs in Riyadh. We're seeing this horse out again, which at least shows some kind of fitness, but at the same time just not being close on previous efforts. And Janobi Al-Khalidiyah, 11-year-olds, breaks from a wide stall, 9th last time, 2 from 34. I mean, there are reasons to take this horse on. You've got Wigberto Ramos on board, so that's the positive. But otherwise, I think it's pretty tough to recommend either of those horses.
So you are sticking with number 13, Agapa Khalidiyah. Shamila's going to go with Sadiq. I'm going to go with Mbap in number 5. And we're going to head up to Mark Francis, see who he has in here.
Thanks, Michael. Yes, Sadiq for me. The draw would be a worry. Drawn out in 18. But we do see plenty win from a wide gate, don't we? I was going to also mention Mubashir Al-Khalidiyah, who we saw in the BT there, and Tom's already highlighted the form boost. But he's also drawn out in 17, so sort of playing my cards on the second side of the stalls here. But yeah, listen, it's a wide open race, really, isn't it? 20 runners, something can improve. Tight little handicap this. As we see a gap Al-Khalidiyah go in. 1 or 2 I didn't really get a glance off. I haven't seen Melk yet, although he is yet to go forward. And Tai Al Mashnar, the 14. Here's the 7, Dara, who slots in. 3 out of line include Janobi Al-Khalidiyah, also Samadia Athbar, and also Moga. So final few slotting forward. Once again, the same distance as our previous race, pretty much the same conditions, by the fact that this is a 0-75. Moga just needing a little bit of rousting. Turns away for now. Flashing the old tail as well. Not enjoying herself, is she? She's surrounded by experienced colts. Blindfold has been fitted. Ali Al-Mamoni applies the goggles. Yet to win this horse here in Saudi. 0 from 5, was 15th back in the summer. But some good form prior to that, be it in smaller fields. The old Pro Kush has come out now as Moga continues to flash the tail. Normally we're pretty good with off times here, but we're running about 90 seconds late. It'll be 2 minutes by the time Moga's future is settled. But good luck with your selections. Our second Arabian race, which will get underway as soon as Moga has decided that she wants to play ball, and that evidence doesn't look as though today's her day. I mean, you've got to be a very brave person to stand behind her right now after kicking out like that. Still, they work on Moga. She's got nice draws today as well in 10. She's gone in. We're finally set for a start. The 2,000 metre post. Flags up. And they're off. Pretty decent break from the stalls, although Lazazar, the reserve that got in, green noseband, is certainly the slowest out and trails the rest of the field by about 3 lengths. One of the first to get out was Sham Al Jazra in the centre. The 3 also up there is Jcsa Al Khaladir, and further out of the racecourse is Jazem Athbar. Murshid Isa is also prominent, looking towards the wide outside. Melk got away smartly as they completed their first 400 metres in 27 and 43 seconds. So joining up with the round course, there's 4 across the track here. Deepest out is Melk with the blue colours. The 11 Sedic is also handy. Up with the pace early on is Jazem Athbar, and between that pair is Murshid Isa. These are the first 4. Just in behind these runners then, we have Jcsa Al... Time, baby! Third win for Janobi Al Khaladir on start number 35 as the Pony Riders will salute Wigberto Ramos back into the winner's enclosure. Janobi Al Khaladir wins. Samadir Athbar in second place. Camilo Espina's wait for a winner tonight goes on. And it was close for the Mana Money. Janobi Al Khaladir with the blinkers from stall number 16 has won at a time of 2:22.55. Only a couple of seconds slower than our 75 to 90 rated handicap some half an hour ago. The winning distance is a neck over Samadir Athbar. Mubashir Al Khaladir made late grounds to finish in third, and a very pleasing run from Murshid Isa, finishing in 4th place. The final trio on the board from Wide Gates, Janobi Al Khaladir wins, Samadir Athbar second, Mubashir Al Khaladir back in third. In leg 2 of our Arabian horse handicap, next up, it's pony time.
MashaAllah, tell me about the race.
Thank you. This race is about experience. This is the old horse, and they got the very experienced old man in the saddle. Well, the race he sit down close to the race, and I just take it easy because I know that the distance was very far, and I thought to myself, if I got it in the 600, he will get it. Thank you.
All I can say after that race is somebody please get Mark Francis a glass of water. I don't know who rode that race better, Wigberto Ramos or Mark Francis. I would say the latter. But really great race from Wigberto Ramos there. Really tough race in those closing stages. I wasn't sure if he was going to hold on. Camilo Espina was coming up his outside and closing in, and I honestly thought that Wigberto let this horse go way too soon, but obviously he knows what he's doing, and this horse just about held on for the finish, so it's great to see. And you know, this 11-year-old colt was not a standout in the parade ring for me whatsoever. It didn't look like much at all. As we can see, Camilo Espina and Wigberto Ramos just embracing for a hug there post-race. So the sportsmanship here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is absolutely fantastic. Between all the jockeys, I mean, every time we interview one of these jockeys, they say they're brothers. But oh, there he goes. The Wigberto Wiggle is back in action. Never in doubt. We love to see it. Now, hopefully we'll get a word with Wigberto Ramos. Congratulations, Wiggy. That looked like a difficult race in the closing stages, to be honest.
Yeah, they make it difficult about the distance. And my horse is a kind of horse that come from behind, so I cannot be behind too many horses. Today he sit off the pace very easily close, like a 6 lane. I say, okay, if I'm still with good position in the 600, he will get it. I know the horse. He got 11 years. It's an old horse with the old jockey, so we got a good combination.
And were you aware that Camilo Espina was coming up here outside and was pretty much on your tail the whole time?
Yeah, Camila is a very good rider, I saw someone come on outside. I don't have no chance to see who. So my horse is the horse that got, you know, like too much weight. And the last 200, I just go hand riding and showing the whip. When I saw Camilo, I just drive my horse a little bit outside to let them see.
And you came out of stall 16. He's 11 years old. Were you expecting to win this race at all?
That was a little surprise because he been running bad. I was hoping to get in the place. But when I saw my horse in the 600 close, I said he might win.
And so this is a great win for you. Are you looking forward to anything else for the rest of the weekend?
Today I got 2 more left, two good horses, and tomorrow I got 1 filly in the cup.
Well, very best of luck, Wiggy. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamila. Always great to see Wiggy get it done. And this is he was saying he basically was some creative riding choices, making his way down to the final furlong.
A little bit of herding, we like to see it. Well, we don't, but you know, he didn't cause any interference this time in doing it by just moving his horse out in the straight.
Yeah.
I liked how he said this horse had been running bad. Well, that makes my job easy, doesn't it? Finding a horse who's been running bad lately, an 11-year-old. I mean, fair play to Connections and Wigberto for getting him home. His previous efforts were nowhere near as good as this. And, you know, it's good that an 11-year-old can still win races.
Yeah, let's get the start here. A little bit of a bad start. That is Lazaza, the one that had no interest in running in the race to begin with.
Yes,
Basically had no interest in starting the race either.
No, quite a few of these already dropping off the back of the TV at this stage. They weren't going overly hard, but they were setting fair fractions up front, I think we can say. The eventual winner's in the perfect spot again. The Stalking Trip, the big grey horse in behind, green and black silks, of Wigberto in around 8th place right now. Wide on the track, but Wigberto's just kind of letting this horse get into the race and find that position that he needs to be in.
Yeah, he's very comfortable right now, just far enough away not to get too much kickback from the horses in front. Shifts him to the outside to almost get a completely clear path at this point. Loses a little bit of ground, but I think that was just part of his plan to just keep the horse clear.
Yeah, exactly. Get clear air, clear run, then give this horse every chance of winning. My selection actually at this stage is already going backwards. That was Agap Al Khalidia, bottom of your screen right now. Broke in the same kind of position as the eventual winner, but at this stage is now off the back of the TV and 8 lengths behind, so just lacked the middle gears.
Yeah, just a bit of a shock to see sort of back up so quickly, but we've seen that a couple times today where the running of the race just did not suit.
Yep.
Just the winner now about to make his decisive move here. Wiggy's biding his time, I would say, because he definitely got there a little sooner than he would have liked.
Yeah,
but I don't think he
sure.
expected them to sort of fold in front of him as quickly as they did.
Exactly. He basically said that he was hoping for a place in that post-race interview with Shamila. So I imagine when this horse took him to the front, he was a little bit surprised, and then was just hoping that
nobody was coming.
Yeah, nobody was coming. And as he said, Janubi Al Khaldir doesn't like being touched with the whip. So, albeit Wigberto does use it about now, just once on the. We just see that a little flick.
Didn't do much for him.
No, he kind of puts the stick down. This horse is going left and right. The closers are coming from the back of the pack. You can see right on the outside is the eventual runner-up, and the 3rd place finisher as well. They're both flying, but they just weren't able to get there.
Slowly eases to the outside here.
It's about to see it.
Slowly eases and just decides to. No, just some light herding.
Yeah, not a lot.
Diet herding.
Wouldn't have affected the result. I mean, even right now, 4 or 5 strides after the line, Camilo's not in front on board the eventual runner-up.
Well, good on him. He got it done. And our little Umbab ran really well back in 5th. Made a nice little rally. Just didn't seem to, be good enough on the day. Didn't want to change leads either.
No. I think this is just a race where form could easily be reversible if they match each other next time. Any of these. If I'm taking one horse out of the race, it's the 3rd place finisher, Mubashir Al Khalidia. Came from a terrible position, was right out the back after briefly missing the kick. Stayed all the way to the line. This horse is a 10-year-old, so obviously isn't open to much improvement, but has run well both starts this year now, and in a similar kind of ultra-competitive race, he could get a job done.
Yeah, that was not, it wasn't the race that we completely expected. Actually, we expected nothing of the sort, to be honest.
No.
But it's nice to get shocked, especially with the Arabians, because they can just take turns beating each other.
Yeah.
And especially in this kind of, not 75 level, there's not much between them.
It is a shock result, but a shock result is not a shock, if that makes sense. We were kind of predicting that could be the option here. So, yeah, it was a competitive race. I think with these contests where it's just so hard to find the winner and even work out the pace scenario, just to get a good, exciting finish is the main goal, and we all got that.
And shout out to our YouTube viewers. Thanks for tuning in again and commenting. Mitch Friedman, it was very nice. He says people who want to learn to host a show should watch and learn from you guys or listen to you guys. And I appreciate the nice words. I'm sure it's all directed toward Tom. David Ballin is back on as
David's
always.
loving it, isn't
yes,
he? Look at
he
this.
is. He
Filling
is.
up the comment section.
He says, good evening. What is he? He says,
Sorry, the race winning ride by Ramos. I presume you mean how good it was. I mean, it was very good from Ramos up front.
He's apologizing for the hurting, possibly?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, he says, on to the next simulated game. There is one more thoroughbred race coming up next, followed by 2 pony races, followed by 2 more thoroughbred races. So stick around, David.
Of course. And then coming up next would be, arguably, would be the most interesting and complex and classy race of the evening. We'll have none other than Commissioner King, who is a Saudi Derby winner.
Yes, almost.
I knew it was going to happen.
On your first day, you said you were going to do something like that. You were close to saying UAE.
Full
Saudi.
disclosure, I do live in Dubai, so I knew that one of these days I was going to say Dubai World Cup instead of Saudi Cup by accident. But I definitely almost spit out UAE Derby there. But yes, Saudi Derby winner Commissioner King is coming up in the next race. It's going to be a 1,600-meter stakes Jcsa award, 3-year-olds and up. They are going the mile distance. We're going to go over to Mark Francis, who's going to take us through this excellent field.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, certainly got ahead of myself. It's a small matter of this JCSA award race before our 2 pony races, which will feature these riders. So very much looking forward to them in action in the next hour. But we certainly have one of the best horses on show in this race. It's our 8th race over the mile. Wakood heads them then. The 1 for Abdullah Al Orfi. 2 is Final Destination, Mohammed Al Hubail. Finest Sound, rated 111, formerly with the Crisfords in the UK, is the 3 with Berto Ramos looking for that quick 5 double. Abdulaziz Al Massa for Smote is the 4. 5 is Time Najad. 6 Latihati for Camilo Ospina. Not been his night so far. And here he is, number 7, Commissioner King for Luis Morales. 4 wins in Saudi Arabia, including the Saudi Derby, and returned with a Type Cup victory back in September, rated 112. And also the final one on the previous page was single-minded, the 8, Farhed Al Faradi. Wisdom Keeper is the 9, Naif Al Anazi. Path of Thunder is the 10. 11 is a scratch. So Malika the 12, Abdullah Al Ajimi, and 13 Al Magadam for double-seeking Ali Al Matib. Commissioner King, folks, it's all about this horse, surely.
Yes, very much so. Looking forward to Saudi Derby. Big race here. And the horses, as you see, are in the parade ring. They're going around, and this is the classiest field we're going to see all day. And I'm looking forward to a few of these. A lot of these have, a couple of them are kind of unexposed within Saudi Arabia. I'm looking forward to seeing Finest Sound in particular. We're going to start off with Wakood. He's out of Tarfasha, second in the Oaks herself. Group 2 winner, Dubawi, 5-year-old horse who used to be with Shadwa, I believe.
Yes, he's a 2-time JCSA award winner. He hasn't won for a year, though. That's got to be the negative.
Final Destination, horrible movie series, decent horse, 3 wins, and from 7 runs.
He won the Taif Derby over this trip. Only run once in Riyadh in his career.
Looking excellent, but probably needed the race there. His Finest Sound, first run here.
Rated 111 in the UK, that's why you see 111 on your race card right now. He was trained by the Crisfords, finished 3rd in the Woodbine Mile, definitely needs the run, as you say. He looks a big boy right now.
Another in here for the first time in the UAE is Smote. What a fantastic name.
0 for 2 for Gerald Lyons and Jodmont. Sold for just 5,000, cheap purchase.
Time Najid is 0 for 8 locally, 6 last time.
Winless so far, which is not what you want in a race of this nature. I just don't think he's talented enough.
Number 6 is La Tahati. 4 for 12 was 10th last time.
That was last week as well at meeting 71. Used to be trained by Roger Varian. Had some form on artificial surfaces. Camilo Ospina rides, still searching for that winner.
I think the camera guy is taking his time loading this up. It seems that there's the 5 there. That's Time Najid. La Tahati we mentioned already. Let's just keep it on. Commissioner King, we're going to see in just a moment. Commissioner King, we'll give it a little more time with him. He has 5 runs. He has 4 wins. He has done very little wrong. What are your thoughts on him? Is this just going to be another, Easy win for him.
Yes. He's the Saudi Derby winner from last year.
I should know better than do a yes or no question.
He is the Taif Cup winner on his comeback. The race that has worked out amazingly well. Numerous subsequent winners have come out of that race. We see him right now, Commissioner King. Fine looking horse, lots of ability, rated 112. He could be the best 3-year-old in the country. An
amazing amount of speed in him he gets from his dam side, and his father, Commissioner, had a ton of stamina. We have number 8 will be single-minded, 1 for 15. His 15th last time.
A bit of a regressive type, this son of Caravaggio. Caravaggio's progeny do stay a little bit further than he did. Finished 15th last time, just wasn't a great run.
For me, the best bred horse on the day to be running is Wisdom Keeper, number 9. He's a son of Quality Road and Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Life is Sweet.
Yeah, interesting horse as well in this race for 2 reasons. One, he's only had the 1 start and absolutely bolted up in a maiden. So, you know, for that reason, he's open to unlimited potential. Secondly, he represents the same owners as Commissioner King. Why are they facing off against each other?
They need to run somewhere, I guess. Number 10 is going to be Path of Thunder, formerly with Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. Has 5 wins to his record.
A reliable veteran. He wants further right now in his career, I believe.
Malacca will be number 12. 0 for 10 locally, 16th last time.
Just can't win on what we've seen.
Just no chance.
No.
Gadam is 0 for 8 locally, 2nd last time.
Good run as well last time up. We're not going to see the footage of it because there are more likely winners in this race, but I remember last week when this horse last ran, or the week before, saying follow this horse going forward. He's not from 8, but will win a maiden. This obviously is not a maiden. They've gone up in class with him, but he has enough talent to win a race, that's for sure.
Yeah, he looks like he might also need another race. Quite the thick sort. I think obviously it's going to be very tough to beat Commissioner King, but and you see those silver lame soaks that he keeps there with his crew. If I'm going to go anywhere against him, there's a horse that might take it to him. It's kind of what I did in yesterday's feature, or yesterday's race with Lagartha Rhyme, is maybe Jimmy with his horse can take it to him. And Wiggy will be in the saddle well with Finest Sound. Exceed and Excel out of a Dubawi mare. This horse should take to this surface really well.
Yeah, I mean, it is unproven, but as you say, the pedigree suggests it should be no problem. My issue is that whether he's fit or not. And even a really fit Finest Sound, I don't know if he's capable of beating Commissioner King. Now, I'm not saying he can't, but I don't know whether he's capable. And Commissioner King obviously has fitness on his side and is more unexposed and younger, open to more potential, etc.
I know that he's by a stamina who had a sire that had plenty of stamina on Commissioner, but Commissioner King didn't exactly scream stamina in any of his races so far, and obviously the mile is going to be a little tough. So if he doesn't have any chinks in his armor, maybe it'll be that he gets challenged early, and who will do that?
Maybe, yes. Well, the only other horse that I found was with proper speed in this race was Wisdom Keeper, but they won't.
They won't kick each other
They
up.
won't do that. No.
Do you think he might be? Do you think maybe he's there? Wisdom Keeper is there to have something for Commissioner King to pass?
Yes.
You think it's just going to be a 1-2 all the way around?
Correct.
All right. Well, we will go to Shamila and see what she thinks. She has a great view down in the parade ring.
I bet you already know who I'm going to choose. It's horse number 7, Commissioner King, under Luis Morales for this race. I think it would be silly to go for any other horse. I mean, look at him. He's absolutely raring to go. His muscles are so well defined here under the floodlights in the parade ring. And, you know, he's giving his handlers a little bit of a tough time, and he's just ready to go. So I wouldn't want to get in his way anyway, so definitely Commissioner King as my paddock selection. A horse that I also really like, it was a toss-up between the 2 FMQ stables horses for me. Wisdom Keeper looks an absolute picture in the parade ring, and it was almost a flip of a coin between 2 of those horses. They look really, really well, absolutely primed to perfection. And it also shouldn't be a horror movie for horse number 2, Final Destination, for Thamar Al Dahani. As we've seen, he just rocks up, takes all the cups home with him on these big days, and Final Destination does look really well under Mohammed Al Hubail, just cantering down to the start next to me here. But I will be sticking with the one and only Saudi Derby winning horse, Commissioner King.
Thank you so much, Shamila. She is definitely on the Commissioner King. She's being commissioned by Commissioner King, apparently. She's on the bandwagon there. I'm going to try to beat him. I mean, I was shocked that he won the Saudi Derby. He looks obviously quite well. But I just think that he's going to be very, very tough to beat here in general. Here he is winning his last one.
This was the Taif Cup, the race that's working out phenomenally. There have been 7 subsequent winners in behind Commissioner King, and Commissioner King bolted up. He's a lovely looking horse, big bodied compared to the horse in second, that's for sure. And he gets the job done nicely. And at no point did he ever look like losing this race. I know his margin's not exactly elongating in the closing stages, but it's only being eroded very slowly, and they're 5 or 6 clear of the third. This was a horse who was fresh up going into the Taif Cup, and he's only going to improve from it.
Yeah, the more I look at the 9 there in Wisdom Keeper, the more I might think that your ploy on how they're going to play cat and mouse might actually be true. The horse looks phenomenal. We're going to take a little look at some form from him, where he won on November 11th.
And he made all the running this day. He just continued to grow and grow that advantage. This was a day when pace really held up, so you have to note that down. The runner-up is a nice looking type, well, not the runner-up necessarily, but the horse in second right now is a nice looking type. He will go out of shot in a second because the camera will just focus on this winner, who was impressive. But why would you pitch a horse in against Commissioner King that is as impressive as like this? And the second question is, if you're doing it, are you just doing it to provide that pacemaker, as we've touched on?
Yeah, and especially with that kind of a jockey assignment, Naif is not going to be there looking to just ride a rabbit. It's going to go around and sort of drop anchor as they turn for home. So, I mean, if there's any, maybe a tactical flaw here could lead to the opposite 1-2 finish than we expect.
Maybe. I would be very surprised, just because Commissioner King is so talented. If this horse wasn't Commissioner King, but a similar kind of animal, then I could maybe entertain that. But I just think Commissioner King is going to beat these. He's the best horse in the race by some considerable way. I know that Finest Sound is very talented, and I hope he runs very well for Jimmy Jerkins, because he could be another flag bearer for the stable in Saudi Arabia. I just didn't think he looked fit, and at the same time, I think he's bumping into a very nice horse.
And Path of Thunder, you said he's obviously running longer distances now, but before, for Charlie, he was a 7 furlong miler. So he's dropping back to that trip. Do you think he's going to have, first of all, where do you see him early in the race? Because he has 3 or 4 different styles he's shown in his career.
Yeah, I think he'd be mid-division, maybe in the second flight as well. Alex Moreno is not a rider that likes coming from behind in his races. He's almost always near the speed, but I don't think Path of Thunder's quick enough to make the front. His recent runs have come over further. He's by Knight of Thunder, so he should have a good turn of foot. He's just not good enough at this stage to win a race like this. He could easily make the top 3. There is no question about that. And it's good prize money all the way down to really 4th in this race. So, look, I wouldn't be surprised if he played a bit of a part, but to assume that he's capable of even going close to Commissioner King, I think would be a reach.
Let's see, it looks like David Ballin in the comments is saying, if this is accurate, he's going for Final Destination in here to back up his victory. It'd be the 3rd horse on the day to go to back up their previous victory.
Yes.
So wouldn't be a huge shot. Well, actually, maybe. Rated 101, decent horse.
Yeah, not a huge shot because he's been so consistent. In 5 runs this year, he's finished in the top 2 each time. He won the Taif Derby over this trip. He's only run once at this venue. If I'm giving a top 3, and I actually like doing top 3 for this kind of race because I feel like it's easy, or easier, I would go 7, Commissioner King, to beat 2, Final Destination, to beat 3, Finest Sound, and then maybe Path of Thunder in 4th.
For me, I'll go for the upset. I'll put Finest Sound on top of actual Wisdom Keeper at number 9, and then Commissioner King, 397. I do think this is going to be a fun race to watch because a lot of questions are going to be answered. I think stamina questions are going to be answered about Commissioner King, and tactics, whether or not he can sit right off the pace and go and come running, whether or not Wisdom Keeper can step up to this level, whether or not Finest Sound is going to take to his new surroundings really well. And we have a couple in there who have back class and ability or coming off victories that can step it up, like Final Destination and Wakud. So for me, that's where we're going to lead. And Shamila is on the same boat with Commissioner King. I think that a lot of people are expecting a big run from him.
It's worth noting, Commissioner King has the black cap, Louis Morella's black cap, not the first string silver cap, the black cap, when you're watching in the race.
That'll be interesting. Maybe they picked up the wrong cap on the way out.
Potentially.
Not impossible. All right, well, I guess it looks like they are about to load into the gate. We're going to head over to Mark Francis, see who he likes, and hear his great call of this race.
Oh, I hope so, Michael. Anyway, very, very kind. Yes, Tom's highlighted there. Commissioner King has the black cap, second colours for the Katani stable. Wisdom Keeper, 1 from 1 so far with the silver cap. Wakud, meanwhile, for the red stable, has the first colours with Finest Sound. Jimmy Jerkin's second runner has the white cap for Wigberto Ramos. But this all revolves around one horse, and this is Commissioner King, last year's Saudi Derby winner. Returned to the scene at Taif to win the Taif Cup in September. Is this the road to the Saudi Cup? Be Saudi Arabia's leading flag bearer, we shall see. But he's a fantastic horse. Breaded a whopping 112. There he is. Luis Morales. Can he soak up the pressure and deliver here? Smote, formerly trained in Ireland. Abdulaziz Al-Massa just gives a kick or two, but Smote's not having it. You see Latihati in the background, Camilo Ospina. Look at those slot in. We've got 4 out of the line, including this guy, Commissioner King. What will he deliver today? Finest Sound into 3. And Wisdom Keeper into 9. We're set. A dozen runners for this JCSA award contest. They're off and racing. Awkward out of the gate was Al Magadam from the widest post, as Commissioner King got away smartly and probably heads the parade early on, and indeed does by about a length and a half. So the white cap of Finest Sound, red colours in second position. Deeper out on the racecourse, Wisdom Keeper. It's a 1-2 for the owner at the moment. Just in behind runners, Path of Thunder still keeps a wide post. In between those runners is the yellow colours of Single Minded, looking towards the back of the pack. One of those still going, Al Magadam, who was slowest away, has around 3 around him. They include the likes of Malakar and also Smote. But it's Commissioner King, as expected. Luis Morales has hit the front as they go down the side of the course. Challenged by Finest Sound in second place. Moving up size is Wisdom Keeper, and travelling powerfully for Naif Al-Anazi, and just deeper out on the course is Path of Thunder. So a high class 1, 2, 3, 4 has pushed along for the first time is Final Destination, who's now moving into 5th, and they're about 4 lengths clear of the remainder as Commissioner King has come under a ride here and overtaken by Finest Sound. Commissioner King's in trouble. The stablemate Wisdom Keeper looks a lively danger to this front pair, and Final Destination is carving through as well as they go inside the last 300 metres. It's a real turn up here as Final Destination motors into the lead. Taking over from Finest Sound in second place. Staying on is Path of Thunder, but Final Destination is going to get his day in the sun here at sunset. Final Destination bounding away to win the JCSA award. Final Destination, Mohammed Al-Habail wins. Path of Thunder was second, close for third. Commissioner King completely faded out of it. Let's hope he's okay, of course. But Final Destination, who had to settle for second best behind Commissioner King back at Taif, came out and won at meeting 47 and wins again here tonight. A horse certainly on the up. He certainly won't be rated 101 anymore, that's for sure. In a time of 1:38.40, Mohammed Al-Habail points to himself and the horse. All about this horse, Final Destination, beats Path of Thunder, who plotted a wide course throughout, 5 1/4 lengths back to the second. Time Najad has run an absolute screamer to finish in third off a mark of 77, and he was ahead of Single Minded. Just looking back further down the picture, still waiting to see Commissioner King cross the line as the rest of the pack cross. Still no sighting. Not Commissioner King's day. There he is, beaten on the turn. Final Destination reverses the form and wins the JCSA award contest.
That was beyond impressive, to be honest. That was the performance we expected from Commissioner King.
Yeah, it was. And it's worth noting that Final Destination finished behind Commissioner King in the Taif Cup. So, albeit Final Destination was a likely player in this race, to suggest he was going to beat Commissioner King by that far and win it so impressively, I think would have been a bit of a stretch before the race, but he's done it well in hindsight.
Mohammed Al Hubail scripted this beautifully to get Final Destination home in what was a nice stock, pounce, and basically destroy all the way home.
Yes, it was a really good performance. This horse has really come out on top in nice fashion as well. He was coming off a relatively long layoff since Taif. I know Commissioner King was coming off a little bit longer because Final Destination had one more run. But there was a case to be made that he wasn't 100% coming into today. I don't think that's true because he's really bombed clear and a nice horse.
Yeah, he obviously ran very well against Commissioner King last time. He comes through and runs his race. I think this track just suits him a whole lot more than Taif did as well.
Yeah, you were saying off air there that you think the longer straight is the key.
Yeah, longer straight. The horse really finishes well. He stays through the mile, which will be interesting moving forward because at 101, he's going to move probably into the mid-hundreds, mid-odds range. So you're looking at probably 108 or so coming out of this?
Yeah, maybe 108, maybe even 110. I wouldn't be surprised. He won so well. I know that Commissioner King and Finest Sound, one underperformed and one probably wasn't 100% ready to go, but he won like a 110 horse, I think. If Commissioner King won like that, we'd have said he's run to his rating of 112. So
he's already established himself now as one of the serious players for probably the Welterweight Cup locally, which is a $500,000 race. But maybe if he moves forward once again in that next spot, he could be for the big one. You know, there's $20 million in the line and probably needs to be rated around 112 to 115 to even be considered.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going the right way. He represents an owner who has had several good horses in his time. He's got lots of horses over here. He's had horses in the UK as well, and he's looking for that horse, and he's going to make sure that Final Destination probably becomes that one.
And as the pedigree nerd I am, I always have to point out this Havana Grey has just been. He's a horse that no one expected to be this standout sire he is. And not only that, but they're not just sprinters like him. And I think Carl Burke did just a brilliant job with him as a horse. It's a tiny little thing, but it's just done so well as a stallion. Let's go to Shamila and see what she thinks.
We're just going to let Tharma Dehane sign off on his win with the stewards. He gave jockey Mohammed Al Hubail a big hug there after winning the race. And trainers have to do this after each race that they win. They have to go into the stewards' weighing box and sign out. And he's just receiving thanks from many of his opponents as well from FMQ stables. So it's great to see, as we've seen before, lots of sportsmanship here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Everybody is happy for each other, no matter what. And hopefully we'll grab a quick word with Tharma Al Dehane before you get on stage. Congratulations, Tharma.
Thank you.
Wow, that's such an impressive race.
Yeah. He's a good horse. He's a good horse. But he win all the time the rating down, like man of the night. Now he beat 112, 111. We'll see what and he beat them distant, not 1 length, 2 length, distant. We'll see the rating man. We'll see. We hope he do the best for us, you know.
And were you expecting to beat the likes of Commissioner King today?
To be sure, no, for the first race, because my horse 2 months and 10 days not running. But I tell Muhammad all the time, be careful. Your horse, he have a good speed. He have a good turn foot if the race very fast. Alhamdulillah, he do it.
And what's your plans for him for the rest of the season if his rating goes up a little bit more?
Yeah, he will go to the King Cups and then to King Salman Cup.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I don't want to keep you from your picture, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shamila. That was quite informative. This horse is definitely moving on his way upward, and he deserves it. That was very impressive. We'll take a look back at the race in a few minutes, but a couple seconds. But this was from the gate. Bad start on the outside there.
Al Magdam, that was. Yeah. And also the horse on the inside, Pink Silks, was smoked. First up in Saudi Arabia, just didn't break well.
Yeah, and the Commissioner King breaks extremely well. Looks, for me at this point, I'm thinking, well, the race is over. He's got an easy lead.
Agreed. Exactly what I thought as well. His stable companion on the outside, Wisdom Keeper, being kept way away from him, was very keen. It looked like Nathan Anazi's saddle slipped. I don't know if that's true or whether he was just super keen, so Nath was really close to him, but he was right up the horse's neck.
Yeah, he's a little bit erratic at this point. You notice,
uncomfortable.
yeah, he's moved over 3 paths to the left, and he's still sitting in third there. We'll see what he does from here. But Commissioner King, at this point, you think, well, he should be moving on, and he's not.
Yeah.
He's being collared already by Finest Sound. Wiggy makes a cutthroat move here to sort of challenge this Saudi Derby winner, and this is a horse that's proven he could win a fight. But Wiggy didn't care; he went after him anyway. And Finest Sound ran a decent race for a horse that, you know, probably definitely needed it.
Yeah, he obviously took a blow in the final 400 metres. He hit the front looking like a potential player in this race and really faded out of things. Not as bad as Commissioner King did. You can see him just towards the bottom of the shot, falling out the back of the TV. But Finest Sound does take a blow around this stage, and he goes backwards. At this point, Final Destination's already won the race and just going further and further clear. Path of Thunder down the outside, being that reliable veteran that he is, staying on for second again. And then the third place finisher was Time Nudged, a 77 rated winless 3-year-old.
And so when you see, we obviously see a great performance in and of itself by the winner, rated 101, going to go up probably to the 108, 110 range, we would guesstimate, not putting words in the handicapper's mouth. But when you see a 77 rated horse come in there and finish third, does that give it a bit of a dark mark?
Yeah, potentially. I think it does. I don't want to take anything away from the winner because he was super today. But when you're looking at this race in general, the runner-up is a 6-year-old who's run lots of times over different trips, and the third place finisher's yet to win a race. So the depth wasn't there in the finish, but that's because Finest Sound and Commissioner King both didn't perform as we know they can.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting, and more excitement we have coming up. We're going to have a break in proceedings here for just a few minutes, and let's take a look back at some of these races. So we do have pony races coming up, but first we'll look back at the 4 races so far.
Contest over 1,200 metres. It was a
How long have we
pretty
got,
level
Greg?
break. Sadahem, one of the slowest out. So too was Najmat Al Shay, but towards the inside, up with the pace so far is Kanajer. Towards the inside, running rail, we have the green cap there of Mtaz, who got away smartly, and deeper out the course is Wasim Al Riyadh. Also Kayadar, who took time to go into the stalls, is 4 wide as they go round the turn. Just behind the pace then, Motama Sek, the grey horse, is back in 5th position. The slow starting Najmat Al Shaib has made up a few places to now sit pretty handy, and then comes the Orange Silks of Sayoud, probably about 15 lengths first to last as they've gone past halfway, and 4 horses vying for the lead here. Towards the inside, the green cap of Mtaz has challengers deeper out of the course in the shape of Kanajir, who now hits the front. So too Wasim Al Riyadh with every chance, and down the centre is Kayadar. Looking to stay on from out of the pack is Al Bashet, but deep inside the last furlong they go. A 1 or 2 trying to cut through the pack to make a move. Lamza Al Zolfi is one of those, and so too is Kayadar. Lamza Al Zolfi, though, has hit the front from absolutely nowhere, and deep inside the last 50, Lamza Al Zolfi has gone on to win. Close for second and third, involving Kayadar, also Kanajir involved, and Al Bashet, who stayed on pretty nicely. Lama Al Zolfi in a bunch finish. And they're off. Racing away. Looks as though Kisham from the extreme left of picture was one of the slowest away, and so too was the white sleeves of Amar Al-Aziz. But as it is expected, Merba Alays has already hit the front, and chased through to challenge is Racine with the red blinkers. Further out in the racecourse is Nikila in a similar coloured jacket. Also up with the pace then is Simon, who was playing up in the paddock. Back towards the inside rail is Abu Al-Bashaya, and also prominent is Fa'at. So as they level off down the side of the course and have gone through halfway, it's Merba Alays and Alex Moreno who have got a narrow advantage to Racine in second position. Pushed up into third now is Nikila, as Fahad is pushed along for the first time. One that's making eye-catching progress is Til Afad under Ahmed Al-Sharar, as they've got a furlong and a half left to go, and Merba Alays is the one to catch. Nikila is the challenger down the grandstand side. Between that pair is Til Afad. Fahad hasn't got anything more to offer. As they go inside the last 50, it's Merba Alays racing up towards the line, is clinging on here to the late challenge of Nikila, but Merba Alays just about has done enough. Merba Alays wins. Nikila in second, and Tilafard back in third. Pretty straightforward for Merba Alays. Alex Moreno again in the what is it?
Well, we've just seen the first two races of today. However, this is serious business now. This is our first pony race of the evening. And my paddock selection has to go with horse number 1, Rosie. She is 6 years old, trained by Musab Al-Qasimi, ridden by Abdulaziz Al-Qasimi. So as you can see, one of the smallest horses in the field. There are only 5 runners. However, I think Rosie could really make the running for it. Now, they will be running over 400 metres, which is quite a long distance considering that this tiny pony has only little legs. However, impeccably turned out. Her tail is all plaited, so hats off to the grooms for that. And the jockeys are in the parade ring as well, and they look business, okay? And honestly, some of them look more professional than some of the jockeys that we have here on a normal night. Now, this is horse number 2, Misk, ridden by Sood Al-Shamri, trained by Ahmed Kassan. Also a really nice looking horse, 7 years old, chestnut colt. As you can see, these horses as well are colts, so they are serious racing ponies. The horse behind it, horse number 3, Mofre, is trained by Naif Wanas and ridden by Salman Naif Al-Shamri. And since coming into the parade ring, he has not stopped screaming. He wants everybody to know that he's in the parade ring and he's ready to go. He is 8 years old and also a bay colt. Horse number 4, Layla, is trained by Sultan Al-Dehani, only 4 years old, so the youngest filly in the race. And as you can see, some of their tack is a little bit worn in, but you know what? That just means that the jockeys are really experienced. And she has a really nice coat as well, nice colourings. And last but not least, we have horse number 5, B. Inzan Allah, who is 6 years old, trained by Masari Al-Dawali and ridden by Abdullah Al-Karim. And the rumours going around the paddock is that this is the horse that is to beat. This is the horse that's going to win, 6-year-old colt. And so, just if you didn't know, they won't be jumping out of stalls. It is a standing start, or partially standing start. And it'll be great to see these little jockeys. I mean, they are the future of racing here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it's really nice to see them having a chance and a good race around the King having a race around the racetrack here tonight in Riyadh. So, I mean, it's really great. The atmosphere is incredible. Everybody has gathered round. Nobody even wanted to come and see the horses in the previous race, and that was our feature race of the night. However, all the crowd is gathered round. All the families are ready to see what these ponies and these children have.
Thank you, Shamila. That was riveting to dive into these. You know, there are no small horses, only small people. I don't know. Well, no, no. These no small people, only no small men, only small horses. Yes, we have lots of little small horses that are going to dive down the 400 meters straight here.
Almost a Juddmonte silks there.
They're almost Juddmonte, aren't they?
Very close.
No, well done. No, I mean, physically, I think that, and we don't have much form to go on other than some trials we had the other day.
Which we weren't here for.
Which we were here for. I would say it looks like Misk, number 2, and B as in Allah, number 5, are clear standouts here.
Yeah, I'm going to go for the Juddmonte pony. B as in Allah, horse, pony 5. I keep saying horse.
The 5. I'm leaning toward the 2, Misk. Misk, you know, I've never been a fan of blondes, but I do like that blonde mane and tail the horse has, and just seem to have a little bit of a swagger. It's what I want to see.
This jockey's got jogging bottoms on. That can't be part of the plan. Oh, there's a lot of pressure.
There's a lot of pressure there for Rosie's jockey, who definitely is Abdulaziz Al Qasimi, who
taller than the pony, I think.
Yes, he is. You know, and if history could be made if Layla comes to victory, because it'd be the youngest 4-year-old here, not horse.
No.
But I'm just supposed to be as the age of the child, not the horse. Yeah, Rakam Al Dayani is only 4 years old. So there we go. Number 1, who was apparently the pick of the paddock from Shamila. I think that's the horse. Yes, it is a horse. Yes.
If we're giving a proper analysis here, I would say that this horse,
the one has a lot to find.
Very much so. I mean, size only counts for certain things. Some people will say size doesn't matter, but in this case, 400 meters for these ponies is a long way. And if you've got such a short stride,
I would say that, I don't want to say odds. I would just say that there's just less of a chance of this horse winning.
Yes.
And I was more of a chance of it not finishing.
Yeah, well, I hope she finishes. She must have gone well in the trial. We are a little bit blind here because we weren't able to see the trial races that were run earlier in the week, and it would have been fun to get that footage, just so we know which...
Instead, we're put through a trial by fire, which is analysing these.
And it's worth noting that these are for the smaller ponies, is that correct? Under 120 centimetres, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 2 pony races, and the second pony race is for the taller ponies. So if you're wondering how Rosie has got in this race, it's because she's diminutive, to say the least.
And I think, I'm sure that Shamila is enjoying this. Probably more than any of us are at this point.
This is, I'll tell you what, this is the biggest crowd I have seen on course all day. All day. There's the pony I like in here.
In the half Juddmonte silks.
The half Juddmontes, exactly. B is an Allah.
He's got the KHK hat at the same time.
Just a mix of all colours. I like it.
Well done. I mean, the 5 has to be the horse to beat on physicality.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at that swagger. You know, he's ready to beat the horse. You know, we're going to go. Shamila's got the best view in the house. How do they look down there?
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, as you said, I haven't seen a bigger crowd in racing as far as we've seen this season anyway. I mean, everybody's come out here for the pony race, but it's great to see, you know, everybody supporting these school children. They're representing their own schools. Horse number 1 and Abdulaziz is supporting the Tillam School. Horse number 2 and Saud Al Shamri is supporting the Al Harith bin Malik School. Horse number 3 is Salman Naif Al Shamri, who is supporting the Jabir bin Hayyan Elementary School. Horse number 4, Saad bin Wabi Wakas School. And horse number 5, Asbar National Al Jawaf School. So it's really great that they can represent their schools in this contest. They can represent their schools in this contest, and that they're they're being taken seriously. I mean, everybody is rooting for each individual horse and each individual child. All the parents and all the families are here to support as well. And to be honest, I don't think we're going to get this much of a crowd on Saudi Cup night. So it's really great to see. And they're just heading down to the start nice and slowly, making sure all the kids and ponies are in a safe environment. And there is only 5 horses in this field, so it will be hopefully easy to keep them contained. So my pick is definitely, I'm going to stick with horse number 1, Rosie, and Abdulaziz Al Qasimi. I cannot wait to see her and her little legs flying across the 400-meter mark. Let's go to Mark Francis for our first pony race of the evening. Mark, who do you like?
Oh, I cannot wait for this. 5 ponies. I was just interested, actually, with the Silks. And we've got a lot of famous connections here on show. We've already highlighted the Juddmonte colours of Frankel for B is in Allah. We've got Rosie in the green jacket, red epaulets. Could be Verdani for all we know. Baid is here as well with Misk, blue jacket, white epaulets. Lady Aurelia with the yellow colours for Mofrey. And our friend in the trackies, very similar to the Cheveley Park stud, possibly in spirals here. But yeah, the 5 ponies here with a maximum height of 120 centimetres, as Tom highlighted. This is for jockeys who are aged between 8 and 13 as well, and as Shamila just mentioned, representing their schools. But we're in for a classic here. The runners are on their way to the start. As the team mentioned, it will be as close to a standing start as possible. No stalls here, but just the 5 runners. And just for the interest of variation, probably I'll go with Misk here for the Shadwell colours. You can see in the middle of the shot there. Fantastic drone footage here. I hope we get a full race analysis from Michael and Tom in the studio. They'll be raring to go. Sectional times and everything. But there are the trophies. For whom? We shall find out. As the runners and their riders are approaching the 400-meter start. I'm going to go with Misk here for Saud Al-Shamari. Trainer is Ahmed Kashan. There's a chestnut colt. I thought the biggest looking pony was the 5. And I think B Isn't Allah might be the one to beat here. But as I say, let's change it up a little bit. Let's go with Misk. Can't even say well drawn, can I? In 2. But hopefully gets a nice prominent start. Out of the 5 ponies, 2 fillies, Rosie and Layla. Probably a giveaway with the names. But Misk, Mofrey and B Isn't Allah flying the flag for the colts. I guess it's a real mission for these ponies to get down to the start. They're going to be knackered by the time they get there. They're better off being flown down. But the parade continues in front of packed grandstands here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. It's going to be longer than the race, this rate. We're a minute and a half to the off. And there are some of the faces of possibly the future of the weighing room. A very smiling Salman Nayef Al-Shamari. See if the smile's still on his face come the winning post. There is Rakan Al-Adhiyani. Black cap, black trackies. Certainly a new look for the weighing room. And there is Abdullah Al-Karim in some very, very famous colours that he might not even be aware of that are carried around the world. So Misk, for me, a full variation of selections from the team. It looks as though we have more or less reached the start. Just the 400 metres here. So pretty much the length of the straight. It'll be the starter's job to get them into a fair line. But the team aren't lying. The enclosures here are absolutely packed for this. All the family members watching on, proud family members, possibly 1 or 2 scouts. The white stable, the red stable, amongst others. A reminder, that's what we're playing for here. We're not joking around. Pony race number 1 coming up in the next few moments. Rosie looks set to go in the green jacket. Misk is there in the blue. Mofrey was extreme left of shot, but there's Layla. Looks nice and calm and relaxed. And B Isn't Allah will complete the line of 5 ponies for this. The first leg, rearing there was B. Izan Allah. Might have a career as a show jumper in the future. But they're getting them into line. Just rearing there is Layla, who's now on the turn again. My selection, Misk, is behaving superbly here, closest to the camera. Really like Miska's behaviour here. Now, can you get 5 ponies in one line? I hope so, because we've got 14 coming up shortly. The idea is to take a turn all at the same time. They're just moving the tape back a little bit. Rosie's ready to go. Look at her. Extreme rider shot. Not a bother on her. Now, Layla taking a turn. Ponies lined up. Rosie's ready to get on with it. Extreme far side. At the 400 pole. 2 furlongs this is. This is like a Ascot Gold Cup race for some of these ponies here. Cameras at the ready. They're off. 400 metres for the first pony race, and through the centre, it's Frankel. No, it's not. It's B. Izin Allah who takes the lead and is striding away with this. 6 lengths of the good over Misk in the blue jacket. Then comes the red colours of Layla, Mofrey, and also Rosie are both beaten, but moving towards the grandstand side. Get ready to smile for the cameras. Abdullah Al Karim as B. Izin Allah is sprinting clear here and racing up towards the line. The first pony race goes to B. Izin Allah. Abdullah Al Karim wins. Misk in second. There was a yawning gap back to third, which was Mofrey, who was followed in by Layla and Rosie. All smiles for Abdullah Al Karim for the Ashbar National in Al Jorf School. The Juddmonte colours carry to success here. B. Izin Allah on this 6-year-old pony will return to the winners' enclosure.
It's absolutely breathtaking. 31.74.
Putting that down
for
for
the
the sectional.
400 meters there. It was this was a 1-horse race, and you were absolutely right.
This pony has got a rocket. What an absolute sprinter. Look at him go.
And look at this rider. He is absolutely
Feet out the stirrups.
in the game. He is he is out of the stirrups. He doesn't care. He's ready to go.
Yeah, what a race. What a race. It was a clear-cut win, we have to say.
Yes, winning. Well, you can't. I don't know how the distance of the length for these horses would be. It's probably 20 lengths. It's probably 20 lengths in their measurements. But yeah, technically 11 and a half, I believe. But yes. This is
what a performance. Just dominant from the outset. And to be fair, this pony was the standout.
Yes. Well, I thought that the 2 was going to run a good race. I think maybe the outside post was a little bit disadvantageous.
Yeah, maybe. The start was all over the place, we have to admit. We see it right here. Ooh. Oh, Rosie, the pony number 1, made a great start on the inside, but her little legs just couldn't
tiny
keep
little
up.
legs couldn't get there.
I don't know if she's finished. I'll have a look. Yeah, she has finished. She has finished.
Well, look at the winner. He's just destroyed. He takes the legs immediately out of the stirrups, which seemed to be the key move.
Wow.
Carrying probably the most weight of anybody.
Couple of looks behind. No need for goggles. Knew that it wasn't going to take any kickback.
No,
comes across to the rail, get a bit of concentration for this pony. And you know what? I want to see how well this time compares to the bigger ponies in the next race.
I think this
future form.
This pony might be able to serve it up to these larger larger options moving forward. Yes, that was thrilling.
Absolutely. And being all serious here, this is a good win for Connections. I will say the jockey gets a nice big trophy, and there's a big prize fund as well.
And these future star riders, hopefully. Though this rider here is definitely going to be
He looks quite tall, right?
Yeah, look at this already. This might be the glorious moment of their jockey career, because that might grow up to be a bit taller.
Exactly.
Than the average rider. But yes, everybody is over the moon here. The crowd losing its mind.
I wonder if NASA's going to do a post-race interview for us. That will be quite nice, hopefully in English.
So hats off.
Oh, here we go. We have got the interview.
Hats off to B. Izin Allah. Hats off to B. Izin Allah gets it done in the half Juddmonte colours.
Yeah, what a race. I enjoyed that, I have to say. We talk a lot about the horse racing, the Arabian racing, the thoroughbred racing. But that was fun.
The pony racing gets it done. It's gonna, and the stakes only get higher in the next race.
They do.
And the
14
height,
runners.
the height and the stakes. Yes, it's going to be a full field. We got just a taste of it this past time, and hats off to Abdullah Al Kareem, who was fierce in the saddle. I want to get a close up of this little lad's face because he was so intent on winning this race. Not only winning, but I feel like he was taking joy.
Yeah, for sure.
At 6 years old, he was taking joy in demolishing the competition.
Yeah, he definitely was. And, he showed signs of potential jockeyship. Yelling at the horse, the pony, trying to get it to run faster. And yeah, what a race. And I'm not one to toot the own trumpet. I am, but I did select the 5 in order.
This does not count as onto your victory.
It does. This is the biggest success I've had today, Michael. I'm taking it.
No, and hats off to David Ballin, who's in the chat right now, dominating the chat. And he definitely also picked another win. Well, actually, he was on the 2.
Yeah, he liked the 2.
No.
David, come on, stick to your thoroughbreds, man.
This was, and Joey Martinez is back in there. And he's saying they all look excited. This is amazing. Yes, it was. It is the highlight of the day so far since Commissioner King couldn't come through for us.
Yeah, Commissioner King couldn't do it, but these ponies certainly can.
Yes.
And the next race with the 14 ponies is going to be something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost 3 times the amount we just saw. It's going to be a full field. They're going to be spread across the track. And it's going to be, and for everybody who we got the latest in news for everyone who is involved. Number 13 is scratched in the next race.
In the next pony race. And just looking at
the pony race.
Just looking at the distances, I can see over my shoulder. 11 3/4 lengths the winning margin. There was 19 lengths back to the 3rd, which was the 3. Then the 4, Layla, came in 4th.
31.74. We got to make note of this time, guys, because as we said, this little pony might be able to serve it up to the taller ones later on.
Absolutely. Rosie crossed the line in 39.06, the full 40 lengths behind. Fair play to Rosie, though. She obviously got through the trial. She was able to run in the contest, and she finished a good 5th.
Out of 5? But no, she did quite well. He is. This might be his shine, as you said, it might be his shining moment as a rider, because I think he's about the same height as Luis Morales.
He's quite tall.
There we go. It's going to be, from now on, we're going to see some even more intense, not only taller, but we have some, the next one is going to be up to 121 centimeters to 135 centimeters, whereas this was up to 120.
Yeah, for sure. We get the bigger ponies in the next race and bigger field. So
no Rosies.
No, bless her. No, we get a bigger field, so the start's going to be all over the place, but hopefully we get a good race. As we see the trophy shot, this is the winner, about to pick up his glorious trophy.
That is fantastic. I love it.
It's worth noting that the other 4 riders do get the other trophies there.
They get their, in regular races, they usually pays out the top 5 or 6, and there are only 5 in this race, so they all get their well-deserved trophy, because it's not easy to step up, not only in racing this race, but to do it in front of such a loud, sort of a passionate crowd. We saw the connections basically jumping up and down as they won the race, and Saudi Riyals, 25,000 on the line. There's no small purse here.
No, it's good prize fund. It's actually more than a Phillies Open yesterday. Which is crazy, but it is.
No, yes. So obviously the purses in the regular races today are a little bit higher. So here we go. We have that 2nd place. That is the Saud Al Shamari, finishing 2nd with Misk. It was my selection, and I won't hold it against him. I think next time, maybe a little unlucky with the start.
Another 2nd for you.
Disadvantageous post.
Trying to take on these favourites aren't working on the pony races, I'll tell you that.
Another 2nd, but that's okay. We'll see if we can get them next time. Maybe they can wheel him back and run him in the next race. You never know. The 13 is out, so there is a spot in the game.
The ponies will need to grow a few centimetres to qualify, but yes.
Well. Yeah, but he was a big one, though. He's one of the bigger ones in the field. But maybe he was just, before the race, Mark commented that it was a little bit more, not lethargic, but a little relaxed. He commented that number 2 was very relaxed and well behaved compared to the other ones. Maybe just a little lethargic.
Yeah, potentially.
Maybe he'll come back with a temperature and we'll have an excuse for why.
Maybe, that is absolutely a possibility. This moment will mean a lot to all of these young potential jockeys, potentially not jockeys. It depends how they grow, obviously, if they can do the weight in the future. But they've obviously got aspirations of being riders.
Yes. And that was Salman Nayef Al-Shamari, who was aboard Mafra, our 3rd place runner in the almost to the T Stone Street colors.
Yes.
Made famous by Barbara Bangi, the owner and the chairperson of the Breeders' Cup. So yeah, this is fantastic. Oh, and these are the Cheveley Park colors without the blue cap.
Exactly that. Picking up the 4th place prize, which is very similar to the 2nd place prize.
That's for Khan Al-Dayani. There we go. Well,
he's happy with that.
He's so over the moon. And last but not least, we're going to have Abdulaziz Al-Qasimi, who won the first prize of the day, which was the paddock selection of Shamila. And unfortunately, the little gray filly couldn't quite get it done against the big paints that...
Yeah.
There he is. Abdulaziz, well done. Did a great job with he can only, he's only as good as the horse.
Exactly that. Rosie ran her race. He could only do as much as he could. And I think being furthest away from the stand side rail, probably a disadvantage for him.
Yeah, it was, he was sort of caught in the middle, swimming against the sharks.
Exactly that, exactly.
So we are over the moon sort of experience that. It was a whole lot more. So we're going to we're going to have another race coming up in just a minute with the ponies. But before then, we're going to go through the highlights of races 5 through 8. Or sorry, race 3.
And they're off. One waiting about, were they, as they jump away over 7 furlongs. Chased at the back of the field is Tawaj, who was slowly away from stall number 11, but looking to make up ground now deep on the course. But up with the pace, Tawakar, white cap towards the inside, got away smartly, so too did Thakati, and as expected, Mahalik is problem as well. So Mahalik in the green colours, 3rd to the left, probably has the overall advantage. Towards the inside is Tawakar, and between that pair is Thakati. Just back towards the inside rail is the grey horse, red cap of December, pushed along for a few strides. Tabashir just nicking that one's place. Further out in the racecourse, Jcsa is looking to get handy. So too is Alula, and so too as well Masayar, who is about 7 wide on the turn as they've gone past halfway then. And up ahead, Thakati has the call to Mahalik, who is poised to pounce in 2nd. Pushed along for the first time in 3rd position is Tawaj now, who moves up sides, and then comes Alula as they go inside the last furlong and a half, and hitting the front now, deeper down the outside is Akfiq. Akfiq is taken over from Mahalik. Alula is the eye catcher, moving into 3rd, but racing into the closing stages, and Akfiq is going to return to the winners' enclosure here. A high rating, has only twice been at the top 2. He's going to finish first today, all right. Akfiq the winner. Mahalik in 2nd, Alula in 3rd. Close for 4th between Thakati and the never near a courageous Nike. Akfiq, who moved up around the turn. Gaith Al-Gaith and Alex Moreno combine.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. And now
and they're off. Decent line then over the 9 furlong start. One of the first to show was Al Bastro in the centre of the grey horse. Just tacking across is the orange colours of Abo Sheikar, the grey, to sit handy with Min Al Shakareen. So Min Al Shakareen and hat-trick seeking Alex Moreno shows the way by about half a length to the orange jacket of Abo Sheikar as the runners join up with the round course. Towards the inside, extreme right of shot, Yahweh is also prominent, and so too is the red headgear of Al Kadram. Deeper out on the racecourse then we have the maroon colours of Modahir for Wigberto Ramos, as company on the outside with Alec Alabtar. The widest runner on the racecourse at the moment is the blue colours of Muradid. It's just being tracked through there by La Oyunak Yan Nawaf. Definitely had to get that one in. At the back of the field, the white cap Roman Al-Hamar is one of the last still going, and so too is the blue sleeves of Batua, as they've completed their first 400 metres and they go down the side of the course. And it's Min Al Shakareen in the green colours, tracked by Abo Sheikar, who probably just noses ahead now. Red cap of Estahar has made ground to sit in third position, and back towards the inside rail is Al Bastro, who's chased along for the first time. The same can be said for the maroon colours then for Wigberto Ramos on Modihar, and then comes Muradid as Abo Sheikar has hit the front. Abo Sheikar, Tariq Al Mansour now clear away by about 4 lengths, chased by Estahar, who's moving into second, and then comes Modahir in third and Muradid in fourth. But Abo Sheikar is pulling further and further clear here for Tariq Al Mansour in the orange colours, is motoring clear, extending all the way up towards the line, and Abo Sheikar will win this easily. Pushed out, does it comfortably. Abo Sheikar, an easy winner. Second position was Estahar, close for third, involving Modihir and also the running on Barak Alanayar, who was certainly an eye-catcher from out of the pack. One horse race.
There's a lot of winners.
Well, wasn't that an exhilarating first race? And I had to choose Rosie. I could not choose Rosie in that last contest, but I'll try and pick a little bit wiser this race, and I'll take you through the runners and riders. First, we have Flashy Bull, not the colt that you're used to me telling you about for the thoroughbred races. Well, hopefully not, even though this is a grey colt, and Mohammed Al-Sabay will be riding. Horse number 2 has a fantastic name, Slingshot, ridden by Abdul Majid Haif, who is a black colt. Doesn't look very black to me, it looks more chestnut. However, that's what it says in the race card, so I'll stick with it. And horse number 3, Al Kale, who is trained by Fawz Al Sehani and ridden by Hatem Al Sehani. And I wonder if that is a relation to the fantastic apprentice we're usually used to seeing, Asil Al Sehani. I might find that out for you next. And horse number 4 is Al Amira, ridden by Ali Nasser Al Salah, 3 years old, and this looks like the horse to beat in the parade ring as far as I can see. Horse number 5, Matahab, is ridden by Fahad Al-Shamri, who is a chestnut filly, also looking really, really nice here in the parade ring. Tack a little bit questionable yet again. However, you know what? It's not about the tack, it's about the rider on the back of the horse. Horse number 6 is Wej Al-Sad, ridden by Turki Alanazi, and the bell has actually just gone for the jockeys to mount for this second pony race of the day. Horse number 7 I really like the look of, Kitaf, ridden by Salam Al-Muteri, and the other horses just coming up. There's so many ponies around me. I can't even remember where I was. Horse number 8 is Najma Misar Al-Gehami is on board. Horse number 9, Latam, is ridden by Abdullah Ali Al-Rubay. Oh, geez. And my cameraman nearly got taken out by horse number 9, Latam there, but never mind. We're just going to keep going. Horse number 10 is Masha Allah, ridden by Abdul Ali Al Gehani. Now, some of these colts are acting up a little bit as the jockeys are mounting. The jockeys are just getting a little bit of reassurance from their trainers and the owners. So hopefully everything should go smoothly. Now, this is horse number 11, Gaima, ridden by Saud Al Dejani. Looks like a very big pony compared to the rest of them. Horse number 12 is Barak, ridden by Maya Al Gemadi, who rode the winner in this pony championship series last year, I believe. And oh yeah, we're in shot. We have horse number 12, Barak, and Maya is just about to get her leg up on there now. She has beautiful pink tack, bridle bandages and stirrup irons to match. So hopefully her and her pink tack, we can see them go over the line. And you know what? I'm going to root for her. My paddock selection and my selection for the race is going to be horse number 12, Barak. Horse number 13 is a non-runner. I'm not really sure why, but we're just going to ignore that. And horse number 14, the last one, is Taimur, ridden by Bandar Al-Jiani, 7 years old, in the Coolmore silks out of everything. So yeah, that's about it. That's our runners and riders for this second pony race of the evening.
All right, so number 2 wins. That's it. That's all I got.
I'm having 6. I like the 6 in here. It's a good race. I like the big field. Lots of more famous colours on show, and even the Beholder silks I think I saw at some point. So yeah, looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's I like the Michael Tabor silks. You see, almost Michael, except they have epaulets added, so it's a little bit of creative difference there. Yeah, to me, it's just. I mean, it all comes down to whether or not number 2 runs his race.
I like the 6. I think the 2 is a big player. Look, we are just choosing the biggest, the biggest and most
just looking for the biggest horse.
Thoroughbready looking pony.
Who has it looks like they have the biggest stride and isn't fat.
Yes.
Or isn't, what's a better word for that? Isn't rotund?
Overweight, yes.
Overweight.
I quite like the 6 though. He's on his toes a fair bit. This race is going to be hotly contested. The start is going to be tricky.
The disparity between rider and size of horse here is a little concerning on number 12. But a nice big blaze there. It looks like in the Zayat colors.
Yes.
But yeah, this is going to be another wide open affair for you to pull apart.
We've got 2 ponies with blinkers on as well, something I didn't think I'd see today, which is interesting. Obviously, concentration is an issue there for both of those. And,
Do you think that's an unfair advantage? Because I mean,
well, it could be. It could be. I presume you're allowed to put any kind of headgear on. I'm surprised we haven't got any cheek pieces. That would completely dwarf the pony's head. Maybe even a tongue tie to help with breathing. But
have to cut them in half.
Yeah, exactly. Half a paint roller on each side of the face.
Yeah, that does look like a little bit like the Hughes silks of Spendthrift Farm that own the famous Beholder and Bolt Doro. Actually, both the parents of Tomorrow, one of the best 2-year-old fillies in America. But these are future. These could be future star riders. They are definitely full of enthusiasm going down there, and this is going to be a whole different ballgame than what we saw earlier. We just had 5 horses spread across the track.
Yes.
We might see some bumping here. Might see some traffic issues.
The stewards may come into play. We may need to get an inquiry in the straight. And some of these jockeys could get banned. You never know what's going on. No interference, no herding, please. But yeah, the start is going to be crucial because in a race with 14 or 13 horses now, ponies, with a tape start, anything can happen.
David Bullen likes number 12 in here, according to the YouTube chat. And we encourage everybody to get on there and let us know what you think. He likes number 12, and he likes the pink boots, apparently.
Prizes for just the first 5 finishes. I would want to be in the other race. You're guaranteed a prize.
You need to get yourself a smaller pony.
Yeah, exactly. Get yourself a Rosie.
I want to see you try to stay on one. That'd be great.
Oh, there's no chance. No chance. I'm
also you'd have better luck putting Rosie over your shoulder.
Yeah, I'm twice the size of Rosie.
No, this is. I love these trophies here. They're really well done. They're heading down to post. I do think, like you said,
the 6 for me. I like the 6. He looked like he was still a colt, and he was playing up a touch. So I like that kind of thing. Hopefully he's ready to run his race. I think the two biggest dangers are the 2 and the 10.
Okay.
6, 2, 10.
I'm on the 2.
Yeah.
Just because it was the first one that looked to have any size when it passed behind me.
Exactly. 6, 2, 10. I reckon maybe those are the first 3 finishes. Hopefully we get a good race. I want to see a close finish because we didn't get that in the race earlier.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard one for Mark to pull apart, and I'm sure he's standing by. Mark, who do you like right now? I mean, this is going to test all of your skills as not only an analyst, but also as a race caller.
Tell me you like the 6.
I'm sorry, Tom. I don't like the 6. I'm going to go with the veteran here, Mashallah Allah, the 10 runner, which is yet to come into shot. It sounds like our producer's on it as well. So anyway, the ponies are heading down to the start. We've got a colour change as well. The 2 pony has a colour change. Slingshot is not in the black jacket with yellow chevrons. It's a white jacket with sort of a red H with a blue cap. So spot the colour change. There it is. Just gone out of shot there. So Slingshot in different colours. There is Bark under Maya Al-Gamdi for the Digital Education School. And we wish her the best. Of course, put a line through the 13 here. That's a non-runner. But the runners are arriving at the start. There's a spotted jacket of Wajeh Al-Sad and the table colours of Timur Mara Al-Jahani. Seen the likes of Churchill and plenty of others carry these. Auguste Rodin, of course, a Breeders' Cup winner. There's the orange and purple of Kataf. And also Najmar in the pink and green. Purple jacket of Latam, one of the greys. I think there are 4 in total. You can see the tape has been drawn across, as though the starter is standing on the official start line, but trying to get 13 ponies into one line might be a bit more difficult than getting 5 ponies into a line that we saw in our previous contest. Think of a white horse that Ballydoyle have had. Not too many, have they? Tom Collins would probably know better than I do, but that's certainly not Auguste Rodin. Timor it is. The Hawa School. Mara Al-Jahani, who we've already seen. It looks as though all the ponies have made it to the start safely. Not getting a tack adjustment here, are we? Mind yourself, fella. So they're just checking over Slingshot in different colours. Spectators watch on. Future spectators, perhaps. They're the future. Rearing is Timor, and also Bark is the wrong side of the tape. Waiting nice and patiently over on the far side is Flashy Ball, as it looks as though the jockeys are getting their instructions from one of the musketeers. Absolutely dwarfing the rest of them, the musketeer there, isn't he, on the pony horse? As though he's just reffing proceedings here. Of course, this is for ponies taller than our first race. This is from a height of 121 centimetres to 135 centimetres, and again for jockeys aged between 8 and 13. Looks as though they're trying to get into a line, but some of these ponies need headgear the way that they're behaving. 2 or 3 of them have already got the blinkers on. Just causing trouble is Mashallah Allah, who is my selection here. Being brought forward is Najmar. Timor's going to be dizzy in a minute. She keeps spinning around in circles. Looks as though we're just waiting for Najmar to be checked over because Najmar got kicked. Not really too sure who by. But you can see Najmar over on the far side. It was Timor that did kick Najmar. So 1 or 2 mind battles, mind games before the start of this race. And you can see how they've split up, both Timor and Najmar now. They're opposite ends of the track. Could there be a draw bias here? Or track bias, I guess. This is the closest we've been to a start for a little while. In danger of delaying the next thoroughbred race at this rate. Turning again is Mashallah Allah. Coming forward, Alamira. So we are getting to some kind of line, but still not ready for a go. Everybody looks straight. One or two anxious to get on with proceedings, as are we here in the commentary box. Flag's gone up and then down again. Surely that's good enough. And is. They're off. One or two have run into one of the sultanas at the back. The centre over on the far side is flashy ball towards the near side, the white cap of Gaimar, and it's Gaimar who is motoring clear here, deep inside the last 200 metres, and I think that's Gaimar going on there for Suad Al-Dajani, and Gaimar, I hope it is, has forged on by, and it's a one-pony race. Gaimar wins by about 15 lengths, very close for second, involving the selection here, Mashallah Allah, and one or two other ponies yet to get across the line. Drama at the start, no drama at the finish. I hope we get a slow-mo replay from the start as one or two ponies clashed with their human counterparts. But no stress for Gaimar and Sword Al-Dajani using the hand as a brocush. Look at this. This jockey knows the time of day. He will be a name to remember. Wins at a time of 28.71. I think that's a quicker time than the first pony race, but look at that for a celebration. That will be on the Saudi newspaper in the morning. Well clear of Mashallah Allah, who's run a belter for me in second, 13.5 lengths down, and Flashy Ball home in third with the jockey celebrating third place and a trophy. A trophy, though, to Gaimar, first place winner for Sword Al-Dajani.
Sword Al-Dajani, get it done. And that was charisma in the saddle. This one, ooh, if he does grow up to be a rider, I think he's going to be well liked. We'll just say that one.
That is a future rider if I've ever seen one. Some of these kids may not develop into a rider. They may not choose to take that career option. This guy, he wants to be a pilot. Look at this.
I mean, who needs the riding crop when you can just smack him with an open hand?
I don't know if that was allowed or what
I'm
was
not
going
sure
on.
either. But I think if we're ever moving in the direction of banning the riding crop, we have options now.
Yes, exactly that. What a celebration, by the way.
Yes.
Just for the celebration alone, he should have won. That was incredible.
Yes, that was a yeah, this is a good-looking animal, and this is one of the ones with the headgear.
Yeah, first-time blinkers. They're not on properly, but first-time blinkers, and yeah, obviously, you know, that's been the catalyst to improvement today.
Yes.
This pony hadn't shown this ability before, and
yes.
Romp tone, 13.5 lengths.
Yeah, it was 28.71, 31.74 earlier for the smaller ponies. I'm pretty sure that would have gotten her at least to the first half of the field.
Oh, for sure. But 3 second margin, what does that equate to in pony lengths? That's what I want to know.
Too many. Probably about 20.
Yes. What a win, though. What a win. A big day for this young man, to be fair. Yeah, he'll go home with that big trophy.
Oh, look at that smile.
Yeah.
He was just having the day of his life.
He wanted to win.
Well done. This is you never expect the horses to fly out of well, I wouldn't say stalls there.
No.
But out of the beginning, and I don't know how. I mean, the start was obviously key for the victory, but I don't think anybody was going to be able to run with this horse.
I agree. The 11s absolutely dominated. There were a few that got tough starts. Horse number 10 got a pretty rough start. So did horse number 6. There was a person that fell and hit the deck around the 400-metre pole. There was a loose pony. Lots of drama. Hopefully the jockey of the loose pony is okay. But what a race.
Yeah, the horse is quite fit. You could see had the fitness edge, you would say, and is now going to have to deal with the paparazzi, as everybody wants a piece of the winner.
Yeah, and actually 31.74, the winner of the first pony race, would have finished 7th, I believe, just looking over my shoulder.
So split the field in half with a horse that's half the size.
Yeah, exactly. 11 beat 10, beat 1, if you wanted to know the first 3 home there. Quite the not so unexpected. It was one of the bigger horses in the race, but
Wow, we did not expect a one-sided race with 14 in the gate, in the non-gate.
I want to know the rules. I want to know whether blinkers are allowed. I want to know if you can use your hand as a pro push. I don't know what's going on, but
all we know is that whatever ambiguities existed, they were exploited, and we appreciate that.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Creativity, jockeyship.
And riding home, he was smacking with his right hand and riding with one hand on the left.
Good balance.
Yes, this kid has a future.
It means a lot to him, you can see.
Oh, that's amazing.
He came here wanting to win. Some of these jockeys, or potential jockeys, came here just to ride their pony, you can tell. But he came here to win the race, and luckily he had the ammunition underneath him to do it. Big celebrations right now.
And for the 12,500 Saudi Riyals first place prize, he definitely was in it to win it.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to collect that trophy that will obviously mean a lot to him. When he's older, he'll look back on that. If he doesn't become a jockey, if he does, then I'm sure he'll keep it in a pride of place at home as well. So, yeah, big day for the young man.
Yeah, he didn't have an opportune post. He was on the outside in post 11, and it's going to be, to me, it's going to be exciting to see what this horse does in the future. Shamila, what do you got for us?
Well, as always, I'm reporting what's going on down by the track, and horse number 3, 5 and 4 got run away with, and they went round the entirety of the track. And honestly, if they didn't pull them up, I think they would have gone round again. So, I mean, it's great to see that everybody managed to stay on. However, pulling up is an issue. Hopefully they can fix that in the future, hopefully next year, if they're not too tall to be riding in these races. But really great to see everybody coming back safe and sound, and only 3 getting run away with. I think that's a pretty good result.
And that was thank you, Shamila. That was some great news. The horses are all safe. That 12 that got a little loose, Shamila was reporting upon, that was one of the ones that was acting up beforehand.
Yeah, didn't really want to be in the race, I don't think.
Yes. First of all, refused to line up at first, and then decided that the race had actually started after the finish.
That might be a purebred Arabian pony, judging by the enigmatic performance there.
Yes, another. Oh, there he is. There he is.
These outriders don't get days off.
He's still trying to run off. Still trying to run off with the outrider. This pony thinks he is 18 hands tall. He's refusing to go. This is fantastic. Not for the outrider, but for the viewing pleasure of everyone tuning in on YouTube. Let us know what you think about this. Yeah, that was great. Out of the 2 races, do you prefer the second or the first?
I preferred the first, just because that horse absolutely romped me.
Oh, he did a Frankie.
Tell you what I preferred. I preferred this jockey. He is the best. He was the best of all of them that we've seen. He did a Mikel Barcelona celebration on Pour Moi from the Derby.
And a
Frankie flying dismount.
He has done his homework.
He has. He's a guy who quite clearly loves his racing.
Well,
we've got the head on. There's a guy on the floor at the back. Hopefully he's okay. There were horses kicking out.
I think he was a helper. He was a lead guy.
Yeah.
He's in no issue right now. Oh,
look at this professionalism in the saddle.
Now he just needs a few reminders here.
He's already looking. He's looking at the crowd, not the big screen. Here we go.
He's all smiles. He knows he's got it ready. Moving forward. I feel like maybe the blinkers were not made for this horse. They were a little bit loose.
Yeah, just a touch, a little bit big. They seem to do the trick, but I don't think this pony probably needed the blinkers anyway. We got some celebratory pictures.
This is always good to see the youth out there enjoying the races, and it's very rare that we get to see them actually ride the races.
Exactly that.
And that was awesome. That was awesome. Once again, I'm not able to. Let's try to see this full race if we can.
Ooh, instant at the start. Both the 10 and the 6 were really badly hampered at the start. They weren't in the firing line when they let the tapes go, but there was only one horse to focus on, and that was this winner. Look at him draw clear, great jockeyship, horse on the right lead, down the straight, shifting a little bit in between the tracks, but it means no difference. This horse is miles clear. The taste at 10 stays on for second in a great performance.
We don't get to see it, but finishing 4th or 5th here is the 12 who's going to cross the line and then decide that his race is just beginning.
Yeah. I hope the girl jockey, she put her goggles down because they weren't down before and she gets unshipped. So hopefully she's okay. Oh, I'm just looking over actually. They've caught the 7 and the jockey's being walked back by one of the outriders. I hope the jockey's okay.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's happy. Oh, hugs all around.
Yeah.
So that's great to see. Loving it, loving every second of this. These guys did such a good job putting on these races, and everybody seems to be happy and content and safe home.
Yeah, it looked like the jockey of the 7 was unshipped and has been caught by the outrider. We see
We've got the drone
shot.
footage.
I've got to say, these are much better when we're looking at thoroughbreds, not ponies. But the 10 is absolutely flown home for second, but it's all about one horse, and that is the 11.
This is, Jcsa did not, it was game over for Jcsa in front. And yes, I love the creative use of the hand crop to keep the horse focused on with the task at hand. And that was absolutely dismantling these 13 other rivals. So now that you've successfully, you're 50-50 so far in the pony
sure.
races.
I'll take that. I'll take that. That's not bad on the day. 50-50, 50%. That's what I come here for.
That's true. That's about on the mark right there for what you've been serving us otherwise. But yeah, this was great. This might be your highlight of the day.
Don't go that far. Absolutely not going that far. It was a good performance. It was fun. But we're just a few
here's
minutes
another
away.
look at the start. Oof. This is
rough.
That was rough for the keeper there. He was in the line of let's say in the eye of battle as the horse went by him. But this is a big rally from the 10 here to get
Our
up.
producer is all over the 10. Literally cannot stop talking about the 10. It's just unbelievable. All of these replays are because he's watching the 10, guys.
And rightfully so. The horse made a big rally. If we have a round 2 of these. If we have a round 2 of these eventually, then we're really you got to put an asterisk next to that one.
For sure. See the start. She didn't put her goggles down, the jockey on the 12, just there. Look.
Oh, wow.
Hopefully she's okay.
Yeah,
he shook his hand as if it hurt. You're not supposed to be using it. He celebrated after 100 meters. The confidence.
I mean, I guess he knew that as long as he got a clean break, the race was his.
It must be a relative of Alex Moreno, judging by that performance.
I mean, he's not riding down on the saddle. He's up in the air using his balance, and that's something we didn't see in the first race, and a lot of these riders behind him didn't do either.
2 consecutives, Max. Can't do that in the UK.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah,
Cannot do that in the UK.
You need to give the horse a chance to respond.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't think the stewards are going to look into this one.
No.
I mean, his argument will be that he was just cheering it on.
Yeah,
telling
sure.
it did a great job so far.
For sure.
But
we see the trophy presentation right now. Quite clearly means a lot to, I presume, the family. It could be just connections. But there's the big trophy.
And congratulations to Saud Al-Tijani, who was brilliant in the saddle, future star.
Just being told that the winning pony does get drug tested after the race, in case you were wondering.
I mean, there is money on the line.
There is, and a lot of it as well.
Yeah. So they have to, their integrity is of the utmost, even in pony races.
Exactly that. You see the second place finisher. Probably still gutted about that start.
Yeah. This is this is your number 10. This is was that second. So this is Mashallah, who was an unlucky 13 and a half length second.
Yeah. That phrase has never been said before.
Moving on. I actually, who was third here?
Was it horse number 1?
Is it horse number 1? Flashy Bull.
Yeah. Not the
Flashy
sire.
Bull. Pulling double duty as the sire of many horses running today and also running in a pony race. Good job. Well done to Muhammad Asubay. This is fantastic for these young kids. I mean, just in getting all their friends involved, and they have their schools involved as well. Muhammad Asubay from Othman bin Saeed School. I mean, this is all for like just a great builder of enthusiasm for these young kids when it comes to racing.
Who's this? Picking up the 4th place finish.
I'm trying to find.
Was this a colour change?
I think this is a color change.
That
so
is
we
not
don't know
ideal.
for sure. That is against the rules, guys. You can't do that.
In the silks of Bedam Rizaiq, trying to jock him up for the next race, I think.
And Jose Martinez, who's been watching on YouTube, thank you, Jose, says that was really thrilling. Future champion, these jockeys. Indeed. That was really exciting. And it's not impossible. We have seen
I was going to say,
pony riders become serious jockeys.
Being serious for a second, there was a jockey who, long story short, I used to go to Kempton Park all the time in the UK, and there was a couple of pony races on before the thoroughbred races, just so happened to be there in time. And the first of the pony races was won by a young guy called Oakley Brown, who then went on to be a jockey, used to ride for Richard Fahey and Joseph O'Brien in England and Ireland. So it is definitely possible.
And some trainers go on to be some trainers who were once pony jockeys. I know didn't Charlie Appleby used to ride be a pony jockey back in the day and about 40 pounds ago. So this was, so well done to all involved. Really exciting. We have to eventually, unfortunately, we have to focus on the taller horses. We have 150,000 Saudi riyals on the line. Let's move on to the actual racing. And Mark Francis, take us through the runners and riders for the 9th race.
A very good idea, Michael. I think we need to move on just for Tom's own sanity, and we can move on to the proper stuff. And indeed it is, as you say, 150,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs here for this Jcsa Cup race for 3-year-olds and upwards, over the 10 furlongs, 2,000 metres. 1 and 3 are both scratches, so we're headed by number 2, Alucal for Abdelaziz Al Massa. 4 is Carabino for Eddie Castro, and 5, a multiple winner Calculation, Ahmed Al-Azari. 6 is Naj Al-Wafa for Jose Rodriguez, and Derivo, formerly in the silks of Juddmonth that we were highlighting a few moments ago, is ridden by Alex Moreno here, Jimmy Jerkins, red stable runner. 8 is Talladega for Ricardo Ferreira. 9 is Huber Maker, Tariq Al-Mansour, and Oshik for the white stable, Camilo Ospina. 4 over the page, Tabaretta, second runner for Jimmy Jerkins, with Berto Ramos is in the plates. 12 is Schwarzer Peter for Mohammed Al-Daham. 13 is Nape Al-Sad, Mohammed Saeed. And 14 is Indemnify, Abdellah Al-Hussein. I'm just hearing, though, Oshik is a late scratch here. Oshik is a non-runner. And again, that's a big non-runner to go alongside the likes of the 1 horse and the 3 horse. So it doesn't look as hot as previous, but still, I guess, Tom and Michael, Derivo is the one to beat.
Yes, 150,000 on the line. You're going 2,000 meters here, 3-year-olds and up. Oh, God, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun race. I tell you what, though, there are 2 major scratchings. Tater, horse number 3, who we knew was scratched before racing today, and horse number 10, Oshik, who's a late scratch. Before we came racing, Tater was going to be my selection. Then once we found that out, Oshik was going to be my selection. So I'm really now struggling for a main tip. And actually, for this big prize, there's an opportunity for a horse in here that maybe wouldn't win a race of this nature to get that 75,000 Saudi Riyal.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to pull apart. I am intrigued in the flesh with, I believe that was Talladega who passed a few seconds ago. Good looking horse. Number 8, I believe, back there. Now, you're looking at this race. This is shifting focus back to the regular horses. It's quite the task. But we're shifting back to also 2,000 meters. They have a long run in the first turn. It is going to be a test of stamina. You have a horse in, obviously, Caribeño, who won last week, who was full of stamina, and obviously back in top form. Gets Eddie Castro back in the saddle as well.
Is it definitely Eddie? It is. I'm surprised because Camilo rode this horse last week, and obviously Camilo's ride, Oshik, is a late non-runner, so I didn't know whether Nasser Fawaz, the trainer of Carabino, would just randomly quickly bring in Camilo before to try and keep that partnership, but it's definitely Eddie Castro.
Yeah, I don't. There might be a rule against that when it comes to unless they are contracted to that.
Potentially.
Yeah. So that then they can usurp a named rider, but I think contractually is the only way they would actually be able to pull that off. So we're going to take a look with a.
Oh, the camera's still the height of the ponies.
Camera's adjusting as well. We have Alucal as number 2, 1 win from 11 starts, 4th last time out for this 4-year-old son of Zafani.
0 from 11 in Saudi Arabia. That win came prior to moving here. Generally runs over shorter. So this trip will probably stretch his stamina.
Caribeño, there he is, number 4. 8 wins from 33 starts, comes off that victory over 2,400.
Good winner on Saturday, as you say, was over a longer trip. We know he stays, used to be with Smart Prescott, racked up a whole sequence of victories there. Whether he can back up his most recent success, I'm not sure, but what we do know is that he'll be strong in the closing stages.
Formerly owned by the Queen, calculation number 5, a son of Gold Cup winner Estimate.
Yeah, it's rated 91, this horse, when he was in the UK. He was owned by the Queen, had 9 months off recently, has joined the stable, and interesting to see how he performs.
He's on his toes for a horse bred to run all day. We have Najid Awafa'a, and he is 1 for 7, comes out of a 9th place finish.
Just rated 74, is outclassed against this field, hasn't really progressed in 3 runs this term.
Number 7 will be in shot in just a moment. That's going to be Derivo. He's 10th in the Saudi Cup in 2021, 13th in the Red Sea Turf in 2022. Takes on some decent horses here. He's still the favorite though, right?
Yeah, would be the most likely winner of this race now. Just looking at him, he looks fitter than Finest Sound did earlier. He was also making his first start for Jimmy. Maybe they've got him relatively ready for tonight. And as I say, with Taita and Oshik out, this provides a great opportunity for Derivo to win.
The very consistent, very good-looking Talladega really catches the eye. Looking well there, number 8. He's by Into Mischief. He was 7 starts and 2 wins. He used to be with Rudy Brissett in the States.
Did indeed. That's one of my facts that you've stolen off me there. Yes, he finished second in a horses who've won 1 to 3 on his debut in Saudi Arabia last time.
He's one that I really look forward to seeing. Humor Maker, son of Distorted Humor, no shock there, is 1 for 5 and comes off that victory.
Maiden victory coming into a Jcsa Cup against horses rated in the high 90s and 100s. Tough.
Always watch out for Jimmy Jerkins. He's got Tabaretta, who's going to be number 11 in screen now. A son of Dubawi, a 3-year-old, unexposed.
Nice horse for Godolphin. 2,400 metres could be the right trip for this horse, but it'll be interesting to see how he performs. Again, first up for Jimmy. I don't expect him to be at his best today.
Schwarzer Peter is 1 for 3, number 12, and he's a 4-year-old colt and comes off a 5th place finish.
He was disappointing last time. He was the highest rated horse in the race. It was an open contest, and yeah, he showed pace, but just couldn't last time, finishing 5th. Whether we'll see him better today, I think that's a good possibility. Number 13 is Nabe Al-Saad, is 1 for 20, comes off a couple of decent runs. Far from prolific though. Last time finished 4th in a much weaker race, only rated 72. Another one who might fall in that category is Indemnify, rated 87, number 14. Looks well in his flesh though. He does. He needs way more today than what we've seen so far this season. Nasser Fawaz does tend to race his horses quite regularly, but this one looks to be second string behind Carabino for connections. Shamila's down there looking at these horses. Shamila, who looks well to you?
Thanks very much, lads. I still haven't quite recovered from those pony races. I'm trying to calm myself down, but it is our 9th race of the evening, over 2,000 metres, an open contest, and is the Jcsa Cup worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal. Now, looking here in the parade ring, we have a lot of strong horses. My eye went directly to horse number 7, Derivo, rated 104, ridden by Alex Marino, trained by Jimmy Jerkins. And not only was I impressed with him in the parade ring, but he's just a beautiful looking horse, and obviously it is taking a little bit of a risk because it's his first start here of the season. However, I have my hopes in Jimmy Jerkins and this horse. A horse that I also really like the looks of is horse number 4, Carabino, who won last time out under Camila Ospina, but as you've seen, his horse is a non-runner and he is still partnered by Eddie Castro, so it should still go well. Eddie's been having a pretty good weekend. Carabino should go well, but I really, really like the look of Derivo here in the parade ring. A horse I also like, if you're watching from the Taif season, is horse number 9, Humor Maker, who is absolutely huge. He looks like a national hunt horse, never mind Constitution Hill. Humor Maker is the next. Just put a hurdle in front of him. I'm sure he'll be grand. And he's got Tariq Al Mansour on board as well. So fantastic jockey booking. But I will be sticking with horse number 7.
Thank you so much, Shamila, for that insight. She's got a really great view down there. She obviously is on the Derivo train. And it looks like that horse is obviously, with his very best, would be tough to beat. And he's back with his friends here. He's faced some tough ones. Yeah, he has. He's faced some good horses in his time. And he won the King Saud Cup last year. He's a very good horse. But he's coming off 11 months off. And there's got to be question marks about that. You know? Such a long absence. We've seen that Jimmy's horses generally improve for their 2nd or 3rd start. So I don't know whether he's going to be up to that mark of 104. And if he's not, then he could become vulnerable. Yeah, I'm not sure that Derivo can whip it, but we'll move forward anyway and try to pick somebody who can. I think that maybe I'm going to stick with Talladega. The horse looked well. I'm just the first one that kind of jumped off the page to me. I think he'll be very tough to beat if he runs to his mark. Would even be very tough at 96. I think he'll run beyond that if he runs his race.
Yeah, he's a major player as well, Talladega. He's got that recent run under the belt for Bedan Al-Sabai, who's desperate to make it, as we see Jimmy and Shirley right there. Bedan Al-Sabai, who's desperate to make it back up into the top 5 trainer standings. This could be the move, the win that he needs. But yeah, I'm going to look elsewhere, but I'm not against Talladega by any means.
Now, we saw Jimmy take a horse in Media Stream who looked like a 12 furlong horse, knock it down to 10 furlongs like this. Can he do the same with Tavaretta?
He could do, but again, first time up. I have these concerns about Jimmy's horses first time, and it's not that he can't get them fit, it's that he doesn't get them fit first time. He makes them improve for the run. So with Derevo, the same thing applies to Tabaretta. And actually, Derevo was a better horse in the UK than Tabaretta was. I watched Tabaretta run on debut, I believe, at Wolverhampton when he made his debut made his first start for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. And he was very good, but very green. And we've already seen one Godolphin horse today, earlier on, in Courageous Knight, was it? Who was let go early in his career by Godolphin. Came over here and hasn't really run to the same level. Tabaretta seemingly fits the same bill, though he has joined a better team than Courageous Knight has.
Yeah, I think then a lot of Jimmy's horses are running pretty well. They're running even a little bit better than you'd expect today.
Yeah, they are.
So this one wouldn't be a shock for a shock. I mean, it'd be technically a shock performance considering we have horses that are supposed to beat it in this spot, especially under these conditions. But for us, considering all we just said, you know, everything from Wiggy in the saddle, Jimmy as the trainer, and being a Dubawi on this surface should run well.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm going to side with the horse who's maybe a little left field in Schwarzer Peter, horse number 12. I find it hard to make a strong case for many of the others that have strong ratings. So Schwarzer Peter is rated 95, and on that basis alone, he's got to be a player. Last year, he showed a high level of form, and this year, albeit he hasn't run to the level we were expecting, especially when 13th on the reappearance, he at least has shown some early speed. And in a race like this, where there doesn't seem to be many forward-going types, the likes of Carabino, Tabaretta, Derevo, Talladega, they all may be just in behind. Talladega could go forward. Schwarzer Peter could steal it off the front end. And we know that Mohammed Aldaham is a very good rider as well.
And I would be shocked if Talladega did not go forward in the spot. Number 9 we see in shot there. That would be Humor Maker. He was first on November 24th here.
Wouldn't change leads. As you see right now, jockey's desperate for him to change. He's hanging into the left-hand side, but he wouldn't change. Eventually finds himself up by the rail. The jockey switches whip.
Yes.
Still no change.
Yeah, no interest. He's like, I've got this. Why are you hitting me?
Yeah, he's got the job done. He does it well in the end, but this is a maiden victory. Tariq Al-Mansour rides. We know that Tariq's one of the best, but yeah, this horse needs to improve.
There we go. That is number 8. That is Talladega, who is going to be my selection. He was second in a race on November 10th. Gets a nice little 4-week break into this.
Yes, and will definitely improve for that break as well. I expect he's going to come on a great deal. He was up with the speed this day, so he's likely to show speed again today. Just gets worn down in the closing stages. It was a fair run. I think the winner was Notation, though I could be wrong. And Notation ran fairly yesterday, finishing 3rd against 2 very good horses in Lagertha Rhyme.
I like that he fights back a little bit once he gets past. That's always something you want to see, and not uncommon for these Intimischiefs. They are tough.
Yes, exactly. He's got a major
Shirley
chance.
and Jimmy jumping for joy, getting ready for what could be Tabaretta's sort of breakout performance. You never know.
Either that or it's cold out there.
It might be cold as well. Jimmy can jump in and let us know later. But it's going to be a pretty good, pretty tough race to pull apart, I think. But for me, I'm just going to stick with Talladega. That's what I know. And for you, you're leaning toward Derevo again? Oh no, you're going towards Schwarzer Peter.
Yeah, Schwarzer Peter. It's an outside selection in here. I'm going away from the obvious. I would like Derevo to win, because if there is a horse that could develop into a proper horse for all the Grade 1 events, it's probably Derevo. I don't expect many of the others in here will be 115 rated horses. Derevo's rated 104 and could definitely improve, especially when they get on the grass. But to me, this feels like a bit of a prep. It just so happens that his 2 main competitors are both scratched from the race, so now he is the horse everyone's expecting to win. But I just feel like he won't be at his best, and therefore I have to oppose him.
Yeah, David Ballin says, when I see Ramos and Alex riding for the same ticket, I start thinking, what is it, twice worried about? Oh, he's worried about who gets the best ride between the two.
It's an interesting one, because
yeah.
Roberto had a lot of rides for Jimmy and the Red Stable in Taif, and then they came here and he wasn't getting many at all, and then Alex has ridden a couple. He rode, who's he ride yesterday for? I can't remember.
No, he rode, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he had a ride for Jimmy yesterday and earlier today, so he's getting more rides recently, so I don't know who's number one.
And with the Red Stables, do they usually go to anyone in particular, or is it all over the place with them?
Nawaf Al-Madiani gets the rides, but not on the best horses.
Okay.
So he will ride...
He works for the yard then?
Yes,
okay.
Yeah, he works for the yard. And then they give the best horses to different riders. We've seen Adel Alfredi, Roberto Ramos, Alex Moreno. Who else? We saw the rider earlier who took the mounts, and it just seems that Jimmy uses whoever's best is available.
There's Humor Maker in shot right there, and Shamila was right. He is massive. And then we have Talladega, who I think will come on in a smart way, hopefully, in this spot. Horse looks very well within himself. In those yellow silks with the little, that is Najid Awafa'a. And then we have over here, this one, who's that? That is Nabi Assad.
Yes.
Nabi Assad is definitely going to have to step up his game a bit. It's 72 rated. He's got about 25 to 35 pounds to find.
at least, probably, on what we've seen so far. I don't use the term often. I do say it often in this show because there are 12 races, but he cannot win.
Earlier in the race, we saw decent horses winning, obviously in the feature earlier. And we saw a 77 rated horse jump up and run third. Anybody in that range, in the lower range, you think can jump up and make their voice known in here?
Probably not, no.
Not even Caribeño?
Maybe Caribeño, but I just don't think he's got the quality. He will be staying on. Maybe if they go hard up front and a couple of these aren't fit, or something goes amiss with a couple, they don't run their race, then yeah, Caribeño could run top 3, but I don't think he would run drastically higher than 72. It might just be that 72, 73, whatever, is good enough for third in a race like this today, but I would be shocked, to be fair. I think the first 3 will be filled with horses like Derivo, Talladega, Tabaretta, Schwarzer Peter, Indemnify, that kind of group of runners in here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not Talladega actually calms down and can get the 10 furlongs. That's my only issue with him, because he won over 9 in the States and won well. So the 1,800 meters there, and obviously those races are quite tough, those allowance races. Especially at Oaklawn where he won. Yeah. I'm wondering if he can actually do it here, because it's not impossible that he would handle it, but a lot of these horses have turf backgrounds. They're going to be finishing hard behind him.
Yeah, they are. He's going to have to be rated on the front end. They can't go too quick, because if they do, he'll struggle to get home, especially because there are some proper stayers in this field as well. So Ricardo Ferreira is going to have to be at his best. He hasn't had too many rides here in Riyadh. He had a winner a couple of weeks ago on Saturday, a big race winner, but yeah, his experience is going to be put to the test.
It's a shame O'Sheik couldn't get into this race because he looked like a serious player as well.
I thought he would probably be the winner. After Tater came out, O'Sheik had the best form, so he would have been definitely my selection in the race, but wasn't to be. Camilo and White Stable still wait for that 100th victory.
Alu Cal rated 89, the first one we saw in the parade ring. Just one win out of the 11 starts, but has at least been a bit consistent in his runs.
That one win wasn't in Saudi Arabia either, so he's yet to prove he's capable of winning over on these shores. That mark of 89 was actually higher when he came across, so he's kind of backpedaling at this stage. He's the son of Zoffany. He's another one that I think probably needs turf. Quite a few of these. I imagine Calculation is going to be running on turf. Derivo definitely. Tabaretta probably as well. So the majority of these aren't dirt horses.
All right, so I'm going to stick with Talladega. You're going to go to Schwarzer Peter. We'll throw it up to Mark, see what he thinks, and let him call this race.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, we saw the VT of Talladega, whatever you wish, finishing a good second back at meeting 62, and I thought we'd come on a fair bit from that. I think you made the point, Michael, in the closing stages, just sort of re-rallied, if you like, was still beaten, but showed a bit of determination and drive towards the line to sort of close the gap again, if that makes sense. And to really likeable trait in horses to follow. He's only a 3-year-old as well. He's very lightly raced with a lofty mark. And I thought Talladega was the one to beat here, as Nabe Al Sad is the last to come forward. Stand by. Mile and a quarter for this Jcsa Cup, and they're off. Decent break, pushed along for a few strides was the spotted jacket of Naj Al Wafa as they go through their first furlong. The black cap in the centre of Carabino is one of the first to show. Also up with the pace early on is Talladega, and so too on the extreme right of picture as we look is Alu Cal, and these are the first three. Just in behind these runners then we have Humour Maker's blue cap, although he's quite keen. The white cap extreme left belongs to Tabaretta, and also pulling pretty hard is Derivo. These are the first six then. Just worse than midfield we have the red and white blue of Schwarzer Peter, has around 4 behind, including Nabe Al Sad, the slow starting Nudge Al Wafa, and also towards the rear of the field at the back is Calculation. So halfway down the back straight they go, and towards the inside, Carabino probably has a very narrow advantage and has the call. Further out on the racecourse, we have Talladega, and 3 wide is Tabaretta, again still pulling the arms of Wigberto Ramos. Making ground now between horses is Derivo, and travelling pretty powerfully, and also handy is Humour Maker to form a line of 5. Just in behind this group then, Schwarzer Peter still goes pretty well, so too Indemnify, and pushed along now is Alucal as 3 or 4 are beginning to tail off as down the side of the course they go. And Derivo has hit the front powerfully for Alex Moreno, and everybody else is more or less at work. Being pushed along for an effort now is Talladega, so too is Tabaretta. So the Jerkins pair 1 and 2 at the moment. Back towards the inside rail we have Humour Maker, and then picking up is Schwarzer Peter with 400 metres left to travel, and Derivo is in front by a length and a half. Under Alex Moreno, chased by Tabaretta. Staying on from the wide outside is Schwarzer Peter, and beginning to close down on this leader, which continues to be Derivo inside the last half furlong. Derivo woken up by treble-seeking Alex Moreno. Schwarzer Peter will run in close, but will not get by. Derivo goes on to win the Jcsa Cup. Second place, Schwarzer Peter. Close for third, possibly Tabaretta. In a 1-3 for Jimmy Jerkins, Derivo makes the move to Saudi and makes it pay and land. Alex Moreno hat-trick, Derivo wins, always travelled powerfully, wins at a time of 2:07.13. 2:07.13 is the winning time. And the raised finger from Alex Moreno as he lands the hat-trick. 1 3/4 lengths back to Schwarzer Peter. A decent selection from Tom Collins back in second. Tabaretta in third, a 1-3 for the stable, a 1-3 for the colours. Alucal, who was always under pressure, was home in fourth, and Calculation, of course, formerly owned by Her Majesty the Queen back in the UK, has picked up well to finish in fifth. But Derivo, as Tom said before the race, might be the horse to take out of this going forward. Possibly might be going to group company now. Derivo wins the Jcsa Cup.
Alexis, 7 win this week.
Yeah, first of all, thanks God. Congratulations to Prince Faisal bin Khalid, Saad bin Musharraf, Abdullah, James, all the team. You know, actually, he was so easy. He want to run, so just let him run, you know. And the last 100, he just keep going until the finish. He's a champion horse. He's a good one. Yeah, man, thank you, man. Congratulations to everyone.
A hat trick for Alex Marino. That is 7 winners in 2 days. That's absolutely unbelievable and pretty unheard of for Alex as well. I mean, he is a strong rider, but he is absolutely on the ball today. And what a winner for Jimmy Jerkins and a winner for the paddock selection as well. So take that, Tom. Yeah, it's my first winner of the day, so I'll take anything I can get. But I think that Alex is more than capable of having a 4-timer again today. So it'll be great to see what he thought of the race, and it makes sense. I mean, the horse is rated 104. He is much older than the rest of the field. Horse number 5 is also 7 years old, but I really didn't think that he would make up the ground that he did in those closing stages. And as we said in the previous race as well, Alex is just riding so confidently these days. It's really, really great to see. He just got a handshake there from Jimmy and his wife Shirley before he weighs in for the 3rd time today as a winner. So this horse, Derivo, is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Dan Silly out of Pavlovsk, and yeah, just really, really nice looking horse in the parade ring. I love the look of him, and it showed on the racetrack as well. So I'm going to have a quick word with Alex Marino. Congratulations, Alex. Hat trick.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, he was impressive today. He was good. He wanted to run, so I just let him run, you know.
And did you know anything about this horse like previously from last season?
Well, I watched all his races. He liked to come from behind, but nobody with him today. So he just break sharp, try to be close. After 800, I just let him run, you know, and he do well.
Tell me, Alex, what's gotten into you this last weekend? You're riding so confidently.
Well, when I have a horse like them, sure I have to be confident.
And tell me about your horse in the next race. What do you think?
Well, the race is a little bit strong, but she has a chance to do it. I hope they can let me run a few meters in the front, so maybe I can run away.
And in this race, you were drawn gate 7. Is that perfect for you? Do you prefer being drawn wide or a little bit shorter?
Well, I think it's a little bit shorter is better. I like to be inside. It's more close to the finish, you know, so it's okay.
And you have less kickback on your face, so that's great to see as well today.
That's good. I like that.
Well done, Alex. Good luck for the last race.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex and Shamila. Yes, this was a rather excellent ride. This is probably my favorite ride all day. It'll be hard to top this. So much confidence, all the way throughout. He let the horse, obviously the seas split a little bit for the horse to come through, but to me it was that final 300 meters. He waited till the last furlong to ask the horse when he saw the horses ranging up, made them use their energy to get to him.
Yeah.
And then just put him away with class.
Yeah, he's the most confident jockey in the colony. There's no doubt about it. The way he rides, he knows his capabilities. You know, you see right here, Derivo breaks amazingly well.
Breaks perfectly.
Yeah, Red Silks. Just moving back in the pack now. Alex said that he watched his races from the UK and obviously knows he wants to come from behind. And Jimmy would have told him prior to the race as well. So he takes a pull, sits in just ahead of mid-division at this stage, 1 place ahead of Schwarzer Peter, who ends up to be his biggest challenger in the closing stages. And I know you love the ride. I'm not taking anything away from the ride. I think it was very good, but the seas did open. He had the perfect trip.
No, he also was on the best horse and didn't make any mistakes at all.
Exactly.
And I know that isn't high praise, but also to me, it was the difference between from the beginning of the race to the 300-meter mark. Yes, you can say every inch of that statement. Mm-hmm. But from the 300 meters home, he won this race on this horse.
Sure.
A lot of horses how many horses have we seen get consumed in those final strides after chasing home similar types of horses on the front end? He obviously gets the split here. He doesn't shorten the horse's stride because he thinks it's a little early to come home on this horse. He just lets him go. And I think that's excellent. I mean, you don't get to see this very often. He had a similar ride on Great Scott yesterday.
Great Scott,
pardon me.
yeah.
But he didn't. Great Scott obviously opened up on lesser horses. This time he's against slightly better horses in this spot. This is just as classy of a horse.
Yeah.
And he's sitting as chilly as possible right now, waiting for horses to come to him because he knows what he has.
Yeah.
Because essentially this is a grass horse if you think about it.
Definitely.
And he has
100%.
a punch home, so he's waiting to push the button.
For sure. I think to this point in the replay, the horse has done everything, personally. I know that Alex has guided him.
He's waiting and waiting and waiting. Watch his body language. This is interesting. And now he gets it out. Here's one coming, and the horse responds.
I don't know whether he does respond. He goes the same speed. Look, he's not slowing down, that's for sure. I think the ride was good.
It's responding. You're looking at the horse chasing after him in second. Look at the horse in third.
No, I know. Before he got the whip out, they were going the same speed, though. That's what I'm saying. Look, I'm not taking anything away from the ride. I agree with you. I do agree with you. I think he had everything go the right way in the race. It wasn't like I don't think he won the race, is what I'm saying. I think the horse won the race, but Alex did everything right on the horse. Does that make sense?
I mean, to me, it was just very, very, very smart ride, and I just don't see.
For sure.
I see very few riders in this colony who have ridden in the same exact way.
No, yeah, I agree with that as well. Alex is in some vein of form at the moment, isn't he? Yes. 7 winners in 2 or 3 days. It's just.
He's flying away.
He is flying away. In the title, that moves him into third. To be fair, he's catching Alfaredi. This is a guy who didn't have a great life, and he's really, really showing up in Riyadh.
See, he's going to switch leads here. It's just, I love the body language. Look, he's just got one little peek. He's waiting for the horses to come to him to waste their energy catching up, and he just knows he has plenty in the tank on this horse that is no spring chicken. He's 7 years old, about to be 8 years old. He's got plenty of starts under him.
For what it's worth, next time he's going to be even better, the horse, because he's definitely going to come on for the run. If he gets
second time Jimmy as well.
Second time Jimmy, first time grass. I think there are big reasons why this horse is going to be much sharper next time up. Interesting to see where he goes. Hopefully we do get an interview with Jimmy, who's just collecting a trophy. Different trophy.
Different trophy.
Different trophy.
Do you like this one as much? Are you going to fawn over it like the other ones?
No, I prefer the others. Look, if I was taking this home, I'd be very happy with it, but I prefer the gold kind of trophies. We see Shirley got there as well.
Good job, Shirley. Now get back in our YouTube comments, Shirley,
come on,
as soon as
Shirley.
possible. No, she's.
It's good to see Jimmy have some more success. That's
they're
for sure.
they're having a great time. He's responding to the challenge that is picking up one of the most prestigious jobs in the country.
Exactly that.
Doing quite well. We're going to go to Shamila Hanley right now and see who she's got.
I am on the winners podium with Jimmy Jerkins after the 9th race of the day. What did you make of Derivo in that?
Well, it looked good to me. You know, it was nice to see. He looked very good in the paddock, and he ran to it. I was glad to see him laying up close without any effort. You know, from what I've been told, he comes from way back. But I guess a lot depends on how fast the pace is. I guess it wasn't much of a pace, but he hasn't run a long time. He's pretty fresh, so horses usually come out running a little more than they would otherwise when they're fresh. So, but he looked like he had plenty of horse all the way. That was good to see.
And were you expecting him to win today? His first time out. Obviously, he was the highest rated horse in the race, though.
Yeah, I know he's got a great pass, but he has a lot of his record's pretty spotty too. I've seen a lot of poor races, so I don't know what that's all about. But obviously, when he's on his game, he's tough, and he looked like he almost looked like he could have won around again. He was really. I was very happy with my other horse too. His first start here in Saudi, the 3-year-old. I thought he ran a very credible race. So we're really happy with both horses.
And what did you think about Alex Moreno's ride in that race as well? The way he held him up before just going for it in the home straight.
Yeah, well, he's in his zone now. You know, you see that when riders they're so confident when they're rolling, and they seem to convey it to the horse. You know, it's something. It's one of those intangible things you can't really explain, but he should ride the crest for as long. Who knows? He might just keep going forever. Who knows? But well, he keeps getting as long as he keeps paying attention and keeps getting the good mounts, he'll keep going.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Jimmy.
It's all right. Take care.
And we're going to throw you back to Mark Francis to take you through the runners and riders for the last race of the evening.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, great interview there with Jimmy Jerkins after a first and third there. We get to our last race. This is the Ministry of Education Cup for juveniles. 7 furlongs to the trip. They're headed by number 1, Taj Al-Nayar for Mohammed Al-Daham. 2 is Al Rafea for Alex Moreno, looking to match what he did yesterday and land a 4-timer. Muyi is unbeaten. Abdullah Al-Farouz is the 3. 4, Tej Tahom. For Luis Morales, it says on the graphic, we will need to double check that because I think Luis may have been mounted up on the 12 here, so we'll come back to that in just a moment. 5 is Samsoon for Jose Rodriguez. 6 is Al Kawakabi for Abdullah Alorfi, and Ali Al-Matib looks to top and tail the card aboard Gala Sad. 8 is Fi Raja Kayer for Camilo Espina. Satay Al-Anayar is the 9 for Abdullah Al-Rashed. Almaj Al-Majid for Mohammed Suleiman is the 10. 11, Anna Al-Sayf for Victor Gutierrez. We'll double-check the jockey on the 12, Akko Batlar. 13 is definitely Esther Webb and Fahed Al-Faradi. So 1 or 2 things to unsolve. But one thing's for sure is they're on their way to the paddock. Looks as though Moreno is on the 12, but again, it's all over the place at the minute because he is supposed to be jocked up on Al Rafea. So I'll tell you what, we'll let our team of experts find out.
Loose term experts, but we will take it as long as we can. Thank you so much, Mark. Hopefully we'll go through the runners right here. Number 1 is Taj Al-Anaya, 1 for 5, third last time.
Finished third behind Tej Tahom last time. Quick return to the track today.
Rafa'a would be number 2 and shot in just a second. 1 for 3 and has really made no problems with any of the races.
Was a neck maiden winner last time up. The third has let the form down since. This filly needs to improve.
Muhi is number 3, 1 start, 1 win.
It was a small field maiden, only the 4 runners. The runner-up, though, has subsequently come out and run in the Jcsa award contest and finished a relative second. So Muyi is a horse to beat in here.
Prince Saad bin Salman's Tej Tahom is two wins from 2 runs, and they're 2 in a row.
Unbeaten at this stage. Really nice horse. 1.27.97 last time up over this trip.
Samsoon is number 5, comes off a victory in first and 3 starts.
Maiden winner over the course and distance, but ran 3 seconds slower than Tej Tahom.
Al Kawakabi is number 6, 2 wins from 6 starts, comes off a victory.
Nice open win last time up in a quicker time than Tej Tahom.
Gala Sad is number 7, 0 for 2 thus far.
Not good enough to win this race.
And we have Fi Reja Kher, 1 for 2, comes off a victory.
We just see Muyi right there, just came into shot.
Yeah.
Yes, Fi Reja Kher, the first string for the White Stable. Camilo Espina looking for that win. White Stable looking for their 100th.
Going back
success.
to the sizable Gala Sad there. There's Fi Reja Kher. Yeah, looking well, but definitely needs to step up just a little bit.
He's a typical premium tap looker for the White Stable right now. Plus, he absolutely bolted up over the 1600.
What are the odds that it's going to be Shamila's pick in the paddock? Number 9 is Satay Al-Anaya, 1 for 2 thus far, and that victory was 2 back.
Both runs have come over 1,200 metres. Needs to be up on the speed to have a chance today.
Number 10 is Al-Majid Al-Majid, 0 for 4 thus far, but comes off a runner-up effort.
Not good enough to win in a race like this at this point.
Number 11 is Ana Asayef, 0 for 5 thus far.
Rated 65, needs dramatic improvement, looks a bit sweaty.
Number 12 is Akko Batla'a, son of Power Burper, 0 for 5 thus far.
Contender for last place has got what I've got written down here. The 4 most recent runs have not been good.
So kind. Number 13 is Esther Webb, 0 for 3 thus far, but seems to be moving in the right direction.
Definitely, yet to win a race. It's a tough spot, but at least this colt's going forward.
All right. This is a fun race, actually, to end the day. I like this one. 150,000 on the line, Ministry of Education Cup. 2-year-olds getting back to the 1,400-meter, 7-furlong distance. These are Saudi-bred horses, some nice bred horses as well. You have some of the main players. No red stables in here, but some of the serious main players in the top 5.
1 red stable, horse number 2.
Oh, sorry.
Al Rafea, but that horse has plenty to build upon. I think there are 5 horses with chances of winning. Horse number 1, Taj Al-Anaya. Horse number 3, Muhi, who we were about to watch last time. It was a small field this day. 2 horses broke clear. The other 2 horses in behind just had no chance on form.
This is October 26th, and this horse is a small field, obviously, and looks really well coming down the straight.
Yeah, it was a proper battle. The runner-up has subsequently come out and run in the Jcsa award and finished second. So, that was a good performance and boost this form. Muhi's strong late in the day, does hang a touch to the left, but it's just getting a little tired. You can see the runner-up is tired too. Muhi is a player in this race and arguably one of the horses to beat, if not the horse to beat.
Looking really well running through the line there. Coming up on, looks like Is that Fie Jcsa there?
Yeah.
Number 8, yes. That is Fie Jcsa's. Number 8 there was first on November 9th, coming out of a nice win.
This is the choice for Camilo Ospina. Nice looking horse, you can see. We watched this race, just dominated from the front in a maiden. On the actual first start for this horse, found 1-2 good in a bunch finish, but this day was miles the best. The runner-up isn't that much of talented. You know, his previous efforts weren't great, but Fie Jcsa done it nicely. He was on the front over the 1600, and he seemed to relish this trip. This is my one concern. He's now dropping down. To me, the mile seems the right spot for him.
This was interesting how he really kept after him, really kept him through the line, maybe just trying to keep him as fit as possible coming out of the race. That is Tejta Home, number 4 there. We're going to see him winning on November 11th. A lot of horses coming out of wins.
Unbeaten filly faces the boys today. She's a nice horse as well. You can see here she just stumbles a little bit when she tries to change leads, but once she does, she moves clear in the closing stages. This is a nice performance, as I say. Came back in meeting 55, and providing she's meeting 63, sorry, and providing she's ready to repeat this run, I think she's got a big chance. The horse in third in the yellow and black silks is Taj Alanaya, who reopposes.
A nice rally for the third place runner there. And last but not least, we have Alco Wakabi, who is number 6 and was the most recent of these winners on November 23rd.
This came in an open race, so we know this horse has talent. And actually, this is the quickest time of any horse that's run over the 7 furlongs here at this track, the 1400 metres, in 1:27.56. Alco Wakabi's rated 89. Again, talented performer with a couple of wins to his name already. Abdullah Al Alfi rides. Just look how strong he is in the closing stages.
6 runs thus far, definitely has plenty of seasoning at this point in his young career. So if you're a fan of that, or if you know, that's where I would probably be leaning. But for me, I like an unexposed horse.
I do too.
That could move forward in a big way. I think the filly will be tough to beat, Tejta Home. But I don't know. I'm probably gonna lean toward. I kind of like Our Fa'al to run well here, even though the 70 rating doesn't really give me a lot of confidence. She's a decent filly. She hasn't done anything wrong. You know, there's no reason she shouldn't run decently in this race. If you force me to pick between the 2 White Stables horses, probably Muyi. Coming out of that race, that was I thought that was a little more impressive than being pressed along the entire time like Fie Jcsa.
Yeah, I think both of the White Stable horses have chances in this race. I'm not going to come down on either of them. They have to improve because they're just maiden winners and this is a cup race. So, you know, it's a big step up in class against previous winners, some of whom have been very impressive in doing so. Alco Wakabi is the form. There is no doubt about that. He is the horse who's the flag bearer. You know, if he finishes second, you know that the winner's better than 90 rated. And if he manages to win the race, then you know that the unexposed horses probably haven't lived up to the billing. I imagine, and I'm pretty strong in this opinion, but I imagine he'll be in the top 3, Alco Wakabi. Just don't necessarily know whether it be second, third, or even a rather shock victory. I'm going to side with Tejta Home. I think this filly's open to the most amount of improvement. She's unbeaten.
I'll give Muyi a chance to step up once again. Only had 1 run, and I was very impressed with just the, not so much professionalism. He was a little green, sort of leaning to the left. But I do think the horse, that's the kind of run I want to see first out. If it's going to be a first out victory, and they're going to be able to improve upon it. And he looked extremely well in the parade ring. Not the biggest thing, but looked well.
Tell you what else looks well, that trophy.
That trophy. We're back to the solid gold.
Yeah, lovely looking trophy, that one. I'm sure all these connections want to pick that up, as well as the 75,000 Saudi Riyal first prize money.
And you're looking at, to me, I'm going to say, if I'm going to go second shot in here, is there a chance at all? Is there a chance at all that if Tejta Home, obviously your choice doesn't get it, that we can get a 1-2 from the White Stable here? Because that's where I'm kind of leaning. I just feel like Fie Jcsa will be caught, and I think the one horse that might catch it is Muyi.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. For my first 3, I'm going to go Tejta Home to beat Alco Wakabi to beat Fie Jcsa. But those 3 could be in any order. You know, there isn't much separating them. I will side with Tejta Home at this stage to win, but you know, as I say, if they're in reverse order, if Fie Jcsa wins and Alco Wakabi second, Tejta Home third, I wouldn't be shocked.
This doesn't give me a lot of confidence. That is my selection, Muyi being just readjusted there.
Yeah, I would hope so. They've moved him away from the rest of the field. Hopefully
all's well.
Just looking, he's a late scratch.
He is a late scratch. So number 3
is out.
He is a late scratch. So I have to re-choose.
Go with the other white stable horse.
No, I think if I'm going with anything, it's probably... Actually, yeah, I'll go with Free Riyadh. I'll give him a shot to improve upon that run.
Horse number 3, Mui, has definitely been scratched from this race for Ahmed Mohamed, not taking part.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I thought the horse looked great going in, but probably didn't jog up correctly. Whatever issue it was, better to be safe than sorry, obviously, and safety comes first here in Saudi Arabia. Looking forward to what's going to be an interesting, wide-open 2-year-old affair, 150,000 on the line. I'm going to go with Fi Riyadh number 8. You will go with number 4, Tej Tahom. And we'll head over to Mark now, the horse is about to load in. Mark, who are you going with in this race? And I look forward to your last call today.
Thank you, Michael, and welcome to the team as well, because I'm aboard Fi Riyadh here as well, and I'm glad the 3 has pulled out because I don't think he would have won. So welcome to the winning team here with Fi Riyadh. Camilo Ospina. We saw the VT there and how Camilo rode him that day. It was rather aggressively, wasn't it? And I think that Camilo wanted to teach this horse a lesson, and they certainly did that. But when back at meeting 61, I think it's going to have a great chance here, really. And how often do we go home here and Camilo's not had a winner? Speaking of jockeys, just to tie up that jockey list, Luis Morales definitely rides the 4 here, despite the steward's report. Luis Morales is definitely on Tej Tahom. Alex Moreno definitely on the 2 there, Al Rafea. And we think it's Hamza Saad on the 12, although that's not definitely confirmed. But with the horse rated 64, should be out the back of the screen. But Luis Morales looking for another winner here after his great day yesterday. And of course, Alex Moreno already landed the hat-trick. So final few to come forward. Two empty gates. A reminder that the 3 is a late scratch here. Clear from behind. Seven furlongs for our lucky last, and they're off. Racing away for the Ministry of Education Cup for the juveniles, and it was a great start from Tej Tahom. Extreme rider picture, now second off the running rail, leads by about a length. Over towards the inside, Al Rafea is also handy, and down the middle of the course, Fi Riyadh has got a decent racing position here. So too does through the centre Sateh Alanea. An extreme left of picture is Akko Batla, as already they completed their first 400 metres in 24.65 seconds. And it's the red cap then of Fi Riyadh, who is looming upsides Tej Tahom. These big 2 are now forging on now from Sateh Alanea in 3rd position. Then comes Taj Alanea. Staying towards the inside running rail is Al Rafea. Being pushed along from the back of the pack is Sam Soon, as they're very well strung out as they come into the home straight and back towards home. It's Fi Riyadh who begins to open up now. Fi Riyadh from Taj Alanea now moving upsides into second, overtaking Tej Tahom, who beats a retreat, and then flying from the back of the screen is also Al Kawakabi, but forging on, surely the easiest winner of the night, Fi Riyadh, while Camilo Ospina would not say no to a winner tonight. Fi Riyadh opens up and wins in sensational style. Al Kawakabi will chase him down in second, very close for third. Perhaps Taj Alanea ahead of stablemate Sateh Alanea. Well, Fi Riyadh, what a performance that was. A winning selection from the commentary box and a winning selection from Michael, our presenter, who jumped ship from the late non-runner, but to the right ship. Fi Riyadh opened up on the straight in the style of his victory at meeting 61. Camilo Ospina gets his win. No doubt it's not been a night to remember for him until now. Wins at a time of 1:27.27. There was a good 6 1/4 lengths back to Akawakabi, who was a never near a second. You can see the 3rd and 4th place horses in the same ownership. Taj Alanea just fending off Sateh Alanea, and finishing in 5th was Sam Soon. The Ministry of Education Cup goes to Fi Riyadh, takes his career tally to 2 wins from 3 starts.
that was another outstanding performance we've seen. We've seen a slew of them today, but that was probably the most dominant we saw.
Yeah, it really was dominant from the outset here. Camilo Ospina not had the best couple of days, but he's proven here he's one of the best riders around. And this Jcsa is super talented. 2 wins from 3 starts. This is the 100th point for the White Stable so far this year. Just a monstrous display.
Yeah, that was. I'm glad I fell into that one by accident.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
for sure.
Obviously, earlier on, I was on Muyi, who was unfortunately scratched behind the gate. Hope he is well. But from the get-go, Jcsa was extremely tough to beat, and he looked like a winner almost throughout.
Yeah, went straight to the front and dominated from there on. You know, Camilo never really looked in doubt. This is a smart horse, very unexposed type, and it was a good race as well. So to win by that far is some feat.
Yeah, he was extremely impressive. This is a horse that was ridden through the line last time, made to be quite fit going into this race, and really showed it coming home.
Yeah, had that proven stamina over 1600 as well, which was crucial. You know, sometimes you can get swallowed up on the front end over this kind of trip because it's an intermediate distance, but if you can stay further, you know, we've just seen there with Jcsa, it's a huge asset.
Yeah, it was a horse to really look forward to. Being a 2-year-old, comes in here at 82. Where do you see this horse moving?
Oh, they could go to proper cup races. Looks a really nice type. White Stable have so many powerful young horses in their stable right now, and this is just another one that we've seen on the track.
And obviously, this is going to be a weekend of really great performances so far. But today's been one of those days where we've just seen a lot of horses just absolutely pummel the other ones. Like, we've seen just breakout performances.
Well, we saw it yesterday as well with lots of Alex's rides. He had several wide margin successes by 9 or further lengths. Today we've had some monstrous displays, Derivo being one, and yeah, it's been another good day of action.
No, I was very much delighted right now to be joined by Alex Moreno. Welcome to the set. Obviously, Shamila Hanley's with us as well. Alex, this has been just the weekend's not over yet. I mean, you have 7 victories so far. When's the last time you were in this kind of form?
Yeah, it was last season. Thank you guys for joining me here, you know.
I mean, you have a couple of moments this weekend that have already stood out to you. You've been riding some really good horses at the same time. Derivo today, I mean, that's got to be in the highlight reel. That was a very good ride. A lot of confidence there.
Yeah, he's a nice horse today. You know, he ran with not good horses. He was the best one. So I just let him run. He just won well.
Michael was telling all our viewers just how good that ride was from yourself, because you moved through at the perfect stage on Derivo. You didn't ask him for too much effort until around the 300-meter post, and from there you gave him a little nudge out just to fend off Schwarzer Peter.
Yeah, I don't expect somebody was too close. So when I look at my right side, I just saw him, so I just started to move my horse a little bit, you know. So he responded well.
And it looked like you waited as long as you possibly could to tap him and to remind him to go. It looks like you waited until within the final furlong, until they got to you.
Yeah, actually, I like to, you know, the horses, they finish too strongly. So that's why I give him a chance to warm him up and to finish well, you know.
Just wanted to let the other riders know who you are and what you got under you.
Yeah, I know. So you do that thing when you have a good horses, you know. So
you rode some really good horses yesterday as well. Great Scott, Rimal Riyadh, Lagertha Rhyme. Just how was yesterday?
Was perfect day, like today. So I hope can do a good things tomorrow too.
Out of those 3 that I just listed, which horse really caught your attention yesterday? Which were you most impressed with?
Well, I was impressed about Rimal Riyadh. She ran a huge race. She showed up very good. She did a very good time. And how she ran, you know, it's the first time she been in the front. So she surprised me as much.
Yeah, she's super consistent as well, which is a massive asset around here.
Yeah.
That was definitely my highlight of Alex's wins so far this weekend as well. Definitely Rimal Riyadh.
Yeah.
Now, to me, it looks like you're riding in a form right now. Obviously, you have a lot of confidence. You got a little swagger to you. I appreciate that. But riding this track requires a lot of patience. You can't just be confident going around there. What's been the key for you? You have different kinds of horses you're riding, different clients. How do you approach races mentally?
Well, like I told you, depend on the horse, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes, the trainer give you like today in Marbella, the trainer say you have to be fit for. she break well, 1,200. I don't have to wait nobody.
Yeah.
So just go away and win the race. So I think she was pretty good, and actually she was. Yeah, she was
very
bad.
The reason why you've won 7 races so far is that you can get interviewed by Shamilo. Am I right?
Yeah. That's right.
For sure. We can see as you go to Shamilo after every race, you're looking forward to that.
always the highlight of the day. It's just Shamila out there. And for you, Great Scott, I wanted to harp on that one a little bit yesterday. This is a horse very similar to DeRivo. He obviously buried them yesterday. It was very different. But what's it like to get on that kind of a horse and another DeRivo, and also get on DeRivo today? You're getting on old Saudi Cup horses.
Well, I have to say thank you for them, giving that kind of chance. I was riding Great Scott 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to leave him because my stable have horses.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, Adel was riding. So I think Adel was stopped. So they give me the call again. I said, sure, I will ride him. So he's a great horse.
Yeah.
Do you prefer riding sprinters or say over 2,000, 1,800 meters? What's your favorite as a jockey?
I like sprint horses.
Sprinters?
Yeah. I
The
like
speed?
sprint, yeah, speed horse. That's what I like.
Yeah, for
Get
sure.
your job
Yeah.
done quick.
Yeah, we've done so fast.
And I bet you can't wait to ride Sunset Flash next weekend as well.
I hope. Yeah, I think she have a race next week, and I hope she can do it so easy again.
Is she your favorite horse?
She's my favorite mare.
Is she?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
We've been very lucky to watch a lot of your rides this week. We obviously thank you for being involved in this Q&A afterwards. But, moving forward, we also have another day of racing tomorrow.
We do.
We have 12 more races. It's going to be really exciting. We thank everybody who's taken the time, whether it's been on YouTube, commenting. Thank you, everybody. And we thank you and all the riders and even the pony riders we saw today to watch them this week. And we see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you on YouTube. Cheers.